Kart Championship for 2026. I'm James Auld. I'm going to be talking you through this one all day today and right up until about 11 o'clock tonight and all tomorrow. Helping with the commentary is going to be Brad Philpott, not only commentating, but also racing this weekend. We've got Alex Van Gien in the pit lane. Brad, going to come over to you. This is the 15th year of the BRKC, the 12th it's been the single weekend event in Milton Keynes. This could be the best one yet.
We say it every year,
yep,
but I'm pretty confident this year is going to be the best year. And there's a number of reasons for that. Primarily, we've got a hand-picked grid. So this is the first year ever where you couldn't just get in because you entered before other people. This year, only the very best drivers were hand-picked to get into the event. And the practice over the last 3 days has shown just how close it is.
Well, we've seen pretty much half a second covering the entire 100-driver field yesterday. And so that's going to make some tight racing. 3 former champions representing some 10 championships here in terms of BRKC. But as we'll be going through the meeting, we'll be talking about each driver as they're racing. And you'll find with them, they're all champions of something. As Brad was just saying, it's a hand-picked event. Now, of those 3 champions, we've got 6 times champion Ruben Bountons, never discounted in any of these international competitions. We've got twice champion, more recent years, Vika Schlitz, and from the very beginning, twice champion Lee Hackett. Now, Lee has not been in action in recent years. What can we expect from Lee, Brad?
Well, I've been watching him carefully through the practice sessions. We've all been here, or a lot of us have been here for the last couple of days, and Lee has looked like a current champion. He's been looking very much on form. So I'm looking forward to his first race. And wouldn't it be spectacular if we had a champion of the former format, the outdoor BRKC, from over a decade ago, coming back to challenge for the title indoors?
Well, he came close in the past, but this time there's a huge, like a decade since his previous appearances. Now, one thing that's going to be very, very interesting to follow as the weekend goes along is, of course, the British drivers. This is very much run to the European format, where you have all the drivers running in the heats. There's 100 drivers, so we've got 10 heats in each round. There are 4 rounds, so each driver races 4 heats. Now, they score points, 10 for first place, down to 1 for last, and the top 30 drivers make it through to the semi-finals. There are 3 semi-finals, and it's the right to continue scoring. Now, of that, the top 10 scorers will make it through to the final, and obviously from that we'll get our champion. Now, ordinarily in the main European competitions, the final itself is the right to continue scoring, and it's a points championship. So theoretically, if you're watching the German championship or the Polish championship, something like this, the actual champion could finish the final in sort of 2nd or 3rd place. But when the BRKC was started, it was already a much different format for British viewers and British competitors. So the final will be the first place in the final. The final is not the right to continue scoring. It's all bets are off in it to win it from that point on. Now, if you do win, the top 3 get a free entry to the World Indoor Championship, because the BRKC is a qualifying round for that. And, well, monetarily wise, the first place gets £1,000. Now, that's probably the biggest profit margin in all of UK motorsport when you consider the entry, the cost to be here, versus what you can actually win. Even if you win British Touring Car Championship, yeah, you'll win a fair bit of money, but you'll have spent a lot more getting that. Whereas here, it literally is a huge profit, Brad.
Yeah, and certainly it's a nice little bonus when you're taking your trophy on the podium and you remember, oh, I've also got some money coming as well.
Absolutely, it's going to be. And of the British hopes, I would say potentially Seb Miller at the moment for Britain.
Seb Miller was the driver who last year just missed out on becoming champion.
He was 2nd, yeah.
He's looked every bit as fast this year in the practice, so expect some really magic drive from Seb. But also Sam Slater, I think, is my other pick for one of the top Brits. Yeah. But there's a whole host this year. Well,
there's a lot of up-and-coming drivers from Europe as well coming through. It's always been a strong European contingent, but some of the Eastern European drivers, Tomek Bernadowski was actually closing in on the 3 leaders last year in the final. Giving him a few more laps, he'd have been amongst them, because he made it a 4-way fight literally through the last corner. However, potentially his nemesis, Zimovit Vera, is going to be in this first race. And talking of the first race, we've got Alex Van Gien down there in the pit lane. He's going to be commentating from the pits itself. Alex, can we go down to you? We've got Zimovit Vera, and we can see he's actually probably about the 2nd kart from the back there. What can you tell us down the pit lane, Alex?
Well, I can tell you that everybody is in their karts and ready to go. It is a hell of a lineup here. We've got about 6 champions of different categories that have been all around the world, and we've got multiple BRKC finalists in this race. But we've also got a nice little stat for you. Russell Endine, who is one of our British drivers, this is his first race in a BRKC, and he won the first ever indoor BRKC heat in 2014.
Of a start, Alex. He's going to definitely be one to watch. We've been watching Russell Endine for some time. Alex, you of course have raced against him. We've all raced in the BRKC, and what's interesting is all three of us, myself, Brad and you, have all won a BRKC heat race in races that's involved Russell Endine. So Russell Endine, a man to watch literally for more than a decade now.
Yeah, Russell Endine is a top talent. But to be fair, in BRKC this year, because of the format and the way we put everybody into this championship, everybody is a potential winner. Everyone has the chance to win the championship this year, and I am so excited to be part of it.
100%. It's definitely an invite only this time. However, let's have a look through our first heat race of the day. We've got Harrison Kirkham, Club 100 C2 champion, Club 73 champion. He's definitely someone we need to keep an eye on. Sam Shaw. Sam has been around for quite a long time now, and he was 15th overall in 2023. That's been his best result, but definitely one of the British hopes. Valdemar Andersson's in there as well, Swedish endurance champion, and he's also been racing the World Championship as well. So a very strong international entrant from Denmark there. Russell Endine, we've just been talking about. Jimivit Vera, who I was speaking about a moment ago, very much one of the young up-and-coming drivers, just 16 years old, but it's not his first BRKC. He's been running right at the front. He was actually third place last year, but in an outstanding 2025, he was second in the Danish Championship and first in the Swedish. Patrick Neroda has been around a long time now. He's only 24, but he seems to have been around forever. Another of the Polish experts. He's been a finalist here in the BRKC before. Aaron Mitchell-Begley we were seeing last year. He was 32nd, just missed out in the semi-finals last year. Aaron Mitchell-Begley there. David Harvey is not a name we've really seen much of before, but he was the BRKC heavyweight champion a couple of years ago. Colin Marshall, he was 41st last year, and Jake Anders. Jake Anders is another relatively new name. He was a junior champion in 2024. Brad, this is going to be quite a tough little opening race, deceptively so.
Yeah, when we were doing the live draw that decides which heats every driver's in, as this heat was emerging in front of us as the drivers' names were drawn, I was quite excited that this was going to be our opener. And I've got a few picks. We do tend to like to kind of discuss who our personal favourites are, and then probably ignore that afterwards if we got it wrong. But I think Vera is the driver that I'm putting my money on here.
Absolutely. It's hard to look beyond Vera on paper right now.
There are other drivers, though, that can easily upset the apple cart, though. So Sam Shaw's a driver you mentioned. I've been watching him throughout all of the Sundays running up to this weekend, all of the members' nights here at Formula Fast, as well as the practice during this week. Sam Shaw's looked quick all the time. In fact, pretty much every driver on this list has looked quick at some point. So that's why this one's going to be so hard to call.
Well, it's the invitation BRKC this year, really, and so that means everyone is capable of winning. Down in the pit lane, Alex, it does appear that they're pretty much good to go. It's just a question of time now, and when the meeting starts at literally 8 o'clock, they'll be sending them out.
Yeah, it looks very tense down here. There's lots of steely looks from all the drivers. You can tell they're all incredibly nervous. But what happens is in these sorts of things is once you've got your first lap under your belt, your nerves fade away and you focus on what you have to do. So it is over to them. I think we're about to get released from the pit lane very shortly. They're moving the tyres now. Over to you.
Indeed, and they're going out to qualify. Sorry, Brad,
you were probably about to say it, James. We haven't actually explained what this format is that they're about to do.
I was literally about to say that. What happens is the drivers go out, they have almost a complete lap to as a warm-up, and then they're on their single lap qualifying. They're all going to be out on track together for the heat race in the semi-final, and it's single kart for the final itself. They go out, do a warm-up lap, qualifying lap, and then form up at the end of the back straight. Then the marshals will set them into their relevant position. It's a single file start in line with all of the other international competitions of which the BRKC is one, and then the racing gets underway. From that, we'll be having a 20-minute race, and they have to make a pit stop during that. Now, that's one of the main reasons for Alex in the pit lane. Alex is going to be covering the pit stops for us. They have to stop twice in the pits, at the beginning of the pit and at the end of the pit. And each time The cart must be stationary. A light will be red when they have to be stopped within a certain area, and then when it goes green, they can move forward. Now, a lot of people will be trying to jump that green and be actually underway when the green takes place. We'll be watching for them cutting the light. The BRKC has effectively won and lost on such things in the past, so a very important element of the competition. So the karts are out to qualify to get the 2026 British Rental Kart Championship underway, and they come down the backstretch now. We're looking on screen there. That looks like it is Harrison Kirkham. Yes, it is. He's coming round the final couple of corners now. A very tight hairpin left, and then he's going to start the qualifying lap. He's crossed the line now. Harrison Kirkham gets things underway. He's on his qualifier. We can see him there. He is one of the British hopes. Maybe one that's been overlooked in recent years, but we'll see what he can put together in this particular race. Brad, Harrison Kirkham is a name we've mentioned a few times in the past, but maybe this could be his strongest year.
Yeah, I'd expect it. Harrison's always absolutely solidly strong, but yet to make that breakout into the kind of final territory, maybe it is this year. One thing that I'm noting is most of these drivers won't have been practicing in conditions quite this cold. Obviously, it's first session of the day. Most of the practices over the last couple of days happened with warm karts. So the times aren't going to be spectacular. In the mid-31s, there's Russell Endine currently at the top there of the drivers who have crossed the line to complete their flyer.
Yeah, so Harrison Kirkham, he crossed the line to set the initial pace, but he's been beaten by Patrick Neroda, beaten now by Colin Marshall and Aaron Mitchell-Begley and Russell Endine. Endine's still at the top there, and they're still coming through, so we may yet see some change. Vera's gone fastest, Sam Shaw's gone fastest now, and that concludes the qualifying. It's one of the top British hopes. It's Sam Shaw on the pole position. From the flying pole, Jimovic Vera, Russell Endine, the perennial contender, has put it into third place. From Mitchell-Begley fourth, Colin Marshall fifth, Patrick Neroda has been pushed down to sixth place. Harrison Kirkham finds himself seventh. Jake Anders eighth. Valdemar Anderson and David Harley round them out in ninth and 10th. Brad, that's, I wouldn't quite call it a shock, but a lot of people were assuming Jimovic Vera would actually be first rather than second on the grid for this opener.
Yeah, so Vera's clearly up there, but I mentioned it just before we went live. Sam Shaw's been fast all week. In fact, for the last few weeks, he's been very, very fast. And he just exuded this air of confidence. I thought he was pretty confident in his own ability going into this weekend, and this is not going to have damaged that at all. So now let's see how he copes with these experienced heads behind him, very experienced in Russell Endine's case, and see whether the strategy plans out. Because that is one of my favourite parts about BRKC, is watching these guys make their decisions on their pit stops.
Well, you can say that you know, if we were playing golf, they'd all be comfortably under par. However, there could be some double-digit handicaps when it comes to handling the strategy here, as the marshals are holding them in position. They're just waiting for the call to go. It will, of course, be Sam Shaw leading the way. He's going to take the start. Now, the big question is, will Jimovic Vera try to make a break for the lead right at the start? Is he going to think about running with Shaw? How much does he trust Shaw? All these factors will come into play. Jimovic Vera, we can see there in the turquoise colour, and there's Russell Endine behind him. So we're about to get the racing underway. So 2026 British Rental Kart Championship is now fully on, as the Sam Shaw, of course, leads into the Snell section, the fabled Snell section. We can see them winding through. It gets tighter, then opens out, opening out through this fast corner, and then a really long fast left leading onto the backstretch. This is where a lot of the action is, at the end of the backstretch, streaming down. Vera is already waving to the driver behind, pointing to the one ahead, meaning run with me and we'll go and get him. In fact, Russell Endine already seems to have dropped back about a kart length. He's staying pretty much with Vera in the tight bit, but we'll see what happens exiting the Snell. See, there's a bit of a gap already on lap one. It's easy to make a lot of a gap, Brad, but I think Russell Endine needs to watch it already, that these guys don't pull away.
Yeah, although this has made it pretty simple for Russell. So generally, in BRKC terms for strategy, if there's no one holding you up, that you don't really have a reason to pit, then all you need to do is just keep going as fast as you can. And Russell's definitely in that position. What's going to be a little bit more complicated is this battle for the lead, because Vera has caught up to the back of Shaw. Shaw broke away on the initial lap, and then Vera closed into him in the hairpin at the end of the first lap. So I think Vera's going to be looking for a move if he senses Shaw's holding him up at any point.
Yes, the least gap, of course, and Vera's going to be in there. However, having said that, Vera, he might still be a pretty young guy, like 16 years of age, but he does have an experienced racing brain. He can test a lot of the international championships, there's championships like this all over Europe, of which you will find the likes of Jimmy Vera at all of them, and also the World Championship as well. So he's no newcomer to this, and he will be considering.
We have a pit stop.
In the pits.
Number 17 is into the pits. It's a good first stop, and it is a good second stop as well. Nice timing out of there. Naroda is in and out, and he's going to be looking to set some really, really quick times because he is one of our favourites, I think, for this.
Now, Patrick Naroda, one of the most experienced drivers in the championship, and not only from an international point of view, but here at Formula Fast, he has rolled the dice there. Why is he coming so early? Quite frankly, he believes that those in front of him, if you remember, he qualified quite far down, those in front of him are slower than him. It's going to take him time, it's going to cost him time. There's more in the pits.
We have 2 stoppers in the pits. Now, that's not a good one for number 10 that's come in. Number 8's done a good stop, and number 10 has also done a good stop, but it will be a slow overall stop for Harvey because he came in behind somebody, so he had to stop and stay for longer, so that's not going to help him at all in this race.
Yeah, Brad, going over to you with the strategy, that's a bit of a strategic issue there for David Harvey.
Yeah, so David Harvey, obviously quite inexperienced in BRKC terms. With a bit more experience by the end of the weekend, he will have known not to follow another car in. But speaking of strategy, Naroda is the interesting one for me. He clearly underqualified his car. We didn't really mention him, and he was one of our favourites before the race. So he's decided to duck out, have some clear air, hope nobody notices what he's done, and get some fast laps in. I'm going to be paying close attention to that. Unfortunately for him, he's about 0.3 of a second slower than the leaders right now. So he's not currently making the kind of ground he's going to need to make any jumps.
We've just missed some contact. There was contact between Russell, Endine and number 16 at the hairpin. Russell was put sideways. I think he's actually now dropped down a position to 4th place. I thought that was going to happen. It did look like he was holding a little bit of a pack up. I'm surprised no one behind dove into the pits.
Indeed, because that can often cause people to jump in when they see too much argy-bargy going on ahead. Russell Endine has, in fact, lost a place to Aaron Mitchell-Begley as the 2 leaders continue to go through. Now, with that kind of thing in mind, Brad, could we see a pit stop from either Endine or Begley?
I still don't think Russell needs to pit. Although he's lost time from that move, he doesn't want to pit and then drop back behind other traffic. So yeah. I think Russell just needs to keep going. Sometimes you have to accept you've lost a position, and there's no point wasting more time making an incorrect decision rashly. Something that I have noticed, though, Naroda is now on the pace required to start jumping those karts in front of him. He's down to 31 dead. That's quicker than all of the karts up until the top 2. So look for a Naroda podium here if he keeps his head down and doesn't get people pitting out in front of him.
Right, so those of you at home looking on the screen there, you can see you've got the little timing board on the left of your screen. That's the bit that we're going to look at here. So we've seen Patrick Naroda 8th and 9th Jake Anders, 10th David Harvey in the pits, and the gap there will be what we're looking at. We want to see that coming down and down and down, and that's relevant to the leaders. Now, Sam Shaw and particularly Jimmy Vera will be aware that those pit stops will be made, and they can look across the track and see where another kart is relative to them. Obviously, Jimmy Vera will know Patrick Naroda very well. He knows what he's capable of. You know, they're both from the same country for starters. They compete a lot. That's what they'll be looking for. Patrick Naroda down there in 8th will have released himself from what he considers a slower position in the pack, and then can make moves.
Shaw's defending. So Vera, I was just about to call
Vera down the inside. Vera has taken the lead. Sorry, Brad.
He was signposting that the entire lap. So Vera was very, very close to Shaw through the snail. I was looking for a move down the back straight, and we were obviously following them live, so you all got to see that for yourselves. I think that's probably going to be ruled as a fair move. Looks like he was all the way down the inside when contact was made, kind of pretty standard overtake at the end of the straight. So that's released him. If there is no penalty, he's just going to go and drive away. They were already comfortably clear of everyone else. In terms of gaps, James, you were looking at, on that timing screen on the left, you can see there 13.8 seconds Naroda is behind the lead, and that means with 10-second loss for a pit stop, he will be slotting into 3rd position right now if he was to pit. So that's the...
And that will be very close to Russell Endine if you consider the 3.6 versus 13.8 of the time there. In fact, in that situation, he would come out potentially alongside Endine, but maybe, because of the pit exit, have the inside for the snail section.
Yeah, sorry, my maths was out there. Around 4th position, but that's what Naroda's looking for now, is just to keep pumping in these fast laps, and his last one was a 30.9. That's actually around about a 10th slower than Mitchell-Begley in 3rd. So yeah, maybe Naroda's now looking at a 4th place unless something happens ahead.
Yeah, this would have worked, shall we say, an awful lot better if Naroda could have been faster at this stage. He's obviously rolled the dice, and clearly he'll be doing the best he can. Now, Russell Endine is coming under attack from Colin Marshall. There on screen, that's Russell Endine in the green, red and white helmet, and there's Colin Marshall right behind him. Colin Marshall isn't really a driver we've seen too much of here in the BRKC. He was 41st last year, but this is a great showing already when you consider he's all over the back of former race winner Russell Endine. There's Marshall, you can see in the white helmet, he's really pushing him. Is he going to make a Vera type move? Is he going to try in the snail? No, he's not close enough. In fact, he's dropped back a bit. Maybe a little bit of contact over the start line has actually affected the momentum of Colin Marshall, as we can see, as he's trying to close back up. Now, at the end of the straight that's coming up, this is where they actually be. Now, they've got Harrison Kirkham in 6th place coming with them as they're down the back straight. No one's able to make a move as of yet. Now, this, of course, Brad, is where, say, Colin Marshall might consider a pit stop, might not. We don't normally see pit stops in the middle of the race, which is what we're approaching now.
I think it just depends whether Colin feels he's being held up enough by Russell that it's worth making a stop. One thing we've seen over the years here at Formula Fast in BRKC is the second kart in a duo to pit has the track position advantage. So if you were to be in Colin's position there, right up behind Russell Endine, and pit to try and undercut him, if Russell then pits on the next lap, he's almost certainly going to come out in front. So that second kart kind of gets the blocking advantage as they leave the pit lane on the inside line for turn 1. So we've got Harrison Kirkham gesticulating. He's not happy about something. I imagine he's not happy about Colin Marshall's decisions. Colin was right up behind Russell. Maybe he sees he's made a couple of mistakes and Harrison feels he's been held up.
Now, will Harrison come into the pits as a result of this? You can see he's been, somebody's been waved on, one of them. And down the back stretch now, what will Harrison Kirkham do? He's actually dropped back a little bit from Colin Marshall. Maybe he feels he's been held up. He's dropped back. Maybe he tapped the kart in front. Will he come in? No, in comes Marshall. Alex, down to you.
Marshall is in the pits. We've got a red light and we have a green light. He's looking around. Oh, he stops quite late. He gets on the red light and green light. Really good stop from Marshall as he comes out right behind Patrick Naroda.
Fantastic. So a good clean stop there. Now, will Colin Marshall be able to make up some time? He's half second down on Patrick Naroda. Brad?
So what this now shows is the position that Naroda was when Marshall came out of the pit. It means it's going to be very touch and go. We're getting past Russell Endine. He needs a few more laps, Naroda, of going faster than Endine, and currently he's about the same. They're very, very similar on pace. You'd see that Naroda would have to go all the way around Endine in order to take that position. So this is going to be a very interesting fight. If the fight for the lead is quite straightforward, this fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th position is going to be interesting.
It could be. And Russell Endine, of course, he's when he comes out of the pits, he's going to come out potentially in that tight gap between Naroda and Marshall. So he'll be trying to beat Naroda, but he'll also be trying to beat Marshall as well, because if one gets him, the other might. As looking on screen now, we can see there's Harrison Kirkham. Now, Harrison Kirkham has not elected to come in. In fact, is he able to close in on Russell Endine? I don't think so at this point. Very often when a driver pits out of the middle of a battle, when there's 3 karts, we find that the 3rd place one then closes in on the one ahead that they were chasing down the 1st place. Brad?
Colin Marshall has set the fastest lap of the race, 30.666, so quicker than the top 2. So Colin Marshall seems to have got the wind in his sails after that pit stop. Maybe the slipstream of Patrick Naroda's helping him along as well. But that could very much help him jump Russell Endine if he continues that kind of pace.
Absolutely, and the pace of Colin Marshall has brought the gap down to Naroda, that 7th and 8th we're talking about, to less than a second. It maybe has jumped up again on that last lap, but from somewhere, Colin Marshall got the lap of the century so far in that previous lap. Now, that's still relevant compared to the front as well, particularly one of the British hopes, Russell Endine. And considering, as you can see on screen there, Russell Endine has maybe a couple of karts gap to Harrison Kirkham. That'll bring Harrison Kirkham into that fight as well. So the 2 other pit stops, the ones who've already made their pit stops, when Endine and Kirkham come out, they will be right amongst that pair that we've been talking about, Naroda and Marshall, in 7th and 8th place as we speak. Still no more pit activity. Alex, we believe you're actually waiting for 6 karts, obviously including the top 3 of Vera, Shaw and Mitchell Begley.
Yeah, I think the top three are kind of clear at the moment. I'm more interested in this little battle between Russell, Kirkham and Anderson. I'm trying to decide which one's going to come in first. I think it all depends on whether they close up on each other or not. I do think Russell may be the slower one of that pack of three. So Russell needs to try and get a move on if he doesn't want to get jumped through the pit stop phases. There is only 8 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Indeed, and Harrison Kirkham has definitely closed in on Russell Ending. It's now less than a kart length there, so Harrison Kirkham is right on the tail of Russell Ending. Is it because Kirkham's going faster? Is it because Ending's going slower? Or somewhere in the middle? That will be important from the Neroda-Marshall situation further back. Now, Valdemar Anderson is again a second away. We can see he's the third one there, and it does appear that, if anything, both of those two are closing on Russell Ending. Brad, you've got something?
I think Russell just needs to continue exactly how he is. He doesn't have the pace to beat these other guys in a straight fight, but what he can do is be the last person to pit and let them all fight when they pit. If he starts holding up Harrison now, Harrison's going to think about making his pit stop. He'll come out with Neroda and Colin Marshall. As it gets towards the end of the race, they will start fighting potentially. All Russell needs is around about a second or so of time loss from that trio, and he could then retain his fourth place and be the one that takes away a bit of a damage limitation point score here. What he doesn't want to do is drop down to 5th, 6th, 7th position after such a good qualifying. So he needs to show a little bit of defensive driving here to Harrison Kirkham and prompt Harrison to pit and then see what happens.
Indeed. So if Russell Ending can stay out and be one of the last to pit, there's Kirkham waving again. We've seen him quite animated so far. Will that send him into the pits, this frustration? Now, if Kirkham comes out, ends up embroiled in a Neroda-Marshall battle, and Anderson as well, that'll be a four-way fight that could potentially trip themselves up, and that will be to Russell Ending's great advantage there.
And Russell is the second slowest driver on track right now. His pace is not quick enough to do this on track in a pure fight, so he needs to do this strategically. I think he's doing everything right now. He's got a very sensible head.
And really, if that's the case, Kirkham needs to come in sooner rather than later, if not this lap.
Absolutely.
Quite surprised he didn't pit on that one, to be fair.
I think he fancies his chances of making a move on track. I think that's what he wants to do, but if Russell just shows a little bit of defence down this next straight, then I think we might be seeing a Harrison Kirkham pit soon. The problem is Harrison's lost so much time sitting behind Russell that he knows he's probably going to come out behind Marshall and Neroda as it stands.
And looking at the times, if you look on your screen at home, Harrison Kirkham 7.1 seconds behind. We're thinking 10 seconds to stop. He is in the pit. Here we go, Alex.
Harrison is on his way into the pits. We are looking at the first red light, and it's good so far. He's looking a bit frustrated, I think. He's been stuck behind a lot of people all day, and there's another green, and he is off and away and behind Marshall. Over back to you guys.
Absolutely, and nice one there, Alex. And Harrison Kirkham, of course, he was kind of rocking a hard place. He was losing time with Russell Ending. He'd probably pitted a lap or two too late in hindsight, with the benefit of hindsight. So Harrison Kirkham has now got to make up that time. On the plus side, Harrison Kirkham is very fast. He could do this on the road. He was hoping to leapfrog them on the track. That's not happened, because maybe if he'd he'd not been held up. It's when we say held up, we're talking about a very high level of being held up, but it cost him a little bit of time all the same. Russell Ending being one of the slower in the race at the moment in terms of pure lap time doesn't actually mean he's going slowly. He's up there with the best of them. He was of course one of the drivers within half second of first place yesterday. So there's Russell Ending on screen. Now he's coming under increasing pressure from Valdemar Anderson, the Swedish driver. Anderson's been a champion over in Sweden and abroad as well, so Russell Ending's going to have his handful once again. Now I think with Anderson, with the more European experience, I think the moment he catches Ending and Ending's pace is affecting his lap time at all, I think we'll see him straight into the pits, immediately in the pits. I think we'll see Anderson, if not this lap. He'll have seen what's happened with Kirkham.
I think unfortunately
we have number 19 in the pits. It's a good first stop, a little bit lazy on the throttle getting off, and Miller has stopped again, and it is another green, again a little bit lazy. Oh, and we got Anderson in as well. He's got off away, pulling himself off the rear of the car to get the axle spinning to get a better start off the line, and he's come out just alongside Kirkham as they go into the snail.
Exactly.
And Kirkham's got him. Kirkham's got him into the snail. Kirkham managed to hang it on round the outside into the snail. A very difficult manoeuvre there. It would have been very easy for Kirkham to make contact. Anderson pits exactly the right moment, but unfortunately for Harrison, he was able to have momentum into the snail there.
So that gives us a very clear indication of where Russell Ending would come out if he was to pit now. And since he doesn't have the pace, I think probably the most sensible thing for Russell to do would be to pit any moment now, so he can at least bank that position. He's lost the position to Naroda, he's lost the position to Marshall, but to prevent him losing further positions to Anderson and Harrison there, if I was Russell, I'd be coming in now and just cutting my losses.
Yeah, Russell Endine is good on pace.
We have number 21 into the pits, and we get a green. And we get another green. He's away, he's nicely away, and he's into clean air.
It's Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw there was exiting the pits, and we're looking at Harrison Kirkham. He's got Anderson all over him. In fact, Anderson may be dropping back a little bit now, so Kirkham's got some great pace. His whole intention here is to leapfrog Russell Endine from second. Vera in the pits.
Vera's into the pits as he stops on his marks nicely and rolls away with a green. As he's rolling up to the next one, stops nicely yet again. Very nice, smooth pit stop, and comes out very clearly in the lead.
As predicted,
As Russell Endine is now in with one good stop and then another good stop. A little bit late on the stop, I think. He didn't quite get it going, but he's coming out ahead of Kirkham.
There we go.
Because of the full
contact,
he's managed to jump them.
Indeed, and jumping almost, bumping was Harrison Kirkham. He gave Russell Endine a good nudge, and this is exactly what Kirkham didn't want. He's trying to the outside. He's got Anderson with him and against him at the same time. Down the back stretch, this could really be something at the end here. Here they come, they're again defensive to the inside. A classic defensive move. Down the inside goes Anderson on Kirkham. Kirkham left the door open that little bit, and that's all the gap that Anderson needed. Now, what can Anderson do with Russell Endine? Brad, this is shaping up to be the race within the race, this, isn't it?
Yeah, this is what we've been watching the entire time, and Russell really did the only thing he could do there. If he'd waited another couple of laps, those guys would have potentially been past him. But the thing that was exciting there, Anderson really took that kind of gift from Kirkham, who will be absolutely kicking himself for just leaving the door open with the driver right behind him into the key overtaking spot on the track.
Absolutely, and Anderson making a little move to the inside there. Nothing really going, perhaps a practice for the next lap. Now, that has allowed Kirkham to close in, because even little movements like that make a difference. As we watch the Russell Endine group, that's back up into 6th place. Everybody has made their pit stop. We've got 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. And there is Russell Endine in 6th. We've still got Shumavit Vera in the lead. Sam Shaw in 2nd. Aaron Mitchell Begley in 3rd place. Patrick Naroda 4th. Colin Marshall is 5th. And then this battle here, look at Russell Endine to the inside. Oh, down the inside. Anderson, what a move. And here comes Kirkham on the pair. Can he hang it around the outside of Anderson? The answer is no. He's got the inside, but not the speed. As Anderson brushes the wall, and here comes Kirkham. Now, can Kirkham hang it around the outside into the snail? It's 3-way, 4-way fight.
Inside. Russell's left the door open. I'm stunned. Russell's lost his head there. So what first happened was he left half a kart width into the hairpin at the end of the straight, and that was just enough of a space to kind of be wedged even wider by Anderson. And then all manner of confusion happened. Russell then didn't realise a kart was coming up behind him. There was a perfect opportunity to go down the inside on the way into the snail, but instead of that, Russell actually let another kart through. So what a couple of laps here. I thought he was solidly nailed on for 6th place there.
Yeah, I think Anderson got the bad pass warning on further around the track. I noticed Russell Endine certainly acknowledged that. So he had to give the position back. Worse for him, there's now another driver between. He had to give the other driver a place as well as Endine. So Jake Anders has come through. There's Jake Anders now on screen in the number 8. So Jake Anders is probably the big beneficiary of all of that.
So, yeah, Russell, I know he's been given that place back,
yes,
but he's also lost 2 other places, so it would have still been wiser to not show any daylight down the inside. He wasn't going to be making up any more positions through the rest of the race, so there was no need to not entirely white line it. At this circuit, without wanting to give away too many defensive strategies to my opponents, if you have finished your pit stop and so have the others around you, and you're purely defending, there's no need to move even a centimetre away from the inside wall. And Russell just invited a move, which was ultimately deemed a bad pass, but he still lost out by 2 positions because of it.
So we've got 14, 13, 12 seconds now until we get to the last lap point, and that will be when Vera crosses the line. So if you look on your screen at home, we've got basically 1 lap to go once Vera crosses the line. We are looking at Jake Anders there. He's down in 7th place, but he's where the action is. Just to, as we come towards the final lap now, 2 laps to go, that's my mistake. We've got 2 laps to go, now 1 lap to go, and on the last lap is Shumavit Vera. So race leader Vera out of picture is on his way to win. We're looking at the battle that's lower down the order. There's Jake Anders on screen now with the blue helmet. There is Russell Ending. There is Valdemar Anderson, and they cross the line to start their last lap. Will Anderson make a move on Ending? It's for the lower places, but it's for pride as well. Now, if you notice, Kirkham's way in front of them now. He's really pulled out quite a gap, and that shows the relative pace of Kirkham versus the others. Kirkham must be one of the fastest in this race, Brad.
Kirkham's pace right now is a 30.7. To be honest, everybody from P3 downwards is around about that same pace. This has been a very, very close race, apart from that top two that have just edged away. But, yeah, what an opener.
And Shumavit Vera in that time has won the race. Shumavit Vera is the opening winner here at the British Rental Kart Championship 2026. Sam Shaw, an incredible second place from Aaron Mitchell-Begley. That's the best performance we've seen from him, I believe, in the entire BRKC history that he's been involved in. And so Begley grabs that third place from Patrick Naroda 4th, Marshall 5th, Kirkham 6th, Anders 7th, Endine 8th, Anderson in 9th, and David Harvey rounds him out in 10th place there. An incredible opener for the BRKC 2026. Now, Alex, we'll be going down to you in the pit lane. Grab whoever you can. It's been a heck of a race with the young Shumavit Vera taking the win from Britain's Sam Shaw.
Yeah, it has been. I'm going to try and grab some of the guys in that battle in the mid-pack while the leaders go and get weighed. So as they are all just getting out of their cart, there's some faces here. Let's go over to Kirkham. How was that race for you, sir? You had some hand gestures and some frustrations in that race.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just me, but when I was following people, the cart just didn't seem to keep with the pace. They seemed to get dropped quite a bit, but I've done the best I could. I think I had a good stop, which kind of helped me, and other people tripping over each other really did help. So yeah, no, not the worst result, but could have definitely been a lot better.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend. Really great race. Made it very, very exciting for us. It is now bedlam in the pit lane. I am trying to see where Patrick Vera is.
Shumavit Vera
is, and he's going to come over for an interview now. So I'll wait for him to take his helmet off. His very fancy helmet. I do like that. Shumavit. First win for BRKC 2026. How was that one for you?
Yeah, I feel very happy, and yeah, that was my job. I thought that was a pretty hard group because a lot of British drivers are very fast this year, and it was a really hard race. I lost pole position by one millisecond, which was really, really sad for me. But fortunately, I made the overtake, and my pace later was really good, and I managed to open a gap, and yeah, to the end it stayed where it stayed, so I'm very happy with the result.
Excellent. Just got to repeat that 3 more times and you're in the final easy.
Yeah, I hope so. It will be very hard, but I will try.
Awesome. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Take care.
And we've got some analysis with Brad Philpott.
Yeah, so we've got a potential. I'm privy to the race control channel here on when decisions are made, and it seems like there's a bit of an investigation going on between Vera and Shaw for that initial move. So let's just see. I don't think it's been confirmed yet, but what I do have is the move on my Brad pad just here. So let's have a look. Let's see if we can watch this back. So this is the move under question. We've also got the move on Ending to look at shortly. So this is in slight slow-mo. I have looked at this myself. Now, to me, it looks like Vera is comfortably in a gap. He hasn't made a gap. He's in a gap, but what I can't see is from above here. And at this point, it might be that he's knocking. Yeah, you can kind of see the contact here as Shaw is headed towards the apex. And there's that contact that knocks Shaw wide. Now, I mean, I'm glad I'm not the one adjudicating this in race control. We've seen moves like this be penalised and not be penalised over the years. It really depends on the exact angle race control have. Like I say, all I've got is this view, which doesn't really show you the relative positions very well.
Well, Brad, do you want to hear from Sam?
Let's hear from Sam.
Sam, so it was a very exciting race from our point of view, but you had the lead at the very start, and then there was a move between you and Vera. How do you think that went?
Very aggressive. I didn't think he was close enough to go for it, but yeah, he made it stick. But whether it was a good move or not, we'll have to see. But
we'll have to leave that one to the stewards. Off to up there to go get your medal at the new podium.
Yeah, thank you
very much.
Nice one, Alex. Brad, we've got some news from you.
Yeah, so that was confirmed. As we're moving on to the next race very shortly, but it seems like Race Control have confirmed that is a position swap. So that is going to be a P1 then for Sam Shaw, and Vera will be disappointed to be moved down. So that move we just saw on the Brad pad there, that was deemed to be too aggressive. So that's a bit of a warning for drivers going forward. If you have to knock the front end of the kart you're overtaking out of the way at the apex, then you weren't far enough alongside. That's going to make overtaking difficult.
Absolutely, and you could see there when Brad had the Brad pad up, he was showing, you could see the steering on Shaw's kart, and obviously the hand position on the wheel with his bright yellow gloves. It showed the moment of contact when we were looking at that slow motion, which is very interesting. Now we've got race number 2 coming up, the second of the 10 heat races making up round 1. In this we've got quite a strong international field with Adam Wyckoff from the US, Mason Brown, another American driver, Jolano Shipkins from the Netherlands, Tristan Loydel, a third American, Zach Venn, Tibor Gabor, the Hungarian, Harley Smith, and Arthur Langley-Bourne from the UK, Kobe Koslet and Neil Durant, and they are completing their qualifying.
And my predicted driver, I didn't actually get to say it out loud, but I would have picked Mason Brown as the pole sitter here. I was watching his practice yesterday, and he was looking very fast.
Mason Brown was looking very effective yesterday, and so it's relatively little surprise that he's right up at the top. Maybe a bigger surprise is Tristan Lloyd and Adam Wyckoff down in the bottom there, and they come in 9th and 10th, but we've got Mason Brown from Tibor Gabor. Zach Venn is showing very strong in 3rd place. Arthur Langley-Bourne is quite a surprise in 4th. Kobe Koslet in 5th. Jolano Shipkins in 6th. Harley Smith 7th. Neil Durant 8th. Tristan Loydel in 9th. And then Adam Wyckoff in 10th place. And we'll see how these Americans at the back, I'm expecting them to come forward, Brad. I'm slightly surprised they're that far down.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure where to place Tristan. I didn't really look at a lot of his sessions yesterday, but he won't be happy with that, and mainly because of the gap. It's a good 3.5 tenths away from the pole, but by the looks of it, P1 and P2 here, Mason and Tibor, they're close enough that this should be a great fight. 200ths of a second separating these two in qualifying.
And we'll see if Zach Vane can make something of that as well. So coming across the line, it's going to be Mason Brown. He starts the race. The race is now on as they enter the snail section. There's Mason Brown turning in. It gets tighter, tighter, tighter until it's really sharp right. And then there's left, and the lefts get easier and easier and easier, and then they'll come out onto the backstretch. So they're coming out, and the lefts are getting less and less tight until they straighten out onto the backstretch. And here comes Mason Brown down into the hairpin where we saw the action on the previous race, and Mason Brown is continuing around these final couple of corners to lead the opening lap of this heat race 2. And is he already starting to pace something of a gap, or is Tibor Gabor just pacing himself? Because Gabor, one of the most experienced drivers now on the international scene. It's the idea of Mason Brown pulling away is one that, well, we can accept, but he's pulling away from Tibor Gabor, Brad. This is quite a strong showing from the American.
It is, but there's all sorts of action happening on the back straight further down the field. We've had multiple position changes going into the snail on this lap, and it's Neil Durant who seems to be making the progress, and he has slipped through into P1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th by the looks of it. But definitely some movement at the back. It was all happening so fast. It was
and we have number 8 into the pit stop, which is Tristan Lodi. He had a good first stop as we move on to the second line, and it's another good stop. We have no idea where he's going to come out. There's 18.5 minutes left, and he's going to have plenty of time to do lots and lots of clean laps.
So the reason for Loydel making a pit stop this early in the race is clearly he feels he qualified out of place. He clearly feels faster. Maybe, Brad, some of that action you've just been talking about prompted Loydel coming in. He's thinking, I'm going to lose so much time with these guys battling like this.
Absolutely, and look how close it still is. There's several karts all within spitting distance of each other here, so more action could happen shortly. In fact, Neil Durant is the driver who is right up behind Harley Smith, and I think it was Smith who maybe made the most progress in that melee on lap 1. So, yeah, Tristan Loydel at the back there just wants some clean laps, and he wants those guys to fight as much as possible.
Indeed, the driver losing most out there was, of course, Kobe Koslet, and he's been running very strongly in the championship and outdoor championship down at Castle Combe. So he's one who knows about the cut and thrust racing, but unfortunately, from his point of view, it was Neil Durant and Harley Smith doing the cutting, and he ended up doing the thrusting. So unfortunately for Koslet, he's down in 8th place as we watch Mason Brown. Now, Brown the gap is maintained between Brown and Thibaut Gabor for that first and second, but the pair of them seem to be gapping Zach Venn ever so slightly. It's not really too much to be worried about from a spectating point of view, but it's probably one that Venn will have noticed more than anyone. From having the back of the kart in front right in his face, he's now faced with a couple of karts distance. He has that benefit over Arthur Langley there, but it's not one he can afford to have opening up. Down in the pit lane, Alex, there's absolutely no reason why we would expect a pit stop from any of the front runners.
No, they are clear out ahead. The one I'm looking at is number 21, Kostler. He's the one who is currently stuck up in sort of a little battle, and I think if anyone's going to dive in any moment, it's going to be him, as he does, as I say it. And he comes in and we stop on the light. We have a first red light and we have a good stop, and then we're moving up to the second light, good aggressive stop, and we have a green. Excellent, really, really good stop. He comes out in clear air.
And the viewers at home will have definitely benefited from those that wisdom of experience there, Alex, because Alex, you've had to do this yourself many times, and in fact you've won round here, so you know how to do it. So calling Kostler in at exactly the right moment, he seemed to hear you, so great call that one, mate. So meantime, we watch the continuing race leader there, Mason Brown from the USA. Very much one of those drivers who come out of Charlotte, North Carolina, and they first of all had the World Championship there, and that kind of unleashed these American drivers. We're going to see a few more of them, including this race, Tristan Lloydell, and of course Adam Wyckoff, Mason Brown, and amongst others. But Brown is the one at the moment. There he is in that Stars and Stripes suit up at the front, a cracking kart suit, that one, from American team member Mason Brown is actually driving with the Welsh guys from a team point of view this weekend. Now, the Hungarian behind him, Thibaut Gabor, seems to have got the bit between his teeth. He's definitely closing in. Now, as they go down the backstretch, at what point will we see Mason Brown start to get defensive? Brad, we saw the massive loss that can happen to you if you were not defensive down that backstraight when it counts. We saw Mason Brown, as we see it, on the left down the backstraight. We're going to start seeing him on the right getting defensive very soon.
Yeah, we've got a proper race for the lead here, and what I'm most interested in is what the two drivers behind this pairing do, because it won't take too many laps of these guys battling before the two behind catch right up. Now, you might think at home, why don't they just pit? Why don't they try and get the jump on these guys so they can benefit when these guys start fighting? But the problem is, if anyone in that top 3 or 4 pits now, they're going to have to come out behind Adam Wyckoff, Neil Durant, and potentially have to overtake with no benefit of blue flags. So they're really waiting until that gap to Adam Wyckoff there is more than 11, 12 seconds for it to be comfortable. Even then, though, until those drivers in the mid-pack start pitting, they're going to be pitting into traffic. So the top 4 here can't do anything. They don't have a decision to pit now. If they do, they're going to have to start overtaking traffic.
So from the point of view of Zach Ben and Arthur Langley, what will happen is they're in a pace battle at the moment. They're going to end up in a combat battle if they pitted. So it's best probably to stay with the pace battle now. We can see Zach Venn is continuing to drop back a little bit further, but the driver behind him will be obviously aware of that. And from Arthur Langley's point of view, will he be closing in, or because he's faster, or is it because Zach Venn is actually losing pace? And that's for Arthur to decide. If he thinks it's because he's quicker, he needs to be then paying attention on what he'll come out with if he makes a pit stop now.
Now, Arthur has potentially a gamble that he could make here, because he's the furthest back of the top 4, obviously in 4th position. He's got a couple of extra seconds on those drivers towards the back of the field there, the Adam Wyckoff and Neil Durant. So he could effectively pit and then have some clear air to move into and hope that those guys pit at some point before he catches them. So he could do that. At the moment, though, there's not really any fireworks happening. It doesn't look like Thibaut is going for any moves on Mason. Mason's just got him under control. So I think the sensible thing is just to keep going.
And for a real wild sort of card pit stop, if Langley saw or had information from the pits that Harley Smith, Durant and company were actually starting to pit now, he'd want to be straight in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, because then he can, you know, unless of course he may well find that a lot of his pace could be from running with Zach Venn. Only Arthur knows this at the moment, so we can only surmise and guess. But no surmising needed about the front runners here. We've got Mason Brown, we've got Thibaut Gabor, who've definitely opened up and made this a two-way scrap for the lead as we speak. If they pitted now, they would come out around about sort of 8th place behind the battling Durant-Smith area, and that really would not be a good thing. So we'll probably be seeing very last-minute pit stops from these two guys. Both very experienced now in the international scene. The sort of lesser experienced one would be Mason Brown, but you know, such is the amount of times he's been doing these big European competitions. He doesn't just come over here for this one. You'll see him in action over in Poland and Germany and the other ones as well. And so Mason Brown knows exactly what he's doing. He's got another one who knows what he's doing right behind him. We're looking down there a little bit further back, which now we're back with the two leaders as we see Mason Brown continue.
We have number 19 into the pits. We have a red light and a green light, so that's another good stop. And we have another red light. He hits the barrier as he comes to stop, but does get a green as he's going to come out alongside Cosset. And they are side by side going to the Snell. There is contact.
And Cosset's got the line, Cosset's got the speed, but it's Durant up the inside. Durant hangs on to that inside. He makes it work as they exit the Snell section. It is definitely Neil Durant who's got the position over Kobe Koslet. Kobe Koslet was the one who was leapfrogged by him earlier on in the shenanigans on the opening couple of laps. As there's Durant in the 19. He's the one who's been in. Koslet's been in as well. And these are the ones who the leaders will now be looking across the track, looking at the timing screen to see exactly where they're going to come out, allowing for roughly around 10 seconds for a pit stop. But there is the flying Neil Durant. He's got Kobe Koslet behind him. Now, this battle, intense though as it is, as we can see, could well be joined by a number of others if they were to pit now. As certainly Harley Smith would join that little bit of combat there. Talking of combat, we've now got an increasingly tight battle at the front. Mason Brown has been caught by the Hungarian Tibor Gabor. Tibor Gabor, one of two Hungarians. We'll come to Ivan Shana later on. But Tibor Gabor is now really putting the pressure on Mason Brown. Mason Brown will have his team. He's done his sudden contact, and surely that's going to be deemed a bad pass. Brad?
I think we're going to need to see that on the replay, because I was looking at one of the other pairs of battles exactly when that happened. So I'm going to go with whatever you thought there, James. We'll use that as our provisional analysis.
Think Zimovic Vera, but think if Vera did it with a sort of back of the hand tap, Tibor Gabor definitely did it with a full-on heavyweight title fight punch.
So in that case, these guys have the luxury of being far enough in front of the next drivers that Gabor could allow him back through. It doesn't look like he's got any... Oh, he's doing it now.
Gabor's done it. Yeah, Gabor has moved aside. He's not even waited for the call. And there is Mason Brown back in front. Now, Gabor's in the same situation. Now, Mason Brown knows that Gabor is really going to be quite pushy about this one. So he's going to be expecting another attack from the Hungarian as they exit the Snell bit. This is where the Snell gets faster now. We've gone to the peak slow point of those two hairpins. They're going slower when they turn right, and they're picking up speed as they're going left. This down the back straight. Now, will Gabor make another move? No, he doesn't. He's just not quite close enough. You can see from that on screen. Look at this amazing close-up here. There's Tibor Gabor, the Hungarian, in the dark-coloured suit and helmet. Crossing the line again. Now, Brad, strategically, obviously you're racing in the competition this weekend. If you were Tibor Gabor, would you now try to make another actual overtake, or would you do it on pace in the pits?
He's a little bit stuck between a rock and a hard place, isn't he? Again, he doesn't want to pit and then come out behind traffic. Let's have a look at where he would come out.
About 3 seconds back from Harley Smith, maybe?
Yeah, so maybe kind of roughly alongside Adam Wyckoff there. And you know what's probably a shame for him? Had he done the pit stop before that move and before losing all that time, I think they would have easily cleared Adam. They still would have been stuck potentially behind Harley Smith, though. This is the issue that they've got. So,
well, just further on that one, talking about Tibor Gabor, those of you watching at home, he's in the dark suit in the second place there. He's second place in the race. If he came in the pits now, he would be some 3 seconds behind Harley Smith, maybe 3.5. However, if Harley Smith was to pit straight away, Gabor's advantage. If Harley Smith pits on the last lap, Gabor might have spent 4 or 5 laps battling with him, and that will lose him time to Mason Brown, and therefore would lose the race.
And another reason that Gabor can't really pit now is if he was to pit, Mason Brown would clearly just cover him on the next lap. Brown would then have track position and start defending for the final few minutes of the race. And with the two behind that would then inherit first and second, Zach Venn and Arthur Langley-Bourne, they would then not be fighting, wait until the very last lap and potentially jump both of these guys. So if I was Zach Venn right now, I would be hoping for one of this pairing here to pit, so that there can be some action, and they can, obviously Zach Venn can keep pushing hard and hopefully jump them. But
one will bring the other in.
And we have Arthur Langley-Smith into the pits as we have a green on the first stop, and we stop, double stop there, a double bite of the cherry, but still gets a green as he's going to come out ahead of number 13, nice and clearly. Oh no, he's going to the inside, he's going to lose a position there.
Opened the door there. Arthur will not be happy when he sees that replay. I'm pretty sure if he just stayed tight to the right, he would have quite comfortably managed to keep that position. But if that was Adam there that's overtaken him, Adam does still need to pit, but Arthur's going to be held up massively now and didn't need to be.
Yeah, I mean, Langley Bourne, he did end up on the podium last year and in the BRKC, but he certainly showed a bit of an experience there. It's probably arguably the worst time.
And Adam has decided to come straight into the pits after that. He did actually lose the place in the end to Arthur as we get a couple of good stops, nice and out the pits into clean air.
So the American driver, Adam Wyckoff, has come in. Brad.
It's the fight for the lead. The two leaders starting to battle, and Zach Venn is now closing in quite significantly on this pairing. And it's exactly what we were saying. If we're down to Alex again.
We have Stevenson in the pits as we get a green and another nice stop and another green. This is getting annoying for me. Everyone's doing really good stops. I've got not much to talk about.
Well, the stops are normally quite good, Alex. I don't know what your stops are normally like, but when we've been watching the BRKC, it's pretty much how it is. Tends to be a bit more action when you come in, or Johnny Elliott, for example. So as we go back on screen to the two leaders now, when will we see a pit stop by Thibaut Gabor? So I certainly, from a strategy point of view, Arthur Langley Bourne, I believe that has kind of made a pit stop.
Harley Smith is in the pits. It was a little bit of a double stab at the brake there, but we do get a green light. We have another roll and a green light, and he is out, but he has come out behind Langley, his other KRT teammate.
Excellent, and of course these mid-pack pit stops are now really opening the door for a realistic pit stop from one of these leaders. Surely we're going to be seeing Thibaut Gabor, the first one to blink, Brad.
The problem with that is, if Zach Venn then closes up to Mason into the gap, there's a potential that Gabor could then lose out on track position. You always want to be the last person to pit in your group of karts. Right now, he's pretty safe from Venn. They've got that little gap, but it wouldn't take much more catching from Venn to put Gabor into a bit of a dodgy position. So right now, if I was Thibaut, I wouldn't be pitting until quite near the end, but I also wouldn't be waiting until the last chance to pit board, because then he'll have to follow Mason Brown into the pit, but Mason is clearly just going to wait until the last chance to pit board, and obviously Gabor would then lose second position to Venn.
But Brad, sorry to cut in, but given Gabor's relative pace over Brown, who we're looking at first and second there, whatever happens...
There's contact at the hairpin between the two guys at the back as Cossack gives Mason Durant a very big shove into the hairpin.
And that's no surprise given the way this race has gone on so far. But with Gabor, Gabor's coming in this time into the pits. Now Brown needs to cover this.
He is into the pits. He waved it really early, so we got to see it. We have a red light and we have a yellow light. He's blown it. I had to call it. I had to give the commentator's curse to somebody.
Wow.
As Gabor is going to have to do another pit stop.
Wow.
Now, will Mason Brown know? Surely Brown's going to be in this pits in this time into the pits, because clearly that with the pace of Gabor, Brown could not sit out there. It had to be an immediate follow-through pit stop. However, he won't know yet that Gabor's pit stop is bad. I bet he's in this time. No, he's not.
He's decided against it. Now, that's either because he's just confident in his own pace now he's not having to defend from Gabor, or he's figured out, he's maybe seen maybe from Gabor's reaction, if he saw him on track, or maybe one of his teammates has told him to
get a
keep
signal
going.
from the pits.
Exactly. So Brown's now pretty safe. Venn has clearly inherited second position. Now, what was the danger for Brown was when he was going to cover Gabor, they would have then been fighting right now. That hasn't happened. That hasn't transpired because of the error in the pits by Gabor. So actually, unfortunately for us, James, we've got a less exciting end to the race. I was kind of sitting here waiting for Zach Venn to take a bit of a shock victory, staying out to the death. But
indeed, but well, it's not over yet for them, because I was about to come on. It might be a minus for us in terms of the lead battle, but it's great news for Zach Venn. And there he is, appearing to slightly be closing out, obviously the concertina effect of the Snell. But there's Mason Brown, and here comes the flying Zach Venn. Zach Venn is right behind. He's 1.5 seconds back. We'll see him on picture. There he is, the second of the two karts there. In the orange suit is Zach Venn. Obviously, he's now got Gabor out of the picture, because Gabor has to come back in and redo the pit stop. Alex.
Venn is signaled for a pit stop as he comes in, flies around the left-hander, stops on his marks, and he manages to get a green, which is a great stop. He can relax. He's being told by his team to calm down and go, and it's a very nice pit stop, and he's going to come out behind Gabor, but Gabor still hasn't served his penalty pit stop.
So where is Gabor going to come out then? Once he's served this second pit stop, he's going to come out in around about 7th position by the looks of it. So that is a big loss from what was looking like a nailed-on podium all the way down to 7th. He's going to be absolutely gutted.
And one of the most experienced drivers in the competition these days, Thibaut Gabor. We see him every year over here at the BRKC. We see him in a number of European championships as well. All across Europe, these events do take place. There's no sort of world or European title because that's not the point of rental karting. The point of rental karting is it's accessible to all budgets. And the BRKC, it does count as a World Championship qualifier, as so many of these European ones do. A lot of these guys... Oh, and in comes the race leader.
Is in as he flies around the corner. He needs to make a nice calm pit stop. He has no rush to make as he gets a nice green on the first stop. He comes to a nice stop for the second one, and we get another green. He is out the pits and clearly ahead as Gabor comes in for his penalty pit stop. He gets a green this time as he rolls up to the second one, and he gets another green, and he is off and away and behind Harley Smith.
Yeah. And crucially from Thibaut Gabor's point of view, he has come out comfortably ahead of Neil Durant and Kobe Koslet, because getting embroiled in that battle and losing 2 more places could potentially end his BRKC Championship challenge this year. From a point of view of the final, this is a lot of points lost for Thibaut Gabor when you consider he was looking at a 1st or 2nd and now he's looking at 6th. Can he close in on Harley Smith? He's 4 seconds behind. So have we had Harley Smith in, Alex? Do you know, or not sure yet?
We've had everyone now. Everyone's completed their correct stop, and obviously Thibaut Gabor has made the additional one. And as we tend to say, it's not such a penalty stop so much as you just have to make one valid stop during the race. If the stop you attempt isn't valid, like Gabor's was a yellow light, you just haven't done your valid stop yet. So it's not so much that he would have received any kind of penalty flag, he just hasn't completed the stop yet, and now he has.
Absolutely, that is the right way of looking at it. If you don't make a true stop, that you've stopped and got green lights on both of them, you've waited long enough, you've not tried to jump it, then you've got to come in and do it again. They don't mind how many times you do it, you've just got to do one clean one. We have had historically some people in 3 times in the pits before with the pressure of the BRKC forcing errors there, but no errors forced by the flying American Mason Brown. He's just got a minute and then the additional lap to do. So here's Mason Brown, an absolutely outstanding performance. He's withstood all the pressure from Thibaut Gabor. It looked like he was going to be coming under pressure from Zach Venn, who was putting in an amazing performance there, but Mason Brown has seen them all off. He's on the back straight. Look how clear he is. He's got almost the entire length of straight, and there is Zach Venn in 2nd place, and there is Yolano Schiepens in 3rd, followed by Arthur Langley-Bourne in 4th. So there comes Mason Brown. He's going to be probably on about 2 laps to go now. They've got a little counter at the top of your screen at home. He's on 15, 14, 13 seconds, and then of course it will show 2 laps because Mason Brown needs to complete this lap to start the final lap itself. So there's Mason Brown. He's coming on towards the back straight now. These corners open up and faster from the Snell. He's been on full throttle since the centre of the Snell now, then on the brakes turning into the hairpin at the end. So Mason Brown, it's showing 2 laps to go, but he's only a couple of corners before he starts the actual final one. So crossing the line now, beginning the final lap. There we go, last lap on the screen there. It's Mason Brown by some margin there. 3 seconds is quite a healthy gap in BRKC terms. Bear in mind, these drivers are all invited drivers as Mason Brown continues. He's coming around the exit of the Snell now. He's coming out and faster onto the back stretch for the final time in this race. Look at that. He's got the entire length of straight. He gets turned in nicely. He's got all the time he needs. A superlative performance from the flying Mason Brown there, the American. He opens his BRKC 2026 with a heat race win. An incredible second by Zach Venn. And Yolano Schiepens, I'm sure we have not seen him in 3rd place before at the BRKC level, Brad.
I don't remember, James. Your memory for individual results surpasses mine, but I'm sure I'll be happy with the podium.
He has been 15th in the Polish Championship, though, so he's
better than I've been.
Yeah, he's certainly a contender. Now, yeah, I may commentate on Poland, but I haven't actually had to race in it, so he's done better than me as well. Alex, they'll be coming in the pits with you any second, but just to go through the top 3, it was Mason Brown from Zach Venn and Yolano Schiepens. Arthur Langley-Bourne was 4th, Harley Smith, then Thibaut Gabor plunged to 6th, Neil Durant and the battling Kobe Koslet 7th and 8th, Adam Wyckoff and Tristan Lloydell, the other 2 Americans, rounded out the top 10, 9th and 10th, 1 place up for Adam. In the pits, Alex, you've got some drivers.
And Gabor has stopped right in front of me, so I'm going to take the absolute risk and try and shove a microphone straight in Gabor's face while we are waiting for him to get out the cart. He is looking incredibly dejected down here, as he should be. It's a difficult thing to mess up a pit stop. I know, I've done it very, very recently, actually, in a race we had here recently. And I'm going to come in with Timo. Timo, that was quite a difficult thing to take. What was going through your mind?
It was a stupid mistake. I lose 4 points. Unbelievable.
Unfortunate, man. Have a good. Hope the rest of your weekend goes better. Ooh, right. I'm going to go grab the winner, Mason. Was incredible. Tell me how you were feeling, because you were under pressure for a lot of that race.
Yeah, Tabor was fast, and he definitely had a speed advantage on me there early on in the race. And overall, just had to play it smart. Once he made that one move, I can't say I wasn't expecting it, but when he got the bad pass flag, I knew I wasn't going to give him another chance.
Excellent, good job. Did you know, had anyone signaled to you that he had a bad stop?
I saw some hand motions, but overall I saw the sign on the backstretch and then knew I could just go normal.
Excellent, well done. Well, is that your, how many victories have you had now in BRKC?
I think for heat races, that's my 5th.
Excellent, well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. There'll be a medal for you over there. Right, so we're going to go grab somebody else if you come over here. Excellent. How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was a good race. I started from P6 and I end up in P3.
That's excellent. So what was your strategy going into this race? How were you planning on playing it, or was it all just kind of on the spur of the moment for you?
Nah, I knew I could drive up to P4, but because they were going to fight in front at the field. But then Thibaut Gabo had a unvalid pit stop, so I got P3.
Excellent, well done. Good luck, and go grab your medal. And then we're going to have Zach Venn. Zach, that looked like an incredibly exciting race, but I think you had the best seat in the house for it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I was quite lucky with Tabor, obviously getting an invalid stop. It's quite unfortunate on his part, but I mean, if it means me getting extra points, then we'll take it. But yeah, I just kept putting in solid lap times, I think. They weren't the best, but they were enough. So yeah, just kept going and hope for the best, really.
It seemed like there was no panic. You just got on with it, put your head down, and just focused on doing what you wanted to do, not focusing on anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I was obviously keeping an eye on a sort of battle in front, but I wasn't really concerned with what was happening behind me. My focus was to try and catch the guys in front of me, which obviously I wasn't doing, but then when I'd seen that invalid stop, it was like, go time.
Awesome, well done, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Fantastic. Well, back to the next race. We're on the third race of round one. There are going to be 10 races per round. In this race, we've got quite an interesting entry. This not anyone who we would say outright finalist and winner. However, some real names to look out for. One of the main ones will be, of course, Joop van Lijnhorst, a World Championship semi-finalist a couple of years ago. Jakub Michalski, Tom Shipman, Christopher Knight, Caleb Kenny Beddoe will be worth keeping an eye on as a really strong social media ace. Hassan Zafar, Franet Dobke and Carl Stevens is probably one of the main contenders here that we'll need to keep an eye on. Peyton Fricker and Ben Hamilton. So as we start the qualifying, well, the qualifying is now, the laps are coming in, and right at the top there is that Michalski. No, he's been beaten by Zafar. Zafar is fastest. Carl Stevens goes to second. Absolutely incredible. So those are the times. Look how close that is. First down to sixth is less than 1/10 of a second. Now it's Hassan Zafar. We have not seen a performance like that from Hassan Zafar. He has actually done well in a number of events. He was one of the national champions in the British Indoor Kart Championship, which is different to the BRKC. That's more like the national one, this being more internationally based, shall we say. So Zafar does have some form, but not yet here at Formula Fast. So Zafar, that's an absolutely outstanding pole position from him. Carl Stevens, now he's a driver we've seen come on very much over the past few years. When he first started, always at the back. Now he can win races. He's already won twice in the BRKC heat races. He's second place. Michalski is third, Hamilton fourth, and well, Ben Hamilton is really not somebody we've seen a lot of.
And look how tight it is, James. Less than 1/10 of a second separating the top 5. I think that's really our marker of how exciting this race is going to be.
That's pretty insane, isn't it?
Without hiding my own bias here, as I've mentioned, I'm racing this weekend. I'm also in the teams. And Christopher Knight's the first time I've seen one of my teammates appear. So, Chris, we won't be too happy with that, down in 8th position. But now this is his first ever BRKC race, making his debut. Came second in the BIKC in 2025. So he's got a good seat there to see what happens in front. Let's hope my other teammates call a good strategy for him.
And as an idea of how tough this competition really is, Joop van Leyenhorst there in 9th place. He's actually a World Championship level driver. Made
That's
the
an upset.
semi-finals. It is an upset. He'll be distraught. Obviously, a real candidate for a very early pit stop there, Joop van Leyenhorst, because he will definitely feel that's an out-of-position qualifying. Obviously, any first running of the day, obviously everyone who's out now is making their first run of the day, is subject to track conditions, and maybe that's what's caught Joop out a little bit. But it's only 0.3 of a second, it's not a lot. So here they are, they're coming round. It's Zafar who's going to lead the way. He crossed the line to get this fourth heat race underway now. Third heat race. So there's Zafar, he's still got the lead, but right on his tail is Carl Stevens, and the rest of the field filed through. But there's Zafar. Now they're coming down to the Snell section now. Are we going to see some action down the backstretch? Remember, we saw some overtake right on the first lap down the back here. There's already a bit of a gap between second and third. So a lot of action going in. Someone's lost a whole bunch of places, potentially been absolutely slammed out to the wall.
And he's going to lose more. He's going to lose more. So it's
hand over fist.
The number 12 car of Milsarski there, who was right up.
And he's in the barrier. Number 12 is in the barrier, and he's having to be helped out by the guys on the pit wall. Oh, that is an absolute disaster.
The definition of a freight train there. He lost a position going into the hairpin at the bottom of the straight. No idea if it was a fair move or whatever. Haven't seen that yet. But regardless, he then continued to be on the wrong bit of the track. No fault of his own. Obviously, he was hung out to dry all the way around the final 3 corners, ultimately ending up in the barriers.
So he got freight trained by all the carriages and then shunted by the shunter into the barrier. So an absolute disaster there. And Milsarski has a lot of work to do.
We have a car in the pits. It is number 13.
And Leyenhorst.
He good first stop and then goes up to the second. And he has a good second stop. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name. James, you can do that.
Joop van Leyenhorst. Now, Joop van Leyenhorst, of course, was he qualified second to last. He was a clear favourite for being on the early pit stop, so no surprise to see him in. Now, will he have the pace to make inroads on the leaders? He's 13 and a half seconds behind the race leader. We can expect that to close in. Now, Joop van Leyenhorst's plan there will have been to come in the pits, give himself free air without any battling carts, and literally, from his point of view, leapfrog the entire field to be in first place at the end. Will that come true for him?
I think that's a very sensible strategy, because look how close the carts are in the middle of the pack here. There's several little battles. Any of them could erupt into a defensive moment which loses them half a second or a second. And look who he's following. The person who was in third position until they got freight train. He's following Milsarski, who isn't slow. So he's going to have a nice slipstream.
Number 16 is in the pits. We have a good first stop as he flies across. It is Debecki, and we have another good second stop. And where is he going to come out? He comes out ahead of number 12, which is the one that had the crash earlier, and off into the Snell.
Yeah, and Dobka there, he's only 15, but also another passive position. So Dobka definitely a name for the future. He's been a star of the junior sections in the various international series. I believe it's his first BRKC. Now, we've still got Zafar in the lead. As we can see, he's been shadowed by Carl Stevens. Now, Carl Stevens is really one of those drivers who's come on really strong. Milton Keynes base, he's very much local driver, but normally associated with the outdoor karting. And but he's definitely taken to the indoor version very well. Clearly a great all-round kart driver, and potentially one of those we got to start seeing as a bit of a British hope. It certainly would not be a surprise to find Carl Stevens in the semi-final in the BRKC this year, and with this kind of performance, that's exactly what's going to put him into that position as we watch Zafar from Stevens and Ben Hamilton there, and followed by, of course, Kylan Badeau, because of course Kylan Badeau, a lot of people, a lot of followers on YouTube and social media generally, so he'll be probably one of the more famous drivers in the team.
Currently comfortably the fastest driver in the race as well, 2/10 quicker than anyone else on the grid at the moment, Badeau. So,
and that's saying a lot.
If he can do something with that pace, if he's not bottled up and he can actually kind of make some moves here, or even potentially pit into some clear air, because quite a few people have already pitted, so it looks like there should be some gaps. I'll try and work out where he'd slot back in if he was going to pit now. Yeah, it looks like he'd come out in front of Milsarski there and have a lot of clear air. In fact, if I was Badeau, if I was patched into his radio now, I'd be saying maybe think about making a stop.
I was about to say that. I was about to say it could be a very, very interesting turn if he actually makes the pit stop. If he knows the speed he's got, if he realises, I mean, he'll be aware that he's closing in. It could be worth a bit of a roll of the dice there and send it into the pits and see what happens towards the end of the race. Certainly, there are dafter ideas than that fourth place driver coming in now.
But he had a 0.4 of a second loss on that lap, but with nothing visible. So I don't know what on earth happened there. He went from the fastest lap of the race to comfortably the slowest lap of the race. So he needs to cut that out if he wants to make any progress.
Yeah, if he's going to do the slowest lap of the race, it needs to be through the pits, doesn't it?
Exactly.
And but meantime, we've still got Zafar there on screen. There, that is Hassan Zafar, and Zafar at the moment is absorbing all pressure from those drivers behind. He knows where they are. He can see them on the timing screen because there's a couple of timing screen points around the track where the drivers can see what's going on. He'll have crew at the exit of the pit on the other side of the control tower, and they would of course warn him of anything that's going to cause a problem. So Zafar now down the backstretch. He's got Stevens behind, Hamilton behind that, and there is Kylam Kenny Badeau, and on screen Zafar.
I think he needs to pit. I'm getting in team Kylam Kenny Badeau now.
Mode, yeah.
I think he needs to be pitting. I think the top three there won't suspect anything. Again, he was actually on that lap, he's matched the leaders. The previous lap, he was once again in the 30.6s, which is quicker than anyone else in the race can do. If he could just channel that pace and do that every single lap, he's clearly capable of doing those lap times. He could stealthily pit, have a nice clear gap in front of him, and potentially jump all three of those in front of him with a fair win. So that's what I'd be doing anyway.
Yeah, and that's Kylam Kenny Badeau, who's in the red suit at the back of this group that we're looking at here. There he is at the back. He's still not coming to the pits. That's where he would have peeled off to take the pit entry. So he's continuing out. He's probably quite happy to run with these guys. Brad, obviously thinking about it, you'd have to wonder how much of his pace is from these guys.
As we have Jacob into the pits for his first pit stop after his disaster on lap 1. He has he's done a yellow as well. This race has gone from bad to worse. He was probably going to be at the back anyway, and it has just got worse.
Edo has now caught this leading trio. Now, I think, James, you were asking, is his pace because of following those guys? He set the fastest lap of the race again on the previous lap, and once again on this lap, he's still a 10th quicker than anyone. He was moving into a gap, so for whatever reason, he'd lost a bit of time. He was moving into some clear air. That clear air is now gone. This is the time he should pit. If I was him, that red driver in the red suit and the red-looking helmet, he needs to be in the pits right now, and he could win the race.
Yeah, he could well do it, and whatever the reason for this pace, it's still worth pitting now. That roll of the dice, but he's not taking it. He's not taking it. Someone does need to get down there and wave him in just to see what happens.
He's done a 6. He's still, again, the fastest driver on track on that lap. But this is the kind of... And the two in front of... Exactly. That's why it would have been perfect to pit on the lap that we've just seen. Now he's the one that's going to start losing time as they defend from him. Sometimes there's that golden opportunity. Now they're going to be aware of his presence in a way that he's just looked behind him. So the driver in front of him there, Hamilton.
He's made... Oh, Stevens.
Okay.
Oh, dear me.
So a couple of terrible decisions there compounded, and I now withdraw my shout for Kylam winning the race.
Yeah, he's very unfortunate there in the sense that he should have come in the pits. There is one in now, though.
And we have Payton in the pits as he gets one green and he goes up to the next one. A very aggressive stop and gets another green, and he is coming out into clean air. 12 minutes and 30 seconds left.
And there is and just to compound things, there's a contact warning for Kylam Kenny Badeau. Wow, what a turnaround in one lap there, James.
Yeah, I mean, the light contact between Hamilton, I think, no, it was, between the second and third. That actually would have slowed him up a little bit, and also, so if you had pitted the previous lap, he'd have benefited from that contact. Yep. And of course, now he's lost because of his own contact and potential penalty. To be fair, though, at this level, it can go downhill pretty darn rapidly, can't it? And on any sort of, shall we say, ordinary meeting, he might, to a degree, get away with that. But at this level, he's potentially already seen a semi-final go out the window.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a very, very clear podium on the cars there. And now he's going to be down in the bottom half of the field. But someone who's benefited, Jot van Leyenhorst and Franek Dobke, those guys are looking pretty good now. So they are now, as you can see on the screen there, if the karts towards the front were to begin pitting now, and actually no one down to 6th position has pitted, and there's a gap of 5 seconds between Carl Stevens and Hassan Zafar, who seems safe in the lead. I think Franek Dobke, who has pitted, if I'm not... Yep, he's the first of the pitters. He's going to slot into second position. Van Lijnhorst has now got third position. So from a disastrous qualifying, Van Lijnhorst looks like he's going to take a podium here.
Yeah, Van Lijnhorst, well, this is exactly what he'll have been working for. He has benefited with that early pit stop from all of the kicking off that's gone on.
Yep, as we predicted, James.
Yeah, in terms of time, he's been setting the pace while others have been going quick, yes, but contact has cost them these little bits here and there, while all that time Van Lijnhorst's been banging in the lap times. Brad, looking at the screen, where do we think Van Lijnhorst would come out if everyone pitted and the race ended right now?
I think third, because I think so what I'm looking at here, just for anyone who, I know a lot of people know exactly what I'm talking about, but I'm looking at the number of people who have pitted. So the top pitter at the moment is Franek Dobke, and he is currently 13 seconds behind the leader, but that means that he is less than 10 seconds behind Carl Stevens, so he's going to come out in second position when Carl Stevens pits, and obviously he'll jump everyone else behind Carl as well, and obviously we've got Van Lijnhorst who's just behind Dobke, so those two are looking like they're going to jump into second and third position unless something changes. And just to cement the wasted opportunity here for Bedo, he's again set the fastest lap of the race. He's comfortably able to lap quicker than anyone else in the race, this time with a 30.5.
Yeah. One interesting thing here, Tom Shipman, he's been in the pits, right?
No, currently Shipman's well, on my screen showing a 0 pit stop.
Right, well that's very interesting then, because we always allow about 10 seconds for a pit stop. Shipman is only 10.7 seconds behind the leader. There he is in 6th place, Tom Shipman. So Tom Shipman could be the one who comes right through this up to the front if he's not been in the pits.
No, sorry, he's going to lose. Yeah, it's actually unfortunately for him.
Worked,
yeah, he's going to fall a bit further back.
An overtake there on Stevens, a clean one this time in the Snell. That is Kenny Kylan Bedo. So there's Kenny Kylan Bedo in the red kart suit there, the number 20. Yeah, we're looking at him on screen now, and there's Bedo. He's made a clean pass there on Carl Stevens, and that's just a shame because, as you can see, all the shenanigans earlier on and the giving positions back, whatever, that's given Zafar something like a 6-second lead.
And we have Chris Knight in the pit stop for Team Valor as he gets a good first stop, and onto the second one, and we have another good stop, and he is out and into clean air, but there is number 10 coming around the outside of him. He's holding the inside. Over to you, Chris, because I can't see.
Yeah, just needs to hold the inside here, and I think Chris Knight has got that position cemented. So I saw the Valor team doing their work down there in the pit stop. That's Chris Knight's first ever live BRKC pit stop out the way. Hopefully that settles some nerves if he had them. Yeah, so looking at the progress of Bedo, who we've just moved up into second place at the moment. Just look at his gap to the leader there, 6 seconds.
And Steve, and we have number 10 Chipman in the pits as we get a green, and we get what looks like another green, and he is going to come out in clean air with 18 minutes to go.
So I was just saying,
8 minutes to go.
Add 10 seconds to the gap that Bedo's got there. That's going to be 16.3 seconds. That's going to drop him down into, at the moment, what looks like 7th position, or potentially 6th. But once everyone pits, I'm going to give him a 5th.
Now, at the moment, we've got pit stops needed just for the top 4. That is Hassan Zafar, Kylan Kenny Bedo, Carl Stevens and Ben Hamilton. Now, Carl Stevens lost that place to Kylan Kenny Bedo. Can he stay with him and maybe do a more correct pit stop? He's got to keep it really tight on those lights. But there's Bedo turning in the lead of that little group there, with Zafar some way up ahead. It's not even Zafar who's that one in the white-coloured suit in front of them. Zafar's actually in a blue suit, and he's some 6 seconds up the road. So all the shenanigans played right into the hands of Hassan Zafar, and this potentially is his going to be his first ever BRKC heat race win. Zafar, he's
comfortable in, isn't it?
Yeah, he's comfortable in it. He's been a national champion of the indoor before, but not really like a, shall we say, the international level of the BRKC. So this will be a great result for him. And really, and into the pits comes Carl Stevens. Carl Stevens into the pit lane, Alex.
As he stops on his marks very nicely and gets a green, as he goes very calmly, nice pit stop, gets another green, off he goes and into clean air, and he is on his way.
So a clean stop for Carl Stevens. Now, how will that relate to Kylan Kenny Bedo? Because there's Kylan Kenny Bedo. He's still got quite some time. They've still got probably about 12 laps to go or more. And so round the not making a pit stop in the pits. There's another one.
we have Hamilton in the pits as he gets a good green stop. He leans up off the seat to try and lift the rear axle off the ground. As he gets to the next one, gets a yellow. Oh, we went yellow and green.
So I believe he's safe there with that, Alex. I think if you see a green, and he's left the door open into the first part of the Snell. He's just managed to hold on. Yeah, I believe if you see a green, regardless of whether there's a yellow, then it's a green. But I'll let race control deal with that one.
So a green at all is a good thing, possibly, but we'll see what they decide.
Exactly.
Yeah. So anyway, we're looking there at Kylem Kenny Beddoe. He's now assumed a clear second place. The driver behind him, Franek Dobka, has actually been in the pits already, hence that big gap. Now it's Dobka who's going to come out in second. It's going to end up second place, surely, when Kylem Kenny Beddoe actually makes the pit stop. Now, at home, looking at your screen there, add 10 seconds to that gap for the pit stop of Kylem Kenny Beddoe, at least. That will push him down to probably a net 4th, 5th place. But that will be to the benefit of Franek Dobka, who's only, when Hassan Zafar makes a pit stop, going to be around about a second or so behind. So Zafar could yet have his hands full. Now there's some waving going on. I don't really know what Beddoe's waving about. I mean, obviously he's got a driver in front, but that driver moves out of the way. He gives him the thank you. Now, will Beddoe be in the pits this time? If he couldn't get past, now would be the time to pit. With 5 minutes going, he may well stay out. Yes, he stays out. And the driver behind will try and identify that one. But certainly it looks maybe like... no, it can't be Milcharski, but we'll see. We'll see. So certainly, Kylem Kenny Beddoe, he does need to find some pace. He's already got a lot of pace, but he needs to find even more. Let's have a look, Brad.
I'm just having a look on the Brad pad, and we'll show you this after the race. But I've been sent the replay of what happened in that early contact in the race between a few drivers, including Beddoe and Carl Stevens. And it's interesting. I'll be surprised if penalties aren't dished out for that, but we'll get back to that later. But yeah, it's a complicated move that's pretty clear on my slow-mo replay.
Yeah. Well, from Carl Stevens' point of view, who we can see there in the black suit and black helmet, obviously he darn near got completely turned around in that incident, and as I remember, and so he will be feeling the most put out of all of them, I would have thought. Meantime, though, we're still waiting for just 2 pit stops there, Alex. Of course, one of them's the race leader, and the other one is is Beddoe, who we saw in the incident. Now, Beddoe, surely there's no way he's going to be able to make up enough ground to undo the time lost during the shenanigans and the giving back of positions.
We have somebody in the pits serving a penalty. We're not quite certain what happened with that, but I don't think there was any failed pit stops, but he's out and on his way. That was Peyton Fricker.
Peyton Fricker then. So Peyton Fricker's down in 9th place, and so he's clearly out of contention from the win point of view. But we're still waiting for those top 2, Hassan Zafar and Kylem Kenny Beddoe. Now, they're not really in contention with each other when I'm talking about the top 2. Hassan Zafar needs to come in and out of the pits very, very quickly because Franek Dobka is closing in on him. So Franek Dobka, would I be right in saying, is one of the quicker on the track as we speak. Yep. Beddoe is fastest, but Dobka's very quick indeed.
Hassan is in the pits. Yeah. He did have some contact with the barrier on the way in. Oh, and there's somebody following him as well. So we got a good stop for the leader, and we have what is going to be a good stop for Dobek, and we can see where he's going to come out. He's come out behind Lindquist.
So that's Beddoe making his pit stop there, and he has come out in 4th place as we predicted.
Yes, and interestingly with Dobka there, it's less than a second now between Dobka and the leader. And the number 12 there that we're looking at is Milcharski, who's had an absolute mare of a race and is way at the back of the field. But the 19 there is Zafar, and he's got their Dobka right on him by the looks of it. So there is Zafar, and there is the 16 of Dobka. So this is the race for the lead. So Zafar was completely clear for most of this race. All of a sudden, he finds his hands full with a flying Franek Dobka. Dobka, one of the up-and-coming junior drivers. He's actually from Poland, where so many tough races are coming through. And Remy Drazga organises the Polish Indoor Kart Championship, and that has been responsible more than anything for pushing a lot of these young Polish drivers like Zimowit Vera and Bernardowski through, but also one of them is Dobka. Dobka, one of the junior drivers out of Poland, and he's given everything he's got at taking the lead from Hassan Zafar. Zafar, the leader, we've got a about what's that going to work out at? Maybe 3, maybe 4 laps to go, depending on when they cross the line. It's done to time, then plus a lap. So Zafar has some way still to defend this. Now, will he get defensive? He's looking over his shoulder. He knows where Dobka is. He knows that Dobka wasn't going to make a move there at the end of the straight, which is where we see a lot of the action. But here is Zafar. He's definitely got his hands full. Dobka's all over the back of him now. Now, Dobka, yes, he's one of the youngest, but he's also a very professional driver. He's not going to make any rash moves, but anything he does do is going to be effective. I've commented on him over in Poland before, and he is somebody definitely to keep an eye on. As Dobka, now he's looking to the inside. Will he make a move down the backstretch? This is where it's going to happen if it does. He's got the run already getting defensive. Zafar's got him covered by moving to the right of our screen. That blocks out Dobka. Dobka then assumed the racing line, trying to get a better exit, but he's not able to then make anything work in this final hairpin. Now, we're coming to maybe 3 laps to go by the looks of it. We'll just, because he's done on time, plus a lap. But Zafar's got enormous pressure now. There's no pit stops. There's nothing now. Just a race to the finish there for Hassan Zafar with the young Polish driver, Franek Dobka. Now, can Dobka do something at the end of the backstretch? Surely Zafar's going to cover it. No, he's in the middle of the road there and then moves to the normal line. So he was not as concerned on that lap. He didn't think Dobka was going to get the run on him. As they come through now towards the Snell section, this is another danger area from Zafar's point of view. Will Dobka make a move on the inside of the tight right, which they're coming up to now? No, Zafar, you could see there, was to the middle of the road to defend it, but that's affected his exit. This could be Dobka's chance. Dobka's on the throttle earlier, and as you can see, he's much closer. He's right on the tail now of Zafar. They're coming down the backstretch. This is where Dobka could make a move. Zafar's covered to the inside. Dobka to the outside. Will Dobka get the better exit? Can he cut inside? No, he can't. Zafar covers him, and great driving by Hassan Zafar there, and they're going to start the last lap now. This is it. This is for the race win. Zafar looks over his shoulder. He's got things covered going into the Snell section. See, he's on the middle of the road there to cover both sides, whereas Dobka in the second position there takes the more traditional outside line. So away from Zafar to his crew. This is the last time down the backstretch. Can Dobka make a move? Zafar's got it covered, but Dobka could do something on the outside. We've seen it done before. Can he cut back? He's trying to, but it's not quite worked. What about the hairpin? Is this going to be Zafar's race? Yes, it is. Zafar comes out the final corner. He's going to take the flag. He's got it won. And a brilliant victory there from Hassan Zafar. And an equally fantastic second place from Franek Dobka. Joop van Leyenhorst. Brad came through from right at the back. He leapfrogged almost the entire field to be within a second of those leaders in third place. Incredible result there.
He's a lion, a horse, and a frog by the sounds of it. He leapt straight up into the podium positions. I'm so impressed by the guys in second and third there. There was a time in that race where I thought Zafar was having a comfortable victory, and in the end, great defensive drive to hang on to the win. But wow, Dobka and Van Leyenhorst came from pretty much nowhere there and made him work.
Straight in the pits, those two. Both of them felt they qualified out position. This is the European experience, I think we can put it down to, and an incredible race. Yeah, one thing, Brad.
Yeah, they also benefited from some significant contact further down in the field. So if I get to this before Alex gets anyone down in the pits, it looks like he is actually going to grab an interview with someone. But
I'm going to grab an interview with Caleb. Caleb, you gave us some real excitement in that race. There was an absolute melee. But we were saying up in the pit box that you probably should have pitted the lap before all that kicked off. What was the thought process?
So basically, the only reason why I didn't pit is because Franek and Joop pitted right in front of me. Well, they pitted behind me. But if I was to go in then, I'd be stuck behind them, and I saw Franek basically white lining it the whole time. So there wasn't really much I could do. I mean, I had the pace. I tried recovering it, but there was only so much I could do there.
You can tell him if you want that we think he had the gap to easily come out in front of them, Alex.
Brad's telling us he thinks he had the gap easily to get it done, but don't worry, it was a really great race. You gave us lots and lots of excitement, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a tough one there, I think. Alex, carry on.
Right, I'm going to go grab Hassan. Hassan, well done, BRKC winner. How was that race for you? Looked very controlled.
Yeah, that was pretty good, especially at the start. I think the guys at the back were fighting quite a bit. I managed to pull a gap. At the end, I had to defend, but that's like after everyone pitted, so it was pretty easy.
Nice. No, pretty easy. Someone has called a BRKC heat win easy. Well, listen, I hope the rest of the weekend is really easy for you. Go and grab your medal.
Thank you.
Of course.
Who have I got next? Who have I got next? No one's coming over to me. Nobody wants to have an interview to talk about second place.
I've got some analysis I can do, Alex.
We got Frank. We got Frank coming over. Frank, how are we doing? That looked like an incredible race from you. You went from, where were you on the grid? You were fifth on the grid, up to second place, and hassling the leader for the final positions. How was that last few lap battles for you?
It was difficult because on the track there are not many places to overtake, and you can defend, and the person ahead of your defense, it's basically impossible to overtake someone. And there was Joab chasing me behind, so I needed to watch my back.
Yeah.
So it was quite difficult.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Anyway, really, really great performance. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
I think we've got Dupe now, haven't we? Where's Dupe? Is he coming over? Dupe, come talk to me.
Everyone gets a random name from Alex.
Yeah, everyone's getting random names.
You're making it up,
Oh,
Alex.
Franco. No, sorry, I was watching Dupe before. I'm getting confused with names. That's the difficult bit. How was that race for you, Franco?
The qualifying was not so good. I had a few drinks last night. I started P9. But the race went well. I had some very good pace. And yeah, P3 in the end. Could have been P1 if I did my quali better, but...
So P9 to P3 on a hangover?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, that was a really good race. You actually were causing fear to the leaders, so that's a really good prospect for the rest of the weekend. I hope you have a good one.
Yes, if I don't mess up my qualis in the next races, I can be on pace for the rest.
Excellent. Hope to see you in the final. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Father.
Excellent job there, Alex. Well, it looks like Joop managed to burn the hangover off in the qualifying lap and did it all in the race. Brad, with the Brad pad.
Yeah, so just before we get to the next race, who are about to go up for qualifying, I've got a little bit of analysis on a crucial moment that happened in that race. And that was just after we were saying that Kenny Beddoe should have made his pit stop. This was on that following lap. He decided to go for a move on the number 17 of Benjamin Hamilton and ended up having a pretty large shunt with Carl Stevens. So here we go. This is it in slow-mo. Goes for the move, but unfortunately there's another kart to take into account of Stevens, who was on his way to the apex. Now I'm told by race control that there's been a position swap here because of this contact, but look at this. I feel sorry for Carl Stevens' neck right there. That's where you wish you had some kind of karting hands device on. But yeah, it all kind of went from bad to worse at that point for Calum. But yeah, interesting race. Looking forward to some more action.
Carl Stevens literally drilled there. But anyway, moving on to the next race. Well, this is potentially one of the toughest in all of the BRKC that we've seen so far, and it's absolutely stacked grid on this. We've got Ben Luff, who's one of the British drivers who's now moving into the European events. Ruben Boutens, double world champion, 6 times BRKC champion, so he knows his way around here amongst a raft. He's won just about every national championship there is. He's been something like 3 times champion of Poland, twice Belgian champion from the Netherlands personally. Obviously he's Dutch champion as well. Theo Rafter we've seen doing really well out in January in the UK. Equally James King. He's more of an endurance racer, James King. Gary Jones, 4 times BRKC Masters champion for the drivers over 40. Anthony Roberts there, he was in the top 40, just missing out on a semi-final place last year here at the BRKC. Ramon Pinheiro, absolutely glittering international
car racing.
Yeah, cars a lot. I mean, he's twice been he's been in the World Championship finals, twice in the finals here in the BRKC. He raced in Formula Parma. He was 3rd in the championship, and he raced in the FIA Formula 2 Championship, where he was 3rd. That was all a long time ago now, but Ramon keeps on going, and one of the most important coaches in the world at the moment as well, Ramon Pinheiro from Spain. Louis Draper is performed amazingly. He was at 50th last year, but he's a very strong contender in the British Championship level. Vika Schlitz, double BRKC champion, the reigning champ. Vika Schlitz is out in this. He was twice World Junior champion, twice Belgian champion. And then Matt Barsh, perennial contender at all levels internationally.
So we have an absolutely stunning grid for this race. Vika Schlitz, and then Matt Barsh, and then Ruben Boutens, and then Ramon Pinheiro, who you were just speaking about. Absolutely stunning top 4 here. This is going to be fireworks. Now, my only slight concern is there is a bit of a gap between the time Vika managed to pull out there in the number 21 kart and all the karts behind him. He's a good 2/10 clear of the rest of the field, although they are slightly closer behind him.
And he, of course, is the reigning champion and the double champion, so that might have had something to do with it. Obviously, Ruben Boutens, he's been around a long time now, well over 15 years at the very top. So he is the benchmark. That's him 3rd there in the blue suit. So up at the front there, you've got Vika Schlitz, actually slightly in a not such tradition. Normally you've seen him in blue. There he is at the front in the dark colour suit, the black suit. And there's Matt Barsh, the Polish driver behind him in 2nd. That's probably actually, he's qualified well up there. I mean, normally he does well. Yeah, he's somebody we expect to do well. But up ahead of Ruben Boutens, that's quite an ask for anybody. Ramon Pinheiro, as you said, Brad, is in fourth. So here comes Vika Schlets, the reigning BRKC champion. He's going to come around. He's going to make the start. He's pulled the pin already. He's trying to draw the field away, make a clean start. So he's going to make it to the Snell section first. But Matt Barsh, will Matt Barsh try and get racy early on? He knows he's actually got to attack Vika Schlets for the simple case of not being done by Ruben Boutens behind him. And behind Boutens is going to be a very aggressive Ramon Pinheiro. Pinheiro, we've seen in the past, is not afraid to get stuck in. He's definitely a sleeves rolled up, boxing gloves on driver is Ramon Pinheiro. And we look at the close-up there. Vika Schlets, double champion here of the BRKC, among other European titles. Now, Vika Schlets, definitely one of the younger drivers, but one of the, shall we say, older younger drivers with now a number of these international championships under his belt. He's definitely somebody who could win not only this race, but the semi-finals in and the final itself later on. Vika Schlets, there he is. He's already attempting to pull away from Matt Barsh. That gap is about similar behind Barsh to Ruben Boutens, double world champion Ruben Boutens from the Netherlands, and arguably the benchmark these days in any international race.
Pinheiro's already on the defence here, so we've got a couple of, got like a breakaway trio, and then we've got the rest of the field. So that's what's going to be interesting. Will the BSR driver there, Anthony Roberts, decide to do something, make a move, make an early pit stop? Currently, with no one else having pitted, he would be pitting into significant clean air. He's got that decision to make.
And that brings us on to BSR. Anybody in UK karting knows Bradley Shepherd. He has drivers and entries, and himself usually, in just about every type of karting in the UK, including this major event. He throws a lot at it, and literally Bradley Shepherd, you know, he's the kind of guy that if you chopped him in half, you'd probably find a kart in there. And so Shepherd's one of his drivers. Now, equally, we normally look at people like Blue Star Racing from Belgium as being the top team, but increasingly, strategically, BSR has something to say, and their driver Anthony Roberts here was in the top 40 last year, so Ramon Pinheiro is definitely going to have his hands full, not only from a driving point of view but also from a strategy one as well. You'd have to say the fifth place driver has the advantage in terms of strategic input from a team, possibly over more than anyone in this race, despite the fact that Ruben Boutens is the lead driver for that Talent Factory, which is like a subsidiary of Blue Star.
It's settled down a little bit, hasn't it? There's just enough of a gap between every kart in this race now. There's no imminent moves. It's actually Ruben Boutens is the one looking like he's on the move. He's closing up to Barsh, and if anyone can grind out a result, it's Ruben. So this is really interesting. We've got battles for significant positions, just nothing right now. Look at that gap between Boutens and Barsh. That's coming down.
Yeah. Now, if anybody's out there is the one who's going to do it right, you would look at Ruben Boutens. He's third in this race in the blue suit there. There we are looking at him now. Now, Ruben Boutens with vast experience, whereas other people may have a team that makes sensible decisions from the pit wall. Ruben Boutens is one of those drivers who's going to be almost calling the shots from the driver's seat. So, you know, if he's in a race with other team members, they would almost look to him and work from that. Literally, you know, where if it was a football match, you'd say in Ruben Boutens' case, the team manager, the coach, is actually the one on the track rather than at the sidelines. And he's now working on Matt Barsh. Now, Matt Barsh will almost sense the presence of Ruben Boutens. These two have been racing each other for 10 years now in various international and local level championships. All these three drivers at the front here are very well known to each other. And Ruben Boutens now piling on the pressure to Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh is losing ground to the leader, Schlets. Looking at the lap times, it's because Schlets is fastest. He's the fastest one on the track in this race. That's the race leader there, Vika Schlets, the reigning BRKC champion, in fact, double champion of this. Brad, literally talking about Schlets, when he comes over here to the UK, in terms of the title, he wins it more than he doesn't.
He does, yeah. He's looking also pretty comfortable and relaxed, isn't he? You don't get any sense of any nerves. I mean, when you're a reigning champion and you're pulling away from a couple of other absolute star drivers, that's going to give you some confidence that you can settle down and just go. I really am interested to see what Ruben Boutens is going to do here. And for those of you watching at home who haven't had to call the BRKC strategy, it's not quite as simple as just, will you come out in clean air? You've got to think about what will the other drivers around you do in response to your action, and what's that then going to do in 10 minutes' time? For example, if Ruben was to pit now, you could say, well, he's being held up by Barsh. He could pit, he's going to come out in relatively clean air. Well, actually, he's not. He's going to come out somewhere very, very near to James King, so he's got to take that into account. But let's just assume he did come out into clean air. If Barsh then pits to cover him and they end up having a battle, they could find themselves down in 4th or 5th position by the end of the race. So
and a
4D chess.
Exactly. It's definitely four-dimensional chess there. It's also four-dimensional chess while you're trying to set the best lap time. Talking of the best lap time, that has now gone to Ruben Boutons. So Ruben Boutons is closing in on sheer speed. Now, he has the brain, he has the team as well. Whatever happens, they're going to be making the right call in the circumstance. And really, I think their call is going to be based on the speed of Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh is the Polish driver ahead of him. Now, Matt Barsh is never slow, but one thing Matt Barsh can be is quite robust on the defence. He's very clean, but also pretty canny, and he's the sort of driver who'll be well, if you can match him for speed, he's going to be holding you up without you having any criticism of him doing so. Ruben Boutons is, if this was 4D chess, he's, well, I don't want to call Matt Barsh a queen, but he would be up against a major chess piece.
Absolutely.
In this event.
That time you mentioned Ruben did is the fastest of the day, so that's our current BRKC 2026 lap record in race. A couple of tenths away from what the fastest drivers were doing in the warmest sessions at the end of practice yesterday, but we'll see those times come down over the day. There's still no option really for Ruben, because if we have a look at the gaps, he's got all of the other karts that haven't pitted, which is everyone, that he would have to overtake on track if he was to make a call now. So unless he goes for a move on track, he's going to have to just sit there patiently and wait for the others to pit. Yeah, and further to that, it's kind of interesting when we talk about Ruben Boutons being the fastest on track. It shows something of Barsh's pace, that Ruben Boutons is fastest with Matt Barsh right in front of him. So you'd think that would be a hard thing to do. You'd think it'd be, say, Schletz in the lead, who's got clear space before, ahead of him and behind him. Ruben Boutons hasn't got that clear space in front of him, so he's arguably held at speed and pace by Matt Barsh, yet he's still the fastest. So that does say a lot about the pace of the driver in front of him, Matt Barsh. He must be literally running fraction below Ruben Boutons' pace for Bouton to actually register the fastest lap and yet not be in a position to pass. Ramon Pinheiro is starting to look behind him, so that slightly comfortable gap he had to Anthony Roberts in 5th place seems to have come down a little. Look into the final corner here. Pinheiro's very aware. I can see he's just using his peripheral vision, just kind of tilting his helmet to the side to try and gauge whether or not Roberts is close enough to strike. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a move there soon. It was right on his tail now as they go through the second part of the snail. Well, Anthony Roberts is one of the definitely one of the up-and-coming British drivers. He's only 16 years of age, and but he is part of the BSR team, and that will give him all the advantages of a big team that know their business. Now, Anthony Roberts, if he's pressuring Ramon Pinheiro, that says a lot about Roberts, and he's going to have his work cut out, because Pinheiro has literally an answer for everything, both verbally and physically with the kart. So Pinheiro is another one who's likely to do the right thing. As I look out the window, I can actually see that Roberts is right on the tail of Pinheiro now. Roberts will be probably learning a bit, despite the fact he's been a junior champion last year with BSR, but he's certainly going to have to show well to take Ramon on. The question is, will he have the patience, although he does have the pit crew to sort of figure out the problem of the Spaniard in front of him. Meantime, we're looking on screen at the double world champion, Ruben Boutons there, 6 times champion of this event, the British Rental Kart Championship. It's been a while since he last won, and he's definitely on the comeback trail from that point of view here. 3rd place is not a position we're actually accustomed to with Ruben Boutons. It tends to be a little bit higher, but in front of him there's Matt Barsh. In front of him is the reigning and double BRKC champion Vika Schletz. Vika Schletz, definitely one of the foremost of the younger drivers. He's 20 years of age, but he's already a double champion of this event, and he's actually, just a few years ago when he was racing the junior level, he's actually twice junior world champion. That's the 21 there, turning in front on the camera, leading the race, and definitely leading these two here. Now, they're still content to hold position. Brad? I think we're going to have a very, very busy pit lane for Alex Van Gien in the second half of this race, because by far this is the slowest burn race we've seen. Oh, and speaking of burning, some fire from Ruben Boutons, making a great move down the inside into the snail. Just as I was saying, it was looking quite calm. So Ruben, if that's deemed fair, which looked like it was to me, that was the decisive move. That's the second place.
We'll obviously race control on top of literally everything like this, and it was on screen. So they'll be looking at that. It's not really normal that we would expect a bad pass from Ruben Boutens. Yes, there was some contact, but, you know, as the organisers know the difference between, you know, an actual hit and a karting tap.
I'm sure we'll get a replay of that towards the end of the race for me to show you guys. But still, nobody in the pits. So we haven't had this long with no pit stops so far yet in the event. And that means in the final 9 minutes and 56 seconds plus one lap, we're going to have everyone in. So Alex will be working hard.
So former double world champion Ruben Boutens has taken second place there from the Polish driver Matt Barsz. Ruben Boutens continues to register as the fastest on the track. Now, he is fastest on the track, but Matt Barsz is coming with him. Now, Matt Barsz is definitely one of those drivers. He can attack, he can defend. He's a very, very, very strong all-round karter. And one of the people here who, if anyone could take it to Ruben Boutens, Matt Barsz would be one of those you'd expect to do that. He's staying with the 6 times former BRKC champion Ruben Boutens. Now, there's clearly going to be no early pit stop between either of these two. Ruben Boutens has lost any reason to come into the pits if he felt he was faster than Barsz. Barsz is definitely going to be content with Ruben Boutens effectively calling the pace and pulling him along, because Boutens now, his full intent is going to be on closing that gap to Vika Schlets. Vika Schlets some 2.5 seconds up the road. That is then
move into the hairpin. I could see it shaping up. Ramon Pinero's just lost that position, that fourth. He's gone down to fifth. Anthony Roberts was lining him up.
Matt Barsz is into the pits. We have a first stop, and it is green, and now he is coming up to the second line, and obviously the very experienced Matt Barsz gets a very good pit stop and is out into clean air. Let's see what he can do with that.
So Matt Barsz, the first one of the pit stoppers, and we've only got 8.5 minutes. So as Brad said earlier on, it's going to be quite intense in the pits at the end of the race. Ruben Boutens has now been released in second. He's not under any pressure. And there on screen in the orange suit, that's Anthony Roberts. There he is. He's now assumed third place. The Bradley Shepherd Racing driver is in third place now, and he's also crucially ahead of Ramon Pinero. So Anthony Roberts needs to maximise his pace here to close that gap on Matt Barsz and theoretically try to leapfrog him. That will be the intent now. So Anthony Roberts is really gunning for a third place. Yes, he's in third place now, but he needs to try and leapfrog Matt Barsz. Now, could he do it? Potentially he could, because he's showing us very quick. Vika Schlets is now fastest on the track. Vika Schlets, who's leading the race, the defending champion and double BRKC champion here, Vika Schlets, he's leading the way. We're looking on screen there at Theo Rafter. Theo Rafter now has the 16 behind him, Louis Draper, and then Ben Luff. Now, Ben Luff we've seen out in Europe making inroads into the European events, which are a lot like this. This is much more like a European event than, say, one of the team sport indoor championships or BIKC, etc. This is definitely more of the European level there, but there on screen is Theo Rafter. A great showing by him. He's crossing the line. He's ahead of Draper. He's ahead of Luff. Can he hang on is the question there. He's listed in 5th place. He's some 10 seconds behind the leader almost. So if Vika Schlets went into the pits now and came out, he would be amongst these 3 as we look. That is the kind of lead that Vika Schlets, the defending champion, has made up. Brad, these 3, obviously, there's absolutely no reason to come in now. They've got a good pace going. They need to keep this sort of pace strong for when they make their pit stops.
Yeah, these guys, they've been inseparable, haven't they, for the entire race?
Yeah.
And still, only one person has made a pit stop, Matt Barsz, in the entire race so far. Only just 6.5 minutes to go. So it's an unusually late set of stops. Nobody wants to blink first. I think really the only danger here is that Matt Barsz is going to be closing in on Gary Jones soon and might start losing a bit of time. I imagine, though, by the time he does catch him, everyone will need to start pitting, and they're obviously going to pit out of his way. We're going to see a lot of them at the same time. Maybe they could trip over each other in the pits.
And while we've got a moment, there's a 4th driver who's closing in there as we look at Theo Rafter. The 4th driver in this mix in the red suit, that's Gary Jones. Now, Gary Jones has been in the BRKC literally through most of his existence. He's won the Masters Championship for the drivers over 40 some 4 times, looking to make it a 5 times result for him this year. But Gary Jones, such is his, shall we call it, experience rather than age, he was first a champion in the pro kart type of kart racing some 26 years ago. And just to give some sort of Alex in the pits.
And we have number 12 on his way into the pits, which is Gary Jones. As we are talking about him, gets a good first stop, and he gets another good stop on the way out. That experience of a 4-time Masters champion showing true.
Exactly, a very slick stop by Gary Jones, which is no less than what we'd expect of a driver of his experience. Very capable of operating on a club level, national level, and as we've seen, international level. Yeah, Gary Jones, he resumes. He's actually listed in 10th. That's going to change. Alex.
As we have number 8 on his way into the pit stop, a good stop on the green. Number 8 is Ben Luff, as he is stopped, and another good stop, and he's going to come out into some clean air with Gary Jones tight up behind him.
So Ben Luff, he was actually in a position in front of Gary Jones, and Gary Jones being the net beneficiary there, as he's now a lot closer to Ben Luff than he was when he went in the pit. So very slick stop. There's Theo Rafter. Theo Rafter, the young Welshman. He's part of that Razio drag team, and he's holding off, of course, Louis Draper. Now, Louis Draper, as well, he seems to be closing.
And we have James King on his way into the pits with his first BRKC pit stop, and it is a green on the first, and it's an aggressive stop on the second, and we do get another green. He's going to come right out behind the leader, so he has now been lapped as he is now behind the leader, but that will sort itself out once the leader's pit.
So James King getting his BRKC underway with a decent pit stop there, and the most important thing is, of course, absolutely no yellows. You don't want to have to come and do it again. If anyone does go too quick, they don't get the green light, they get the yellow. They have to come in. As Brad Philpott was pointing out earlier on, it's not really a penalty as such, is the organisers want to see you do a clean pit stop.
Ruben's in.
Ruben Barton's
do
in
his
the
clean
pits.
pit stop.
And the former 6-time champ is in with a good first stop, and onto his lines, and as expected is a very good second stop. The champ, and I have Ramon pull up right next to me. I didn't see his first stop, but his second stop is green. He's not hitting his head, so he must have had a good pit stop, and he is off and on his way.
Yeah, definitely one of the most vocal of the driver is Ramon Pinero. You know, he'll be the one beating his helmet if he mucks up the pit stop. Into the pits, another.
Into the pits is the race leader, and it's it looked like a slow stop, but slow from the lights. They're telling him to calm down in the pit lane, and he gets out and gets green, and he is off back into position. And somebody else is next to me. It's Anthony Stevens, Roberts, sorry, and he is off and he is out. And then we got another one. As you said, there's another one coming in, number 16. And he has had another good pit stop. I didn't see any of the first pit stops there because they all came in quick succession like we expected.
Yeah, very, very busy pit stop action there, and I believe we've got everyone bar one. It's only Theo Rafter, the Welshman, who actually is going to be crucial in results here. There's Theo Rafter. Will he come in this time? Is he coming in? No, he's staying out. So just Theo Rafter now, who's listed in second place. He's got Vika Schlitz right in front of him, though Schlitz, such was his pace, he was able to maintain the lead. Now, crucially, from Schletz's point of view, he's been able to hold Ruben Boutons at bay, and a former protege, really, of Ruben Boutons is Vika Schlitz. So, you know, the pupil is running ahead of the master, so to speak, in this situation, as Vika Schlitz continues to lead the way. But it's Theo Rafter we've got listed in second. Theo Rafter there is just a second behind the race leader, Vika Schlitz. Now, if Rafter comes in now, he's going to come out behind Ramon Pinero, but crucially ahead of Louis Draper. So will we see a pit stop by Rafter? He has to make it good, otherwise these three that we're looking at on screen now of Draper, Luff and Jones will be absolutely all over him, and he will tumble down from the mid sort of position result right down towards the tail end. So there we are. We're looking at Louis Draper, Ben Luff and Gary Jones on screen now. There's Draper with the orange helmet, very distinctive orange helmet there. But
Theo Rafter is into the pits. He gets a good clean stop, lifts himself up off the seat, gets a green on the first stop, another aggressive stop, lifts himself off the seat, and another green, and on his way. As you said, he has got himself ahead of Louis Draper.
Here comes Louis Draper. Can Draper make it round? No, he can't. He's looking to the the inside for a moment there in the snail, but he cannot make it work. And Theo Rafter just about managed to pull that off. He's nodding his head. That's the you just saw a bit of a glimpse of teams on the pit wall there. You could see Theo Rafter acknowledged there, and looking to the inside there was Louis Draper. So Louis Draper is sensing something here. He's just got a minute plus a lap to do something, as we have Vika Schletz leading from Ruben Bartens by 2.7 seconds, another second back to Matt Bosch. So those 1, 2, 3 are pretty much cemented, but look at this. Theo Rafter, 6th place, Louis Draper, Ben Luff, and then Gary Jones trying to close in on Ben Luff. Ben Luff seems to have pulled out something of a gap there, but it's Theo Rafter. Theo Rafter's got the full attention. They've probably got something like about 2.5 laps from where they are now. Theo Rafter, see to the inside there. As we saw on screen there, he moved to the right. That's a very defensive move, covering the inside. Theo Rafter is definitely feeling the heat there from Louis Draper and Ben Luff. Now, Ben Luff can't be discounted either, because he's now all over the back of Draper. As Draper's trying to attack Rafter, he's got to keep his mind on Ben Luff behind, because as we saw earlier on, one little fluff here, and he's going to lose a place rather than gain one. So, as they come towards the final seconds, where is Vika Schletz? He's going to start his... as he started, yes, Vika Schletz on his last lap. So this is it now. These guys are going to complete this lap. Then they've got one more. So Vika Schletz is in the lead, 2.8 seconds. He's extended that. But here we go. This is it. This could explode on the final lap there as Theo Rafter crosses the line, start his final lap, and therefore the final lap from those two behind. There's Schletz, the race leader. But here's Rafter and Draper and Luff. And there's Gary Jones behind in the red. So Theo Rafter's going to come around. I'll call the race win for Vika Schletz as he crossed the line. It looks like Schletz. Yes, Schletz wins. Schletz has won there. He is there, 21 kart there. Vika Schletz, the defending champion, but defending the position there is the incredible Louis Rafter. Louis Rafter's going to hang on. Surely he's just got one more corner to make and then the start line. He's going to do it. He's done it. He's held off Louis Draper and Ben Luff, and there's Gary Jones lower down the order, but the race within the race. An absolutely outstanding performance there. Most outstanding of all, of course, was the defending champ, Vika Schletz, who took the win from one of the greatest racing brains in indoor karting, 6 times BRKC champion and double world champion Ruben Bartens from the Netherlands. Matt Bosch 3rd. Anthony Roberts managed to come through into 4th place from the Spaniard. Ramon Pinero in 5th. Theo Rafter, Louis Draper, Ben Luff 6, 7 and 8. Gary Jones 9th, and James King rounds him out in 10th place. Alex, that was quite the race.
I can see Alex being accosted by a marshal in the pit lane there, but I think he's back with us.
Alex, Theo Rafter's right there. What's he think?
That's the person I was looking to get hold of. I'm going to let him drag his what looks like a very heavy seat out. Theo, that looked like a calm race at the very beginning and then got incredibly tense towards the end. How did those final laps feel for you?
Very stressful, yeah. You know, I had to get that pit stop right because we knew that it was going to be close, but we managed to get it done. It was very stressful, don't get me wrong. I was sweating in my kart, to say the least, but no, I'm really happy with the result. You know, good momentum going to the next race, and yeah, just happy at the minute. Yeah.
Awesome, well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. So, as there is pandemonium, as there always is at the end of the race down here, I'm going to try and grab the excellent podium that we have for this race. I want to grab Vika Schletz first while he is trying to get his helmet off and grab him for the win. Vika, champ, that looked like a nice stroll in the park for you today.
Yeah, perfect start of the weekend, of course. My quali lap was brilliant, 2/10 faster than everybody else. And then on the race, I'm just confident driving step for step away from Ruben and Matt. But I think that's a quite good result.
Alex, does he think he could win the championship again this year?
I'm being asked by the crew upstairs, do you think you can win the championship again this year? Do you think that is on the cards, especially with a result like you've just had?
Of course, I have a chance, but I think 50 other people have also a chance. It's really so close, the field. It's really impressive. But I'm looking forward to all the weekend and see nice races.
Beating 2 former legends of this series is a really good start to your weekend, and I hope the rest of the weekend goes well for you. All the best.
Thank you.
Ruben. Rubens. Hello. Rubens. Ruben Boutin, 6-time world champion. How was that race for you? You were very calculated. It looked like you could have pitted early because you were stuck behind Matt for quite a long time, but you held out and waited for the right moment to get him on track. What was your thought process for that?
Yeah, I wanted to wait long for the pit stop. First try it on the track, and if it doesn't work out, then I can always try with the pit stop late in the race. And if you pit early, you always have the risk that you run into some back markers. So yeah, I was happy that I could pull off the move on the track. And then when he pitted, I saw I was slightly faster, so that gave me a little bit of safety margin for the pit stop.
So, question, when you're out there and you're lapping and you think you're stuck in traffic, do you have to have a look at the timing screens to think, right, you're doing maths around the circuit on where everyone is?
Yeah, I think you have time for that, especially because I was on my own. I didn't, Vika was already a little bit away, so I focused on consistent lap times, and then, yeah, you look on the screen sometimes.
So, good luck for the rest of the weekend. A very, very quick one with Matt before the qualifying starts.
Yeah, over to the Brad pad now.
Yeah, sorry, Alex, we don't have any time. I'm going to just quickly, since we were talking about Ruben, I'm going to very quickly show you that move that was crucial for Ruben to take second place, and then we're into the qualifying of the next race. So this was Ruben down the inside of Matt Barsh. So pretty typical BRKC move here into the snail. And if we really break it down in detail, you can see there's a gap before they get there, and Ruben is moving into a gap. And if we were to just look kind of parallel to where these two karts are, they're pretty much level if you're drawing a line across and we were to look above, although from this kind of angle it's difficult to tell. And then by the time they get to the apex, Ruben's through. Little graze. Standard overtake into the snail, on to the next qualifying.
Okay, and this is going to be an exciting race as well from a British point of view. We've got potentially, because he was second in the championship last year, one of the great British hopes for overall success in the form of Seb Miller, who's just crossed the line to set his qualifier. As Seb Miller, we'll see where he's coming into second place. Now, they've just completed the qualifying now, so we're going to have a look at the results there. It's the incredible James Wilshire who throws it up into pole position there from Seb Miller. Levi Blocks from somewhere has got into third place. Ricardo Vieca is into fourth. Eliana de Vos, surprising for him, seemingly far down in fifth. And equally surprising, the American that we'd yet to mention in the form of Anton Schöppler. Anton Schöppler, one of the most experienced Americans, down in sixth. Adrian Motzkowski is into seventh. Jamie Shearman Chase will feel a bit down in eighth. Elias Tellier and Nathan Turner into 10th place there. So incredible run there by James Wilshire. We've seen him getting better and better as he moves through his BRKC time, if you so to speak. He's been around a while. He's been a regional champion of the British Indoor Series, which is a different thing to this, but he certainly has the pace and knowledge of the indoor. Now, of course, he's at international level when he's here, which he has been for the past few years. But pole position there is best performance we've seen from him. And he'll be looking to convert that. But he's got Seb Miller behind him. Now, will they work together? Because Seb Miller is the kind of intelligent driver who will work with people who are worthy to work with. Levi Blocks, we have absolutely no idea what he's going to do there from third place. The Belgian there, Levi, he's well, he's a potential winner of this. He's got the credentials, but we've not seen this kind of performance from him here yet. As Seb Miller looking down the inside. Seb Miller had a big old look there. It was kind of like a little bit, he couldn't not look at that.
It also helps him defend from the karts behind, funnily enough, when you have a little look like that on lap one. But I have to say, I'm not surprised with Wilshire being on pole there. Miller obviously was pretty clearly going to be somewhere near the front, but Wilshire has been very fast in all the... Oh, we've got some contact there. There's all sorts happening towards the back of the field.
Was that Schöppler, the American, in the... Anton Schöppler, I believe that was him in the purple-coloured suit. And that's not what he's looking for. He was definitely gone into this race looking to win it, certainly in the top couple. So Schöppler and that slide there will not have helped him. Maybe an early pit stop if he wants to get that out of the way.
And the contact warning's gone to Jamie Shearman Chase. So we didn't see that in detail, but maybe there was some contact kind of ensued from him. But that has broken the field up. So we're only on lap 2, and there's already quite a big gap between this leading pack of 5 karts, which involves a few blue stars. We've got a BSR, and obviously James Wilshire out in the lead. I was just saying, I'm not surprised by Wilshire's pace here, and he has broken a slight gap away there from Miller. He's been absolutely rapid in all the practice sessions leading up to this event.
Yeah. Now, in the German Championship, sorry, not German Championship, the World Championship in 2025, Levi Blocks was actually in 7th place. So he definitely has the form. Whether that translates around here at Formula Fast, it looks like it is, because he's piling on the pressure to Seb Miller. Seb Miller is another of the Bradley Shepherd Racing drivers, the BSR team. There he is in 2nd place.
And number 21, Ellis, is into the pits as he gets a green on his first stop. And he stops nice and calmly and gets a green on the 2nd stop. Lifts lifts himself to get him away from the pit lane, and he is at the back and in clean air. 18 minutes to go.
So Elias Tellier there, he's actually one of the Talent Factory drivers, which is kind of a bit of an offshoot of the Blue Star Racing from Belgium, and so he's clearly very highly rated in his own way. He actually continues out there in 10th place, but as we look at the front there, the gap has been closed. The gap's definitely been closed. James Wilshere is now on his bumper, has Seb Miller and Levi Blocks in turn. As they come onto the back straight, we'll get a bit of a true idea. Will Wilshere get defensive this early? No, he's not. He's not feeling the need, which is the right thing to do, because he wants a good run through this final corner to get onto the start line, and the crossing the start line will dictate how things look into the snail, which he will have to defend if Seb Miller gets any closer. He's had a good look over his shoulder there. He won't really need to defend into the snail at this point on this lap, but if Seb Miller was any closer, you could expect to find James Wilshere very much in the middle of the road there, trying to cover any attack to the inside. Of course, we saw Seb Miller feign an attempt on the
DeVos is looking for a move. He has gone for it. There we go. God, look at my premonition there. It wasn't on screen, but I could see DeVos was closer than ever to Levi Blocks, and at the very last minute he dove down the inside into the hairpin at the end of the main straight, so DeVos through to 4th.
Yeah, that was actually Ricardo Vliga he passed there for that.
Apologies. Yep, sorry.
4th place. But DeVos, well, that's simply a case of two things there, Brad. One, you know racing. Two, you know Eliana DeVos. DeVos is a bit like Matt Barsh and Ramon Pinero in the sense that he's pretty robust. He's another one very much willing to get the sleeves rolled up. If he can't pass, he will try and create that opening. Yeah, he's the sort of driver who might pit his way around a problem, but he seems to tend to take the fight on the track. One of the more fiery drivers out there. But there's DeVos. He's now got a bit of a gap between him and the 4th place Levi Blocks, and he'll be looking to close it down. It's about just over a second and a half. So they're the 1, 2, 3. That's Wilshere, Miller, and Blocks on screen. And there is Eliana DeVos in the background. So DeVos, it will be coming forward, bringing with him Ricardo Vliga, the Dutchman, with him. And this could well, if it becomes a 4-way fight, it'll probably become a 5-way fight for the lead. Wilshere again looking over his shoulder, and this is the area Wilshere's looking over his shoulder for. He wants to know where Seb Miller will be and to whether he can expect some sort of attack. That will affect his speed coming out of the snail section there, which they're doing so now, which obviously affects his speed down the straight, which could potentially line up a move down here. The circuit here at Formula Fast is actually quite demanding, and errors in one part of the track can lead to a passing opportunity in another. Now, there's Seb Miller. He's a bit closer this time.
Very close.
Is Wilshere going to get defensive into the tightness of the snail? Well, not really, but he certainly wasn't up against the wall, was he? As they exit the snail here. Brad, this is a crucial area of the track, isn't it? Speed through this this long corner onto the back straight can make all the difference.
Yeah, your exit to the snail really dictates just how fast you're going at this point of the track. The end of the long straight, it's full throttle all the way from the exit of the snail to there. So this top 3, they're waging a great battle for us here. I've got no idea how to call this.
As we've got somebody coming into the pit, it's Aaron and Anton as he stops on the lights, and it is perfect, and he stops again. Nice stop, gets a roll going and off to the green, and he is off out into clean air with just under 15 minutes left.
That's right, and that was Anton Schoppler, one of the most experienced of the Americans who have come out of North Carolina. Basically, they held the World Championship, the Kart World Championship, of which this is a qualifying round a few years ago, and certainly the likes of Mason Brown, Anton Schoppler, Tristan Lloydel, and Wyckoff came out of that, and so they really are pushing forward, but arguably you'd have to say Anton Schoppler is potentially the top one roughly right now. So it's a surprise to see him this far down, especially as we've had a win by Mason Brown in an earlier race.
I think that's more just a case of how many extremely fast people there are in this particular race. It's just he obviously didn't quite qualify as well as he wanted to and found himself down in the mid-pack. But Anton, another driver who's been really showing his intent in all the practices, like frequently topping the practice sessions throughout this practice week. So he will be unhappy with where he currently is. Let's see how it shakes out once everyone's pitted. But this top 3 is not decided yet at all.
Not one bit. And Anton Schoppler has tons of space in front, tons of space behind. If he pitted now, if everyone pitted now, Schoppler would only be up to around about the 5th or 6th place area. So that pace he showed in the testing, particularly yesterday, he's going to have to maximise right now in the clear space that he has to close in. It could be a bit of an ask already for him to get on terms with these three, such as the pace up at the front. So James Wilshere leading the way, Seb Miller in second, Levi Blocks in third. Now, Seb Miller, there he is, real nice close-up there. Seb Miller is trying to pile the pressure on the driver in front, but it could be argued that it's Blocks behind in third place who's possibly piling more pressure on Seb Miller. Let's see Seb Miller's position going into the snow. Well, he's out against the barrier there, so that shows he's not too worried about an attack to the inside. We saw Ruben Bartens in the last race making a textbook manoeuvre there on Matt Bosch to take the second place. Brad went through it on the Brad pad, and that's exactly what the drivers in second and third will be looking to do on the one in front of them in this race. So there's James Wilshere. He's got listed as a half-second lead, but as you can see, it's bumper to bumper almost with these karts as Wilshere comes through, and again they're coming towards one of the most likely overtaking spots. How close they are at the barrier on the outside there, Seb Miller right up against it when he turned into the final hairpin to the right there. That really kind of gives us, the viewer, a perspective on how much pressure that driver is feeling. So down the backstretch again, do drivers move to the inside here, the right on our screen, as they enter that final hairpin there, that final hairpin at the end of the straight. That again dictates how much pressure they're feeling. If they're up against the barrier on the outside, to the left on our screen, that shows that they're pretty content with what's going on behind them, no matter how close they are. So they continue, 1, 2, 3. It's Wilshere, the flying James Wilshere there from Seb Miller. Seb Miller going into this event, you know, is really classed as the main British title hope. He was second last year. He did a pretty thorough European season last year. It seems that virtually every month there's a one of the major international competitions. In fact, this time of year, there's one a week. They're racing in the Netherlands next weekend, and then the French Championship the weekend after. But Seb Miller's one of these now who's really taken to the international scene. Doesn't do that much in the UK these days. Very much one of the international drivers here, Seb Miller. But he is arguably the British hope. However, if he's going to continues the British hope, he's got to beat the likes of James Wilshere, who's comfortably holding on to his lead. Brad, there's absolutely no reason at this point, now we come to the halfway point, for any of these three leaders to be coming into the pits. They're matching each other on pace. Clearly, although there's an element of concertina, you can see by the actions, he's up against the barrier there. No one's feeling any pressure. They're just banging out the laps at record pace. Yeah, in terms of a strategy check, none of these drivers here at the front have an option of pitting. They'd be right out behind Nathan Turner and Jamie Shimon Chase. They'd have overtaking on track to do. They've got no choice but to just stay exactly as they are, and if an overtaking opportunity arises, to go for it. But it seems like Wilshere always has just enough of a gap at the end of the main straight that there's no opportunity for Miller to dive down his inside. It's never quite been close enough. Although he gets very close in this section here, by the end of the straight, it's just opened up enough that Wilshere's safe. So I think it's going to just be a little bit of a slow burn of this one. We've still got half the race to go, and we've still got almost all the pit stops to go. 8 more people need to come into the pit lane and visit Alex. Yeah, it's going to get very busy. We saw it very busy at the end of the last race. Alex, obviously it's looking pretty lonely down there. From the position in the pit lane, these three at the front are looking very solid and pretty content.
I'm not going to be able to answer your question, as we have a pitter into the pit stop, and it's number 13, and he has had a nice good stop, and he is off in one of those Blue Star suits in nice clean air. We have 7 more people to stop, so I think it's going to be a very interesting end of this season. I'm going to this session. I think I'm going to have lots of people coming into the pits, just like we did in the last race, James.
And that was one of the epic Dutchmen, Eliana de Vos. Now, de Vos has been third in the World Championship before, so you know, he's had a number of national titles as well. Eliana de Vos, he's definitely one of the toughest and best drivers out there.
We have number 10 on his way into the pits. They've been battling for a long time during this particular session, as he gets a good stop on the first one. His team telling him when to go, and he gets off, has a little rub of the barrier as he leaves the pit into nice clean air.
So de Vos had to make that stop when he did a lap ago, because Anton Schoppler was looking rapid, and he was potentially looking like he was going to make that move and jump him in the pits. That's what Anton's been looking for in this race. It hasn't worked, but He is up behind DeVos. Maybe these guys can now work together, just get their heads down, go as fast as they can. You can see how close together they are now.
And we have another pitter. As we said, there's going to be lots of people coming in, and Jamie gets a good first stop on the lines. Aggressive stop, slides to the line as he gets a green, and he heads off. Jamie is in clean air, and there is again 8.5 minutes to go.
And Jamie Sherman Chase there, he was actually in a bit of a lap time battle with Nathan Turner, who was the first of those pit stoppers. And of course, any time you're in a lap time battle with Nathan Turner, you're doing something, because he's only 14 years old, but he's the junior lap record holder here at Formula Fast, and also actually the outright lap record holder. So Nathan Turner there has definitely the pace. So anyone who can tackle Nathan Turner in terms of lap times around here must be doing something. And Nathan Turner listed as having made a stop. He's down in 9th. We'll see if that changes as the upper half currently of the race comes in the pits. But it's not going to be the top 3. With just under 8 minutes to go, the top 3 are content with staying out there. They've actually got gaps between them that are the biggest we've seen so far. That opens up even when the car, you know, the whole thing concertines up in the middle of the corners there. Seb Miller is a car length, maybe more, from the leader, and in turn Levi Blocks is that kind of distance behind. So matching each other for speed, matching each other for calmness as well as they continue round. In the pits this time, no, not for either of those top 3. So we're really looking potentially for Vliga or Moslewski to make their stops from 4th and 5th ahead of those 3 leaders. It could be busy in the pits. Brad, the main problem for these 3 is not to fall over each other in the pit stop.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be following someone in. Hopefully they'll be able to see whether or not the car in front is coming into the pits with these small gaps they've got between them. But this could come down to who does the best pit stop. If someone's particularly safe and takes it too easy, that could lose them the position. Something I'm quite interested here is how close Schoppler is to DeVos. He's quicker than DeVos, and DeVos is now defending down the back straight. This could lose them this potential 4th, 5th position. And Ricardo Vliga, who is only 7 seconds behind the leader, when you look down at the gaps there, DeVos is 15 seconds. At the moment, they're ahead, but with now it's 16 seconds. Any more defending, they're going to lose that net position to Ricardo Vliga.
And that really is because of whatever the pace of DeVos is. If Schompler has closed in, he clearly believes he's faster, but having been in the pits, he now can't pit stop himself round the problem he will consider Eliana DeVos. He's got to take it to him on the track. There's no getting away from it. And so as DeVos sets that pace, DeVos could actually back them into traffic and cause an even bigger problem for the American Anton Schoppler. They cross the line now, and I can tell you that DeVos is just a kart length ahead of the American Schoppler. Schoppler closing in, but well, you know, DeVos is a pretty fiery character, and he's not going to give that place up lightly. DeVos is going to defend hard, and Schoppler, if he's going to make a move, he's going to have to make it really good. He's making a move to the inside, but as it's slightly out of camera view there, we're looking at the leaders, but DeVos came under attack, but he's held off Schoppler. He's held off Schoppler, and they continue in that order of DeVos Schoppler.
And crucially, Adrian Modlewski has just made a move on Ricardo Vliga, so that's going to have lost them a little bit of time. But DeVos and Schoppler could be losing 2 positions here to the karts that are currently sitting in 4th and 5th, so Ricardo and Adrian there. It just depends who fights the least, because at the moment there's almost exactly the gap you'd expect for that duo in 4th and 5th to pit and come out in front of them. It's going to be extremely tight. Looking forward to these pit stops.
It's quite literally battle versus battle there.
Exactly.
As you know, who has got the slowest battle, really? As they need to, fighting's one thing, but if fighting is costing you time, you're going to lose to the other battle. And again, DeVos, very defensive. I could see out the window there. As we look at the race leader there, it's still James Wiltshire into the pits, the third place.
We have Blocks into the pits. He comes in very fast through the left-hander. He gets across the line, has a yellow as a double blip on the throttle as he gets going. Does the same thing again. Really good stop. Looked very, very fast, as you'd expect from the Blue Stars. And we have number 12 in, who's had a good stop on the first and what looks like a good stop on the second as he violently shoves the kart forward to get out. We have 4.5 minutes to go, and we have 3 people to stop.
So that answers our question for us, James.
Yeah.
So Vliga has come out comfortably behind the battle between DeVos and Schoppler. So I imagine that Modzelewski is going to have the same issue there. Although he is currently in clean air, if he can just lap nice and cleanly and there are any more fights from that pair in front, then maybe he could come out in front. But it looks like DeVos and Schoppler have calmed things down now.
Yeah, Modzelewski is definitely going to come out in Vliga area, and that will be behind the other battle. So clearly one battle ended up being faster than the other. Meantime, at the front, we've still got the same first two. Levi Blocks, the former junior world champ, and in comes Seb Miller, the British hope.
Miller is on his way in. He gets a good stop, nice and comfortable, gets a green. Very calm pit stop from Miller here as he gets away again, nice and clean, off, away, and he comes out behind the BSR kart.
Modzelewski, who hasn't yet pitted, so that's fine. He's going to pit out of Seb's way shortly. So it looks like we've got Miller with the track position ahead of Blocks now. And so I think it's going to be as we saw before the pit stops, after the pit stops. I don't think we've got any drama happening, no major changes.
So we saw a move coming out of the Snail, Schoppler versus DeVos. It didn't work, but Schoppler was having a very good look, so much so that DeVos actually had to defend it in the most least obvious of places, which is the exit of the Snail, the second of those left-handers, not somewhere where we normally see much overtaking. Now, crucially, Seb Miller has come out in front of Levi Blocks there, as it's now down to James Wilshire as the only one remaining to take a pit stop, certainly out of those leaders. Modzelewski, I believe, has to come in and out, but certainly when you look at Seb Miller there, he's now got to crack this pace. He's got to make it work. He needs to leapfrog James Wilshire. Now, if Wilshire is anything slower than Seb Miller in the pits, and Seb Miller's one of the more experienced at this kind of thing, doing all the international events, Seb Miller will have momentum coming past the pit exit, but Wilshire will have the inside for the
And the race leader is in as he throws around the corner. Very aggressive despite what's up for grabs here, so let's hope he doesn't go too aggressive and make a mistake here. But no, it is a very clean pit stop, and Jack is going to come out into the lead, but very, very close. This is going to be tight.
And it's Miller with the momentum, though, as they enter the Snail, but Wilshire's able to shut him off, and Wilshire maintains that lead. It's exactly the same gap as it was before, albeit slightly closer for Seb Miller, as he's got an advantage over.
That's actually Modzelewski, James, so that's a lapped kart there, so Miller's miles back at this point, so it looks like Wilshire's made a lot of time.
That's right, yes, it's the other driver, isn't it?
Confusingly, the same helmet colours and suit colours.
Absolutely. Well, and income now comes to Modzelewski, so we are actually dealing with what we were dealing with before.
And it's a green on the first, and it's a green on the second. No, it's not. Oh, it went green, then yellow, so I think that's still okay. But yeah, I think having the same colour suit and helmet should be illegal for next season.
Well, try pushing that one past Bradley Shepherd, because he's not got a lot of choice with about 38,000 drivers in his teams across the board. But certainly you've got Seb Miller now with the full attention of Levi Blocks. Levi Blocks closer than ever, and Levi Blocks is sensing something here. He's got a minute plus that lap, and Levi Blocks, surely we're going to see Miller much more defensive there. He'll be in the middle of the road. There you go. See, he's nowhere near the outer wall to the right of our screen. That shows the pressure that Miller is feeling. Now, it'll be the same down the backstretch. Expect Miller to move towards the right-hand side of the road as we look at it, to block a pass down the inside. So there's Miller moving to the right side, and there's Levi Blocks going with him. Levi Blocks takes the normal line, trying to get something of an exit, which he will then convert to a move in the Snail. So they're building up momentum now, and this is where Levi Blocks' run into the Snail would start. That momentum that he can build, which he can't, he would try to make a pass here, as we saw with Ruben Boutons. Brad?
We've got another incredible defensive drive going on from Ileana DeVos on Anton Schoppler, so into the Snail right now. Very similar to the battle for P2 here. The battle down there for P4 is raging just as hard.
Yeah, there's raging being the word, because we've got less than 10 seconds before it's the final lap call, and so it's probably like 2 laps to go, because obviously James Wilshire has just crossed the line, and he will then get his final lap call next time around. So battling their pair here for second place. James Wilshire looks pretty content in the lead. He's got 2.5 seconds up on that, so the win is out of doubt for James Wilshire. But what's going to happen behind? Now again, there you go, see Seb Miller going to the inside defending. So a good exit here could be important to the final hairpin, which is here, which is important for Levi Blocks. Levi Blocks now begins his run, his momentum-based run, which could lead to a pass going into the tight part of the Snail on the right. So, but Miller blocks the inside. He covers the middle of the road there, and it is Levi Blocks who's left to attack, but he's right on the bumper there. Again, he's now started a run which could lead to something down the backstretch, but Miller is definitely going to block this time. He's definitely going to be on the inside. So there's Levi Blocks. Can he do something on the outside? inside. He's practically alongside him. Can he cut inside? No, he can't. Miller's got it covered every step of the way. And here, the race win. It's James Wilshere who takes the win. James Wilshere's won, and Seb Miller's come through in second place. An incredible race there for the Welshman, James Wilshere. He's going to be absolutely delighted that when he gets to you, Alex. But further back, we've still got results coming in. Can Elian de Vos hang on? Yes is the answer. Modlewski has recovered into 6th place from Vliga. Jamie Sherman Chase is behind him in 8th place. Then it's Nathan Turner, the lap record holder here, would you believe it, given the pace of the BRKC as a rule. And then Elias Tellier there from Belgium is certainly rounding out the top 10, despite being the champion that he is. Alex, they're coming down to you now. There's going to be quite an interview with the winner there, Wilshere.
I will grab the winner, but I want to grab Eliana de Vos first, because that was a fantastic defensive drive from Eliano there. So I'm going to wait for him to get out of the car. He looks a bit frustrated, but hopefully he shouldn't be. I'm going to stick it in his face. Let's get go. Eliano, that was a fantastic battle. You did some amazing defending there. We were commentating on you all the way through how good that was. How was that race for you? See, was it quite stressful?
Yeah, it was like really a tough race, because my quality was at the beginning, it was not like really good. And in the beginning of the race, I was struggling to find some pace with this kart. And later it was getting better and better. But yeah, it was like really close, because I knew Schuppler did already his pit stop. So yeah, it was like really close at the end. But yeah, I had to do what I had to do. So.
Well, it looked great from where we were sitting. So well done and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Right, I'm going to go find the race winners. I think we're going into a break next, so I'll actually have a little bit of time to interview the top 3. So we're going to have James Wilshere first, who's celebrating with his team. But I would like him to come over here, but he's wandering around. Instead, we are going to have...
Just grab him, Alex. Just get hold of him.
Going to have Miller. How was that?
Yeah, it was great, thank you. Yeah, it was a very tough race. James was on pole and I was second, so I was like, well, pretty proud of that in a tough heat. But yeah, no, I was just sort of sticking on the back of James and trying to stay on his toe and keep the others behind. So I think second in that was a good result. I'll take that.
Excellent. So a good way to start the weekend. How do you think you can do? Do you think you can find yourself into the final, or do you think it's far too early to tell?
It's way too early to tell, but you know, that's the aim. After second place last year, trying to come back and win it. So get in the final, that's the first aim, and then see what happens in that race. So yeah, brilliant start, second place.
Excellent. Well, starting your first race with the podium is a great way to go for the rest of the weekend. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. All the best. Take care.
So, Alex, if we can come back for you now, the 18-foot-tall Seb Miller there. Brad, just got something to say before you go, because you're racing next.
Well, that was a great first set of heats, so we're halfway through heat round 1. Yeah, I won't join you in the next one, because I'm going to be down in a cart, so make sure you say nice things about me, but good job from everyone so far. And I just want to point out, Alex Van Gien is actually 5'9". He's not even small.
Yeah, Seb Miller is mightily tall. Sometimes you think he's stood on something, but he's not. We've got the fueling break now, so we're going to be off air for a moment. Please stay with us. We hope you've enjoyed the BRKC so far for 2026, and we'll be back around 11 o'clock with the next set of heat races, the final 5 heat races of the first round of 4.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Gleneagles. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships, with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from Lidmods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Gleneagles. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from Lidmods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend. If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from LidMods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
And welcome back, everyone, to Formula Fast in Milton Keynes for the British Rental Kart Championship of 2026. We've had 5 of the races underway, and myself, James Auld, and Alex Van Gien are on the commentary. Alex is in the pit lane. He's going to be giving us the news of the all-important pit stops. If you are new to the British Rental Kart Championship, every driver has to make a qualifying lap, which they're about to start now. They've just exited the pits. This is the 6th race in the first round of 10 heats. Every driver takes part in 1 heat race per round of heats, and there are 4 rounds to take place. The top 30 of the 100 drivers on points then go through to the semi-final, and the top 10 from that then go through to the final. That will all be tomorrow. In the meantime, we're in the second half of the first round of qualifying heats. So far, most noteworthy, we've had a race win already for the defending champion Vika Schlitz. Now, in this race, we've got Thomas Fox, Maurice Hack, Poland's Tomek Bernardowski, Brad Philpott, the originator of the BRKC, Sam Slater, who currently is one of the heads of the BRKC, Johnny Elliott, perennial contender, Matteo De Rame, Ben Frankham, Freddie Farrell, and Jonathan Wilson in this race. They've all done their qualifiers, and we can see from the result there of the qualifying lap, the single lap qualifying, it's the flying young Polish driver, Tomasz Bernardowski, who takes the lead on that one. Sam Slater is going to be second, Ben Frankham third, Johnny Elliott fourth, a great result for him. Brad Philpott, who, if you were listening earlier, you'd have heard him in the commentary, in 5th place. Thomas Fox is 6th, Jonathan Wilson up there in 7th, 8th Maurice Hack, 9th Freddie Farrell, and 10th place is Matteo De Rame as the field are being put into place. Now, as you can see, they're being lined up behind that little timing board there on your screen. They all make a single file start. So Tomasz Bernardowski is going to be starting on the front. You can just about see the blue bit of his leg in the lead kart there. And then further back, going more into view, there's Johnny Elliott, number 8 there. Now, Johnny Elliott is another driver who's been in the BRKC right from the beginning. He's been in, he's been out. He's had some great results and some terrible luck over the years. Always one to watch out for is Johnny Elliott. You can see him there just getting a feel of the steering there. Behind him is someone who you're hearing in the commentary box, like co-commentating this weekend, Brad Philpott, with the green on his helmet. Now, Tomek Bernardowski, he's going to have to make a great start. There he is, the young Polish driver, one of the great hopes from Polish karting point of view. And then Sam Slater, who's currently involved in the main organisation of the BRKC here. So the race is underway. It's gone green, and Tomek Bernardowski's got the start he wanted. He's got a couple of car lengths ahead of Sam Slater there to go into the snail section. The snail tightens to that right hairpin, and then from this left hairpin, it opens and opens and opens. They're continuing to turn left, but it's getting faster and faster onto the back straight. There goes Bernardowski, the young Polish driver, turning into the hairpin at the end of the straight. We see a lot of action, and already have this year, into that corner there, as they now conclude the final hairpin, and that completes the opening lap of this heat race. This is the first heat race of this championship for Tomek Bernardowski, for Sam Slater, Ben Frankham, and the rest. So Ben Frankham continues to hold 3rd place, but now Tomek Bernardowski is definitely coming under pressure from one of the main British hopes, that is Sam Slater. Sam Slater's been around for a number of years now, possibly up to 10 years in the BRKC. You can see there Tomek Bernardowski defending the inside. That does give him a slower exit, but it will kind of cancel itself out. Now, here is where Sam will want to build up his run into the snail section to try and make a move on the inside of Bernardowski, and if such a move was to be made, it would be around about here as they turn into the tight right. Then when they go to the left, that's the tight left, and then from there, all these corners open out. So they're building up momentum. Sam Slater here, if he's going to make an attack on Bernardowski, would have started it back there and down the inside into this hairpin right here. But Bernardowski turning in a little bit early there. It wasn't overly defensive, but it was enough to certainly put any ideas of Sam Slater at bay. But into the pits, Alex, we've got one for you.
We have kart number 20 of Ben Frankham into the pits. It's a bit of a slow stop. He didn't quite get away. He was blipping the throttle to get away, but don't think he quite gave him what he wanted. I'm not certain that technique works, but it's a clean pit stop, and obviously, as being the first person to pit, he is out into clean air.
Absolutely, and of course that pit stop is vital from to be clean, so as not to have to come in again. As you could see there, folks at home, they make 2 stops in the pits, 2 stops during a single visit. They stop at the beginning of the pit entrance, and they also stop near the end, and each time they're held for a set amount of time. Another one in.
Yes, we have number 17 on his way into the pits. It's a nice clean one from the first stop, and a very aggressive stop and a double blip as he goes away, and he comes out at the back of the field. Just under 18 minutes to go.
And that was Jonathan Wilson, a very strong driver in British outdoor karting. This is, of course, an indoor championship. He's been Club 100.
Sam Slater just took the lead, James. Sorry to cut you off, but Sam Slater just had a massive dive into the hairpin and has taken the lead of this race.
Absolutely right. That was literally textbook stuff there, Alex, as Sam Slater now has the lead. Now, Tomek Benedowski, he's got two choices. He can try and take the lead back on the track, or he can try and do it in the pits. If he chooses the pit option, that means he will, as Alex was saying about people being in clean air, he will have to take advantage of the clean air if he thinks he's quickest. If he feels like he's just matching speed with Sam Slater, then obviously what he'll do is stay out, and they will try and pull away from the third place, which is now Johnny Elliott. Now, Johnny Elliott is closer than ever to Tomek Benedowski. In the pits, Alex.
Oh, we have number 12 is in the pit, gets a green on his first stop, and then we get a green. Oh no, it's yellow. He just rolled a little bit too far forward, and he has absolutely blown that first pit stop. He's going to have to come in for another stop.
Yes, he's won at indoor and outdoor level in the UK as young Thomas Fox, but he's obviously not used to the pit stop situation. Alex, did it look like he cut it really fine, or was that clearly way too early?
I think he dived on the brakes very late and thought he stopped too short, and then got on the throttle a little bit early, rolled forward, and it was marginal. But unfortunately, that is a yellow, and he's going to have to come in again.
Yeah, so right application, just a little bit deep in that stopping box.
And I've got to stop you again, James. You've got number 12 on the way in, back again, I assume, to put in his stop. He just wanted to get it done and out of the way, and this time it is clean, and he is off on his way.
Yeah, comfortably clean that, Alex. Now, looking up on the camera screen, we can see Sam Slater's pulling away a little bit from Benedowski. They're coming past you now, Alex. That does look like a clear gap, with the battle really over second place.
It does, but we have number 13, who has just actually come to the pits next to me, and he has done a very comfortable stop. He shakes his head, so I don't think he was too happy about it, but as he rolls away, it's a nice green stop, and he comes out behind Wilson.
Yeah, a lot of early stops here, Alex. Obviously, these people tend to be pitting out of the same area. Obviously, one pit stop we're going to be keeping an eye on is Johnny Elliott, who's currently third. And is there another one?
Brad is in.
Yeah.
Brad is on his way into the pits. I think he doesn't want to get involved in that fight, as he has it's a bit of a slow red, it seems, but he gets away, gets up to the second stop, and does another green. He's coming out right behind the BSR kart, and he's got 15 minutes to go to try and find some pace and maybe jump that 3 in front if they start fighting.
Absolutely, and Phil Potts left the pits behind Ben Frankham. Now, Ben Frankham's one of the BSR drivers, and that puts him in the same team, actually, as Sam Slater. As you can see, Slater is now completing another lap. There he is on screen, with Tomek Benedowski actually sort of starting to inch a bit backwards from the current race leader, Sam Slater. Alex, you know, obviously, you and I, we've both known Sam an awful long time now. This is exactly the situation he'll revel in. He'll be able to lead from the front, not really fearing Tomek.
Yeah, it's a very different Sam Slater we have these days. The last few years, he's really picked up his pace on his absolute performance on these type of indoor events, and he's absolutely flying out there at the moment. He seems very, very comfortable. So as long as he nails a decent stop and nothing crazy happens, he might have this in the bag. But I don't want to do another commentator's curse.
Well, talking of commentator's curse, Alex, we now have to jump to Johnny Elliott, the question of Johnny Elliott. Obviously, Johnny Elliott there in third place. On his day is a potential finalist all day long. When it's not his day, he's one tumbling down the order. If ever there's been problems for Johnny, it's been in the pits, and you're going to be calling the pits this time, Alex. So do you think we'll get some clean ones? How's he feeling?
Well, I was talking to him just before he came out for this race, and he was feeling a little bit of nerves, but once you're out there, I think he's generally fine. I've raced Johnny on many occasions, and I know exactly how fast he is. And as you said, on his day, he is imperious, and I think he can really, really have a good chance at keeping with this pack and getting a podium from this race.
Absolutely, on his day, Johnny Elliott, definitely one of the best out there. Talking of best out there at the moment, we can see Sam Slater on screen. Now, those of you watching at home who may not be used to the style, we can see that Sam Slater is definitely using the European style, what is being termed the Euro lean. What he's actually doing, as you notice there, he's leaning outwards of the kart. As a general rule, people people, especially when people are trying it for the first time, don't really, haven't really got used to the detail of it all, they will be actually leaning in. It's more natural for someone to want to lean in. In this case, the reason Sam's leaning out is to break the grip of that inside rear wheel. The kart axle is solid. There's no difference.
And Johnny Elliott is into the pits. He has a bit of a bash on the pit barrier as he comes in, but he gets a green on the first stop as he lifts himself out of the seat, and he gets a good green stop, and he's bouncing in the seat, excited that he feels like it was a good stop as he comes out behind the BSR kart and in front of Brad Philpott and Wilson.
Well, that's interesting because Philpott was running just slightly behind Johnny Elliott before the pit stops. That leaves the front runners now as Sam Slater. As you can see, that Euro lean is lifting the inside rear wheel. It's lessening the understeer that the kart might otherwise have as Sam Slater goes round. And that's why you can see that you can almost visibly see that inside rear slightly coming up, especially in the tight hairpins like this. That's where it comes into play the most. So Sam Slater on the screen is leading the way. We've got pretty much an even run of traffic. If I look out the window out of the commentary area here, there's no actual real combat beyond this lead battle at the moment. So very much cat and mouse affair. We've had a number of pit stops. Literally half the field have been in. We're actually already, even though we've got just under 12 minutes to go before the final lap call, we've already had 6 people in. So only 4 to go. Alex, it has to be said though, those 4 include the first 2 who are matching each other for speed.
Yeah, there's a definite thing going on here, which is lots of people have got their stops done early. I think they just want to focus on the rest of the race. They've seen what's happened in the last couple of races where everyone's pitted very, very late, and you pit really late, it leaves you prone to making mistakes. So I think they just wanted to get it done. They've got the clean space. We've got the kind of race on at the moment where it's very methodical because there's no tight battles going on at the moment. So everyone is just sitting there focusing on their own pace but not actually worrying about pit stops, and getting that out of the way early just makes your life much easier.
Indeed, certainly a lot less to think about if you feel you don't. Now, somebody with something to think about is definitely Sam Slater, because he's got Tomek Bernadowski, certainly one of the hopes for the future in all kinds of karting. He's potentially another Ruben Boutons who's been, double world champion. So Bernadowski's definitely got the future there. He's still a very young driver. He's only 15. In the pits, Alex?
We got number 10 of Matteo in the pits. He gets a green on the first. Very nice, calm pit stop from him. Green, nice and easy. Comes out alongside Farrell, but Farrell has just managed to pit bin out of the pits, and we have 10.5 minutes to go.
Indeed, and Matteo de Rame, he's actually been quite a successful driver out in Europe. He's won races in the Danish equivalent of this championship, the Danish Rental Kart Championship. He's actually a Belgian, as it happens, so a lot of these drivers do move around and do a number of the European ones. Sam Slater was one of the first of the British drivers to really take that on board. He's now leading this race, and obviously that's where we saw a massive improvement in Sam's efforts here at the BRKC once he had started to go abroad and do some of the other mainstream national championships, particularly the Belgian and the Polish, things like that. So Sam Slater cut his teeth, obviously racing in the championship at Castle Combe, but he then took on this style of racing with this indoor type, and now here he is leading the way. Also one of the organisers of the BRKC now, so Sam Slater, technically the man arguably from a facial point of view running the show, although Phil Stanley here at Formula Fast is the real gaffer, but certainly Sam Slater, one of those running the show and now leading the show on the track. So there's Sam Slater in number 9. We can see he's inching away now from Thomas Bernadowski, as Bernadowski is, he'd probably be content with this second place, because he does have to make sure that he gets a decent score. If he can't actually beat Sam Slater, a good score now will mean that he's already well on his way to a place in the semi-final. Alex?
And what it looks like is the battle that is actually looks like it's warming up in this race is Brad and Johnny Elliott. So Brad is slowly catching Johnny, and I caught Johnny the last couple of laps looking over his shoulder. So I think Brad has a little bit of pace, maybe a tenth or two per lap at the moment. He looks closer this lap than he did last. So we might have some Team Valor infighting here if Brad gets up to the back of Johnny.
Absolutely, Alex, and of course Brad Philpott, who those who've been watching the other races this morning, you'll have heard him on the screen, especially with the Brad pad doing some analysis. He is now within a second of Johnny Elliott. They're going to be battling over 5th and 6th if Brad can keep that process going. Of the pit stops remaining, we've just got 3. The 2 leaders, Slater, Bernardowski and Maurice Hack as well. And Maurice Hack, who is from the Netherlands, he's actually won a race at world level back in Brazil in 2024. So Maurice Hack in 3rd place is a World Championship heat race winner. When he does take the pit stop, though, he's going to drop quite a lot further down, I believe. He'll probably be back in the lower order there, despite the calibre of being a former World Championship winner. So Sam Slater on screen there continues to lead.
The man you were just talking about, in Mr. Hack, is into the pits, gets a good first stop and a really good aggressive stop onto his marks and gets away. Really, really nicely done as he comes out ahead of Farrell, but Farrell's fighting him into the snake, but Snake actually comes wide and hits the barrier on the way out into the snail.
Absolutely, but Hack's got it. Hack's just managed to keep the lead, the front position there. Of course, coming out of the pits, Hack had the inside for the snail, but Farrell had the speed and the momentum coming across the line, but he couldn't quite hold it round the outside, and Maurice Hack was able to shut the door going into the snail, the tightest part itself, and there they are on screen. So there's Hack with the orange on the front there, and there is Farrell. This is definitely the race within this race, as and in fact it's Matteo De Rame who's behind the Hack and Farrell pairing there, making it a 3-way battle for position, albeit down in 7th place. Okay, so Hack continues to lead that little group, turning in at the end there. Now, the fact that Hack was on the left-hand side coming towards us on screen shows that he's not really worried about an attack from Farrell now. If he was worried, he'd been over on the right side as we look on the screen. Now, they're coming to the Snell. This is the next best overtaking position here. And again, Hack out towards the barrier on the outside as he turned into the right-hander. That shows that he's clearly not too worried about attack. So they're building up speed, and this is where Farrell would try to close in on Hack. Can he get the momentum? Can he get the speed down the back stretch? He can't, so he's going to have to tuck in. He just needs to find a little bit of extra speed. Although he's right on the bumper coming through these hairpins, it's down the straight that he wants to be in that position if he can. And that will happen in the snail section. As they approach that now, so if he can close in here, try and find some extra momentum coming out. Now, Brad Philpott, there he is on screen, has closed in on Johnny Elliott. These are the 2 most experienced drivers in the BRKC anyway, and certainly both have won races here, both capable of making the semi-final, both capable of making the final. And it's Johnny Elliott there with the red on his helmet versus Brad Philpott with the green. Brad, you were hearing in the commentary earlier on, and he's going to be back as well. But Johnny Elliott now, you can see again, being the taller driver, he can make maximum use of that Euro lean. Look at him leaning out wide to break the grip of the inside tyre. It helps the kart turn better and gives him therefore more speed, momentum, etc. coming out of the corner. He's defensive in the pits. No?
And what you have with those 2 at the moment is they've got a really big gap ahead of them and a really big gap kind of behind them. So they can kind of go at it and not risk losing out too much. They've made their pit stops. I think they both might just miss out on a podium anyway. So it's a battle for 4th, but you don't want to. What do you want to do with your teammate? It's Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton all over again.
Absolutely, and it could go either way, this one, for sure. One of the key things there, you can see Brad Philpott waving. He's asking about something. He's usually, he's quite wavy in the kart. He'll make his feelings known. You're listening there to a bit of analysis from Alex Van Gien, former BRKC race winner and someone who's been in from the very start. So you're hearing the information at home from one of the very best in the business. He's in the pit lane for us this year. He's not actually in competition. He's known Johnny Elliott and Brad Philpott for many years. Alex, who do you see coming out in front of this battle now?
I think they're going to play it smart. I don't think there's going to be too much. Unless Johnny leaves the door open, Brad isn't going to fling a crazy lunge up the inside. But the number 17 of Jonathan Wilson is actually closing on them, though. So if Brad doesn't want to get attacked and he thinks Johnny's holding him up, maybe he has to have a go now.
Yes, the most defensive thing he can do is attack, maybe at this stage. However, he certainly doesn't want that attack to turn into something which costs speed, because that will play into the hands of Wilson even more. And Wilson, as we know, is a top-level driver anyway. He is mostly an outdoor driver. He's been champion of the Club 100, so you know, that's saying something.
And as we say it, he's getting very close, because Johnny is absolutely white lining it now. So the whole thing of maybe some team orders of letting someone go faster isn't going to happen. Johnny is very much in it for himself, and rightly so, and hugging the white line. As you'll watch them go down the back straight, Johnny will be on the inside and Brad will be loitering around the outside. But Brad now can't do that because he's got the threat from Wilson behind.
Absolutely, and maybe the biggest team play now is for them not to both get done by Jonathan Wilson. That's probably the biggest team flex. There's still only 2 people to come into the pits. They are the 2 leaders. Now we're looking a little bit further down the order there at a battle that's building up. Crossing the line now, as we'll identify those. That's the 13. That is Freddie Farrell, and that's the back 4 basically. It's Farrell versus de Ramade versus Hack versus Fox. And now we're looking at the midfield battle. There's Brad Philpott on screen with the green helmet, and you can see there Johnny Elliott in the middle of the road going down the backstretch. He's defending hard the inside there. He's expecting an attack from Brad Philpott. Any moves like that does cost time, and that is all to the good of the 3rd driver in that group. You can just see there's Johnny Elliott with the red on his helmet, Brad Philpott.
And the race leader is into the pits. I was just about to say they are catching. Ooh, that was a very aggressive stop from Sam there. Very much slid. Could have gone past the line, but does get a green. Gets a green on the 2nd. What I was trying to say was those the 2 leaders were catching up on that back pack. So the last thing Sam wanted was to get stuck behind them and then have to fight and then be risked of overtaken by Bernadowski in the pits. So that was the right thing for Sam to do at that time.
And will we see Thomas Bernadowski cover that as well?
He's already got his hand in the air.
He's coming in.
So as he rounds the corner, lots of speed carry around there. Really good stop. I think that's a slightly better stop than Sam's first stop. Nodding, he knows it's a good stop as he gets out again. He's pushing it, and he's done him. Wow. I have no idea how he's managed to do that, but he has come out clearly ahead of Sam Slater. Sam doesn't know how it was done either. He's holding his hands up to, so what happened there? I have absolutely no idea, but it was an absolute killer pit stop. Maybe when I noticed that Sam went a little bit long on the first part of his pit stop, maybe that's what cost him the lead of the race.
And we can see on screen there, Sam's actually asking the question to his BSR team. What on earth happened there? He's side by side with Bernadowski. Bernadowski's got it covered now to the other side. Slater trying to do him around the outside, but it's still Bernadowski. Bernadowski has the lead as they come across the line, and Bernadowski has the lead as Sam Slater piling on the pressure into the snail. He's going to have a look down the inside. He's going to think about it, but Bernadowski's covered it. Now Bernadowski's run wide. That gives Slater move to the outside. Can he make the momentum count? It's going to be all down the back stretch. There's less than a minute to go before we get the final lap board as Sam Slater's piling on the momentum. Bernadowski defends to the inside. Slater to the outside. They're side by side. Slater's turning in, but Bernadowski's got him covered with holding the inside. Now, as they begin another lap, it needs to be a good exit by Slater. Bernadowski defends, and Slater's got the momentum. So can Slater come hard at Bernadowski going into the snail? It looks like Bernadowski's eked out something of a gap there that covers the inside, although he does run wide, and that gives the initiative back to Sam Slater. Can he build something through this fast left? They're going faster and faster around the corner here, building up speed down the back stretch. It's going to be to the inside goes Bernadowski. To the outside is Slater. Can Slater do him around the outside? Can he cut back? He's trying to cut back, but he cannot make that work as Bernadowski covers all the areas of the track he needs to. And in fact, Slater's now got the run because of a slow exit by Bernadowski. Bernadowski, the youngster from Poland, doing everything he can to hang on to the far more experienced British driver. Bernadowski comes out of the snail now. This needs to be a good run down the backstretch for Bernadowski. He's on the last lap. So this is all to play for now with Bernadowski. There's battles all the way down the order. We know that they're going on. I'll keep you abreast of them if I can. It's still Johnny Elliott up ahead in his battle, but Bernadowski has the lead. He's into the final couple of corners. Can Slater do it on this corner? The answer is no, he can't. Bernadowski's got it. Bernadowski takes the win just from Sam Slater. An incredible performance there by Tomasz Bernadowski to defeat Sam Slater, and that brings Ben Frankham into third place as well. An incredible third place by Ben Frankham. And he, of course, finished ahead of John Elliott, Brad Philpott, Jonathan Wilson. And then the battle further back, Farrell managed to maintain that from de Ramay, Hack, and then Fox in 10th place. Alex, that was an incredible race. There's so many people potentially to talk to down there. But Tomasz Bernadowski managed to hang on to that to lead. Immense pressure from the experienced Sam Slater.
Yeah, that was absolutely stunning. Some really great defensive driving there. Didn't get too flustered. He did make a few mistakes, and Sam wanted to have a go into a couple of certain corners, especially coming past me down past the pit straight. But absolutely brilliant from Bernardowski. Sam is going to be rather irritated about that, I feel. It all kind of petered out between Brad and Johnny, and the battle at the back was rather intense. So I'm going to go have a chat with Freddie, because he had to do a lot of defending for that race. Freddie, how was that? You look like you had a lot of stress for a lot of that race.
Yeah, I need to pick up the pace a bit, but yeah, I had a lot of pressure from behind and I had to get past, try and get the best points I could, made the overtake and just defended to the end.
Excellent, good job, well done. Right, so I'm going to wait for the leaders to get themselves. Weighed, and then I'm going to go and find them.
Yeah.
I'm going to go grab Bernardowski first. I'll let Sam sort of figure out in his head what actually happened in that race, because I think we were all a bit stunned at how far ahead Bernardowski was after that pit stop.
It was quite something, Alex, because it seemed that Slater's pit stop was really.
Sorry, James, I'm going to stop you. I've got Bernardowski with
it.
me. Wow, how does that feel? That was a mega pit stop. I think it was just your in-lap and your pit stop that nailed it. Did it feel good in the car?
Yeah, it was a really quick one. I knew I had to risk to be ahead of Sam, and yeah, it worked out.
So when he came past you early on, because obviously you qualified on pole, were you thinking, I'm not going to really have much of a chance to catch him, or were you planning on? Did you feel like it could come back to you?
Yeah, in the middle I thought I lost him, but then he made a couple of mistakes, which led to me catching up, and yeah, then I used the chance.
Excellent, well done. First win of the weekend. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Good luck.
Thanks.
Sam Slater. I can imagine you're standing there thinking, what just happened? So can you tell us what just happened?
I'm a bit speechless, to be honest. I'm not really sure. My pit stop was a bit too conservative. I thought I had a second gap to take an easy pit stop, and I have no words. No words.
And it's unfortunate, and then when you came out, you had an absolute mega battle for the rest of the race. What was your plan? How were you planning to try and get past him while he was white lining it around the circuit?
There is no plan at that point, because the race is done. I think, once the pit stops are done, the gap to third is large. He can place it wherever he wants to stop me, and I was actually impressed that I got about three quarters alongside him, and almost got it. Yeah, I tried.
Alex, a question for Sam.
Oh, I have a question for
Sam. I'm assuming that Tomek Bernardowski's just had his next year entry cancelled, has he?
James says, has Bernardowski now had his next year's entry cancelled?
Absolutely.
Thanks, Sam. Have a good. Listen, P2, you'll be fine for the rest of the weekend. Well done, mate.
Yeah, disappointed though he is, it's still a second place. That's a lot of points. Carry on, Alex.
And we have Ben. Ben, that seemed like a pretty sort of straightforward race for you. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. After the quali lap, I knew I wasn't going to catch those two in front. So Brad called me in for an early stop. So I just drove around by myself all race. Yeah, it was pretty easy. Nice third place, yeah.
Awesome. Well, listen, it's a really good way to start the weekend. Good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you very much.
All the best. Take care. Back to you.
Yeah, that was a heck of a race, Alex. And we saw three main races that were all very important from a result point of view. In the next heat race, though, they're all lined up and they're ready to go. We've got Sandy Kirshner, the German, in this one. Edgar Azevedo from Portugal. John Ostick, who's British driver. Melodica Hupkes from the Netherlands. Max Horn, Ed White. Fred Navarro and Mateusz Matus, Bobby McGeer and Thomas Wilshire in this one. They're starting their qualifying now. There's a lot of names to watch out for in this, to be fair. Most notably, I want to draw attention to Ed White, who had, in the last time he was here, he was actually ambulanced away with a bit of a medical issue. Since he's been cleared, that's a number of years ago now, he's been cleared, and he's making a bit of a comeback, so it's going to be very interesting to see how Ed White runs. For those who may not be aware, Ed White would be about where you'd position Seb Miller at the moment. He was considered the best in the country at the time.
Yeah, Ed is one of the best drivers I've ever seen in a go-kart, and he always did very well in this series. Obviously, he's been not medically cleared for a race for a long time, so it's absolutely awesome to see him back, and I'm so excited to see what he can do this year.
Yeah, it's going to be we'll be following that particular comeback all meeting long, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see him straight back at the front. We're going to see at the end of this qualifying, because they're coming in to finish their qualifiers now. So leading the way is Melle Hupkes, who's been beaten by Ed White. Ed White is now currently fastest in the qualifying. He's still faster with Matus behind. He's still faster with Matus and Ostick behind. But he's been beaten. It's Bobby McGeer. Bobby McGeer has gone fastest. Azevedo into the lower position. Wiltshire's 6th, 7th. Navarro's in there. Thorne. But it's still Bobby McGeer. And that's the qualifying complete now. So Bobby McGeer will take the starting spot. He's really obviously we saw him do well last year. He's a very good up-and-coming driver as Bobby McGeer. Still only 16, a lot of time on his side. He's ahead of Max Thorne though, and then Ed White, we got him 4th.
And I also just want to draw your attention to how close this is. The top 6 separated by less than 0.2 of a second.
Insane.
That is just incredible on the talent of the drivers here and the parity of the karts at Formula Fast here in Milton Keynes.
Absolutely, the guys at Formula Fast do an excellent job. They're constantly testing them, and to get that parity that people need at this level, it's a very difficult ask, because you've obviously got one driver testing the karts, and when different drivers with different styles, it can pull out some kind of difference. So to make it the same with different drivers is saying something. Now, meanwhile, back up into the commentary box, we've got Brad Philpott, who we saw in a massive battle with Johnny Elliott. Brad, we'll come to that in a bit, but just want to note that one of the drivers we're keeping an eye on in this race is the return of the incredible Ed White.
I thought you were going to talk about Ed as soon as I saw that list. Yep. And we've just had qualifying, have we? Okay, so
yes,
Ed's qualified 4th.
The result is McGeer's fastest from Thorne Navarro, with Ed White making his comeback in 4th place.
Okay, I'm surprised about Thomas Wiltshire, because much like his brother, he's been a front runner in all the practices, so that's maybe the upset here. Let's see whether Ed White can...
Capable of running the same lap times, those two. So the fact that we saw James Wiltshire win a race earlier on, he'll be down in the pit area there. And they're going to get the race underway now. So it is, we can see there Bobby McGeer with that blue helmet there. Very distinctive, that, with Bobby McGeer. Max Thorne and then Frederick Navarro. So Navarro is behind. He's the one in the BSR drivers who's in 3rd place there as we look at it. And the race on. Bobby McGeer... they're going to are they sending them around again? They are. Bobby McGeer got a bit too much of a good start there, really. If you're going to be making flyers, make them from further down the order, I think is the ticket. So
one of the BSR cars is complaining about his kart and was slow past me down here and is pointing at the engine.
Yeah, so that would be the one near the tail.
Azevedo.
Azevedo, yes it is, isn't it? He's in the BSR Papaya team, because they've got a number of different teams here. He was pointing down at the engine. Maybe he feels it's a bit cold. They're probably going to stop him at the end of the back stretch. Yes, they are. So Bobby McGeer is going to have to come to a halt. Everyone will stack up behind him just at the end. At the same place they pulled away from for the start we've just seen. They'll probably have a word with the driver who was complaining, and no, they're going to run him through and make it start again. Yeah, they're going now over to have a little chat about that motor. Probably want to see Bobby back him up a little bit more on the start, so they're a bit more bumper to bumper going through the first corner. So it looks like they're lined up. We're just waiting for the Formula Fast crew to indicate that they're happy, and they'll be getting the show on the road again. So Bobby McGeer, he's going to be opening his BRKC campaign from the pole position there. That's exactly what he wants. Brad, we saw some amazing showings from Bobby last year. He could do it again this year.
He certainly could, and there's no surprise to see him out at the front of this heat. So Bobby has his sights firmly set on the final this year. So
absolutely right. And a worthy sight as well. So he's crossing the line now. We've got this. The start is good. You can see all those green lights on the screen there. They're all around the circuit. So that shows that we got the start we wanted. The race is on, and Bobby McGeer's in the lead from Max Thorne, Fred Navarro, and then Ed White, who will be keeping tabs on throughout the championship here. But there's Bobby McGeer down the backstretch. He's looking over his shoulder to see exactly what the situation is behind. He's got a comfortably a lead in terms of lap 1 of a BRKC race, and he's got the start he wanted. He's able to hold that kart length ahead of Max Thorne, which means he's not going to be under immediate attack. Max Thorne, definitely one of the intelligent drivers who's going to think in terms of there's no point pointing the kart down the inside and losing time unless you're actually going to gain something for it, like actually attempting a real passing move. But it seems like he's got some momentum on Bobby McGeer here as they come onto the back stretch. Can Max Thorne do something? No, he's not quite close enough, but he's definitely starting to eke out something from third place, which is Fred Navarro. And then fourth, of course, Ed White. Mateus Matus is someone we are very used to running up at the front. I mean, he's probably doing the same lap times as ever, but he's hanging on there in fifth place. Brad, this is probably going to be one of the cagier races with, shall we say, less known quantities in the drivers.
I think this is going to be very juicy, and that's because Bobby McGeer is already feeling the need to start defending. He went slightly narrow at the end of the straight. He's going to have a full defence this time, and that means the drivers behind are either going to start making moves on each other or they're going to start making pit stops. And so this is going to be over once we've seen everything shake out. There's a massive bunch together.
In the pits. And you're absolutely right, Max. It is Ed White who comes in for his first BRKC pit stop in a long time, nails the first part, gets a good stop and nails the second part. Ed is now looking to set some clean lap times on his own with 16 and a bit minutes to go.
That makes me very excited. Ed White was the driver I was hoping was going to pit himself out of that little tussle, because he just set the fastest lap on the previous one. He's now got complete clean air whilst the front bunch are all defending. Ed White for the win, maybe?
Yeah, well, this is so far. I know we're only like 3 laps in, but in the
unless one of the BSR guys has something to say about it. Number 16 has just come in and nailed the first part of the pit stop and stops and nails the second part of the pit stop, and he is going to come out well ahead of Ed White.
And that's almost certainly a BSR decision, because they know the speed of Ed White. They needed to get Navarro in and out ahead of Ed White. Ed White won't really want to see Navarro in front of him, because that's why he pitted. This is definitely Ed White of old, though. Brad?
It is, and those two are really in the pound seat. The two who have just pitted, they're going to work together now. Ed's not right tucked up behind Navarro, so there's no reason for any defending.
There is chaos at the hairpin. 3 karts were all stopped coming out of the hairpin. I didn't see the contact, but yeah, that was carnage there. But what it's done has brought the BSR car of Navarro and Ed White to the back of this slower pack, which will now probably affect their progression up the grid ahead of the leaders.
And it was another BSR driver, Edgar Azevedo, who has actually been nosing the barrier on the exit, so he's been well and truly turned around.
So this has really affected things, because that bunch that's just in front of Navarro have all been slowed down. It means Navarro and Ed White are going to catch up with traffic much earlier than they would have planned. So with that early stop, although one of those 3 traffic...
Number 21 is in the pits. Very cool helmet, like Lando Norris style. He's gone very far forward, so he has to wait a little bit longer. Very good not to get a yellow there. He saw the issue. He stopped a little bit earlier now and gets the green and gets away. And he's coming out just alongside, just behind one of the other BSR karts. There's too many BSR karts, and I'm getting confused.
Another pass, Mateus.
Navarro and Ed White are comfortably first and second here. I think Bobby McGeer and Max Thorne slowed down a lot.
Number 12 is in the pits. Number 12 is in the pits as he has a really... Oh, no. I thought it looked like a really good stop, but it was because it was far too quick. So he is going... So Thorne is going to have to come in and make another stop, as we have number 9 who's also come in. Really nice gold helmet. Gets 2 greens, and he is off on his way. So, unlike some of the other races, this has had lots of pit stops very, very quickly, and there is still a whole load of time to go. 14 and a bit minutes. Let's go.
And bang on cue with the camera. Sorry, lads, just to cut in there. Look at the on screen now. That is Mateus Matus. If anybody can capitalise on this, it's going to be Mateus. Now, he was down in 5th place, just saying before. He's going to be on a bit of a mission, but this mission starts here and now. There he is. He's trying to close in on the leader, Bobby McGeer. Brad?
This race has been turned on its head, because when that was a full course yellow, Bobby McGeer and the other drivers at the very, very front there slowed down for the yellows. Everyone else kept going fast. Ed White, Fred Navarro, Ed White are now well inside the delta they need to take the lead. So Bobby McGeer and who else was it? Max Thorne at the front. By being super legal under those yellows, they've lost the gap. So I don't know quite how that's going to be adjudicated by the officials. I don't know whether any rules were broken.
You almost can't adjudicate that, can you? Given that there were so many people doing the same thing.
Yeah,
it's almost.
And number 12 is back in for his official stop to actually see if he can make it work. The first one is a green this time, and Thorne gets away on the second one. Finally gets his pit stop sorted, but that puts him right at the back of the field.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate disaster there for Max Thorne. He's I mean, he has experience at this level. He's been in the Polish Championships for the last couple of years. A lot of these drivers now going abroad. But I really believe this is played in the hands of Matus now. So carry on, Brad.
So Thomas Wiltshire is now in front of Navarro. So I believe Navarro is easily in the lead of this race on a net lead. And he's now, oh, well, that's not going to have helped him at all.
Navarro in the barrier, and he's been bumped by Ed White.
Now, this is all because Wiltshire, who is a pit stop behind, was going slightly defensive on Navarro, who is a whole 10 seconds ahead of him in reality. But that caused Navarro to go for a bit of a rash move, got stuck on the barrier. Now it's anyone's guess. Maybe McGirr's back in the net lead. We need to see when they cross the line this time.
Yeah, when they cross the line, the timing screen will settle into something we can possibly analyse. And half the field have been in, so we've still got the other 5. So, Alex, a lot of it's going to be down to the pits.
Yeah, we've got 4 people left to make pit stops, the 2 leaders, and then there is Josh and Thomas Wiltshire. Thomas Wiltshire, who has now maybe caused an issue here because obviously he's in the way of the 2 guys that pitted early. So I don't actually know how to call this. There's lots of fights going on, but it's all in the pit stops, and we're going to see what's going to happen with this race probably in the last 5 minutes.
Right, well, basically, if we're going to come close to calling anything, we've got relative inexperience but massive improvements and speed from Bobby McGeer. We've got a vast amount of experience and speed. We've seen him win before. Mateusz Matus, who's in second place. Josh Ostick is potentially one of the more unknowns. Thomas Wiltshire we expect to do well when he can do well, and he's currently net 4, overall 4th on paper right now. Frederic Navarro, we've seen him with issues in 5th, and Ed White is 6th. Now, this could be Navarro and White are still actually in some sort of strong contention. With each other, but also actually with the lead. That is probably the area that's going to be of most concern to the leaders like Bobby McGeer. Further down the order, we've had Edgar Azevedo, who's yet to stop, who's ended up facing the wrong way, and Mela Dicker-Hupkes, who was the first one in. Max Thorne, we know, has had 2 stops, so effectively rule out Max at this stage. But that's probably the best read we can get on the race at the moment. Still, it's Bobby McGeer who's doing the business. He's still the one who you would probably put your money on right now, I think. However, that can change pretty rapidly the way things are looking.
So I think previously, before the little incident in the snail, Navarro was a shoo-in for the lead.
Yeah.
However, it's now absolutely touch and go. Navarro's 9.4 seconds behind the lead. Normally it's 10 seconds. You need to be within 10 seconds to have a chance of taking the lead. So if McGirr was to pit now, if nothing changed, I think they'd be coming out of the pit side by side. And then Ed White obviously was held up by the crash that Navarro had with Wiltshire. So it's been slightly punted back.
And I think if McGeer came into the pits now, if he got passed by Navarro, he'd probably get passed by Ed White in the confusion as well. Ed White, again, we can't rule Ed White out because if anyone can take advantage under normal circumstances, if he wasn't making some kind of grand comeback which begins here and now, if Ed White, if this was the Ed White a few years ago, we would say this is exactly the situation that he will take advantage of, and we would be talking about Ed White for the win in some form or other, even if it's not completely obvious now. So if Ed's still got the racing brain and still got the racing speed, it's certainly not over for him.
Navarro and White are just creeping closer to Bobby McGeer. So every lap that Bobby stays out is playing into the hands of these two because they're able to use their pace. However, they are still catching back up with Wiltshire. And if the same thing happens again, if they get bottled up behind Wiltshire and then can't make any more progress, the luck will go back towards Bobby McGeer's side, and maybe he will come out in front. We have no idea which of them is going to take the lead when Bobby pits.
Yeah. Now, Alex, down in the pit lane there, I don't know if you can tell us or not, but I don't believe Thomas Wiltshire's been in the pits.
No, Thomas has not been in the pits. The thing that I'm finding very impressive is the lap times between the top 6 is all within a tenth every single lap. So where you say they are catching up on Bobby McGeer, we're talking half a tenth here, a quarter of a tenth there. This is how close BRKC is, and it's absolutely phenomenal.
And the crucial element of that we're looking at as well is those little half tenths, etc. While it might not give a clear lead or position change, they will affect Bobby McGeer's pit exit. So in other words, he'll be coming out of the pits with no momentum but the inside for the snail. If he's got Navarro alongside him, therefore with momentum, because Navarro's been, is on a fast lap, that will mean bad news for McGeer. If he can defend it. In the pits, have you, Alex?
No one's in the pits, but on that note, both Ed White and Navarro have got within 10 seconds now. So they're now both inside that 10-second mark. So we could be looking at a lead change.
So McGeer pitting now would lose the lead straight away. And you'd have to assume if they are on that sort of pace, that situation for McGeer would only get worse. Perhaps, Brad, Brad, his main hope will be to pit right now and try and get defensive, not lose any more spots.
It just depends whether Navarro is about to get stuck behind Wiltshire again. You can see they're getting closer. How long have we got? Still 8 minutes. That's quite a long time.
Way. He will definitely catch him. Definitely going to catch him.
So.
Yeah. So we're looking on screen. Those people at home, in the midst of all this confusion, you're looking at Navarro, Frederick Navarro there. He's the middle of that little group. Wiltshire in front of him is the one who's of concern from a Navarro point of view. Ed White, who's the third of that group, is the one on the comeback trail. And if anyone can take advantage of confusion between Wiltshire and Navarro, we're looking at Navarro now, it is Ed White, the third of that little group there. So Thomas Wiltshire turns in at the end of the straight there. There goes Navarro, and there is Ed White. So this could get very tricky. The bumping and boring that we were talking about before was actually to do with Navarro and Wiltshire, so it may well happen again.
I think.
And the thing to notice is Jack Wiltshire, not Jack Wiltshire, he's an ex-football player. Thomas Wiltshire, he has to be sensible here because he doesn't want to get in a fight with the two cars behind him, because at the moment he can pit easily and come out ahead and still be behind Ed.
He's waving. I think Wiltshire's...
Oh, there's a hand in the air. He is into the pits. As we call it, he just needs to make the pits nice and steady. Don't overreact. Do nothing too outrageous. Get to green on the first one. Again, nice, good stop. Stopped nice and early. Really, really good stop. Thomas is out and on his way.
Over to you, Brad. Where's McGear?
Well, Navarro's within 8.8 seconds of McGear now, so I would say that's a pretty easy taking of the lead when the pit stop finally happens. Also, you've got to remember, Bobby's got the pressure to make a clean pit stop. It's not just a case of he's going to definitely do it in a certain time. He still has to actually do it, and there's every chance that under pressure you can make an error and get a yellow. So Bobby's got some work to do here. Is it going to be second? Is it going to be even third? Will Ed White slip past him too? I'm looking forward to the next 6 minutes.
Well, we know he can do it, Bobby McGear, but can he do it under this level of extreme pressure? Because it's not just Navarro, it's also Ed White. So if Bobby McGear was to lose the lead of the race, is he just losing it to Navarro, or will he end up third because of Ed White? So on down the line. We're looking on screen now. There's Frederick Navarro, potentially the new race leader, depending on Bobby McGear's pit stop. Behind him is Ed White. Now, Ed White seems to be dropping back a little bit from Navarro. Navarro's kind of, from his point of view, he's kind of on his own now, and he's just piling in the laps, keeping the lap time down, and pushing the pressure towards McGear. McGear has to make a pit stop that's clean. He's not coming in this time, though.
Ed White and Fred Navarro both in the 30.4s, so very, very fast lap times. They're the only drivers in the .4s.
Yep.
Navarro with the fastest lap, as you'd imagine, because he's the one that's been on the move for the last 10 minutes or so.
In fairness, when you look at Bobby McGear, he's a 30.50, so compared to Ed White, it means he's like half a tenth slower, so it's still pretty tight. But your point is valid, Brad. Okay, it might be just be half a tenth, but he is still quicker. As we look on screen at the flying Bobby McGear, he's the one in the race lead. He's the one who started from pole position, and there he is, the number 17.
And we have a stopper. It is the number 8, and he's got a good first stop. He's bouncing himself away, lifts himself out of the seat, and gets himself ahead and comes out comfortably behind Ed White.
So he's come out behind Ed White. We're still looking at Bobby McGear with 5 minutes plus that lap to go. So as we look at the pit stops, we're thinking about maybe 3 people left to stop, including the first and second, which is McGear and Ostick, and then further back Edgar Azevedo. So Bobby McGear continues in the lead. He's on that Snell section now. He's getting turned in. He's got to be fast now. Can he get into the... yes, he can. He's now down at Ed White pace almost. It's 30.4 for him, 30.4 for Ed White, but it's 30.3 and fastest lap for Frederick Navarro. Bobby McGear turning in.
Number 13 is in the pits, gets a good first stop, and then up to the second gate and has a good second stop. Off on his way in nice clean air with only 4 minutes to go and 2 people to make pit stops.
Absolutely, and so we'll be looking out for those as it's Bobby McGear in the lead, Josh Ostick second, who are yet to come into the pits to you, Alex. Now McGear is on screen. He's got absolutely clear space in front, absolutely clear space behind. We can see hardly anyone around his area. He's got the length of that back straight complete in both directions, so he doesn't come in this time. And in the pits with you, Alex.
21 is in the pits, and we have a good first stop and a good second stop, and he is off and on his way.
Now that's Melodika Hupkes, who came in really
and number
early.
19 is in, Nostik is in, and he has had another good pit stop, and that works quite well. The guy who was just in, hasn't he been in before?
Yeah, that was the first pit stopper, Melodika Hupkes. Now, for some reason, I'm not aware of anything from race control. Have you any update, Brad?
Yeah, black flag. So it must
Hupkes, yeah.
have served a penalty stop. Now we spoke earlier about how most of the pit stops that are served as additional stops aren't penalties. Well, that one actually was a genuine one, maybe for the contact at the hairpin.
So something out on the track. Yeah, something out on the track. There was a bit scruffy in the opening there, so maybe Dika Hupkes has been tasked with being the fault there. So it's Bobby McGee yet to make a stop. He's on screen. Will it be this lap? He's got just under 3 minutes and then 1 lap. He cannot come in on the final lap. He has to come in before. So he still has about 4, maybe 5 laps with which to think about coming into the pits. It's not going to be this time around. It's all really what he does. Now, looking at the timing screen, we allow for about 10 seconds there. So Frederick Navarro, 8. Bobby's definitely going to lose the lead there. Bobby's probably going to be 3rd place, maybe even 4th. So Mateusz Matus, what's his speed like? He is currently just ever so slightly slower on personal best. And in fact, he was faster on that last lap than Bobby McGee. So Bobby McGee he has to keep going. He has to keep putting these lap times in. If he pits now, it's going to be 3rd place, but with a fight with Mateusz Matus as McGee continues on round. Alex, down in the pits, we've only got the race leader to come in, but surely, even from your perspective down there, he can't possibly hold on to the lead of the race.
Well, no, not really. There's 8.5 seconds, and 10 seconds is if you do an absolutely perfect stop. So I think we're going to end up with Navarro, with the lead, with Ed behind and Bobby McGee. It might be close between Bobby and Ed on the exit of the pits, but I think we're seeing both those guys move forward, and Bobby may be looking a little bit confused as to why he hasn't won this race.
And the last chance to pit board is out right now, so anyone who hasn't pitted needs to be doing it right now. We're about to find out exactly who's going to take the lead, because Bobby McGee is going to have to come in right about now.
Absolutely, and you say they have to pit now. The only one who has to pit now is Bobby McGee, who we're looking at. He's going to be coming in. We're going over to you, Alex. The race leader's in the pits.
As he enters the pit lane, very smooth through the left-hander, gets on the brakes, gets a good first stop, gets a stop. He's looking over at the track, gets a good second stop, but Navarro goes ahead, and Ed White also goes ahead. I think Bobby is going to be very confused, and I look forward to asking him why.
Absolutely. He will probably be the one who least understands it. However, he has come out behind Ed White. I was concerned whether he'd fall into the clutches of Mateusz Matus, but clearly that hasn't happened. So Bobby McGee has kind of got the best result he could have hoped for in the circumstance, in reality, in that with Navarro being faster, with Ed White being faster for a number of laps in the middle of that race there's the race leader, Frederick Navarro. Now, Navarro's got half a minute plus 1 lap, so ideally Navarro wouldn't want to be crossing the line within the next 23 seconds. However, it's impossible for him to maintain any kind of pace and not do that, so there are probably 3 laps left in this race now, including the one they're on. 2.5 now, technically, as they enter the backstretch. Clearly, Navarro's got a nice lead ahead of Ed White there. You can see him drift into the corner there, who's equally got the situation covered, the 3rd place Bobby McGee. Now, McGee will probably be disappointed, but you know what? He's done a great job, and 3rd place in this is still very good. It's still a lot of points, although he'll be the last person who feels that way, having led so much of the race. Mateusz Matus continues to close in. He's only 0.3 of a second behind Bobby McGee, so McGee's still got his hands full, metaphorically, as down on the last lap, actually, it's Navarro who's going to complete the race now in the lead. He's got 2 corners to go. There's Ed White making an incredible comeback straight into 2nd place. This is the Ed White of old, as Navarro wins the race, and Ed White an incredible 2nd place. As into 3rd comes the long-time race leader, Bobby McGee, Mateusz Matus, Josh Ostick, Thomas Wilshire. Surely he's going to come into 6th place, and then there's a big old gap to Sandy Kirshner, Max Thorne, Edgar Azevedo, who we saw in the wall, and Melodika Hupkes, who we saw in the pits twice. So Frederick Navarro, a great win there by him. He'll be absolutely delighted with that, but equally delighted, and a really good first step in that comeback. Ed White, we couldn't really ask for any more than that, Brad.
No, I expected Ed to be somewhere near the front, and he delivered. Didn't quite have the pace to challenge Navarro. I think had he not had a Navarro also make an early stop, because they basically were on the same strategy each other, weren't they? They were both pitting out of the way to do some fast laps.
Well, you have to think that the one came in because of the other.
Yes, exactly. And Navarro had to cover him off and ultimately had the pace. Navarro got the fastest lap as well. So good win for Fred.
And down to you in the pits, Alex.
I want to try and grab Tom Wiltshire, but I can't find him because I want to see what his thoughts were while everyone was fighting him. Where is he? I can't find him. I'm going to have to ignore it and get the leaders. However, Tom's wandered off over there, so I don't think Tom wants to be interviewed. But I'm very looking forward to interviewing Ed White. You can come over to me, buddy. Ed, welcome back to BRKC, and what a way to do it. That was brilliant. Tell me your thought process for that race.
Yeah, I see they were. Bobby was defending really early on, so I thought now's my chance to pit, try and jump the 3 ahead of me. And then I saw Frederick did the same thing next lap. I just couldn't keep up with Frederick, but yeah, managed to get the gap big enough to come out in second place.
That was awesome. I mean, to see you back after such a long stint out and you've lost 0 pace at all is incredibly terrifying for everybody else.
Yeah, I can do the odd lap, the pace is there, but the consistency, I'm all over the place at the moment. I need to try and get a bit more consistent, I think.
Tell him we're all delighted up here, Alex.
And from the commentary box, they're all very delighted to have you back. So listen, go have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll catch you later. Bobby, I can imagine you come past that line and saw those guys overtake you out the pits. It was a bit confusing. What was your thought process leading into that? Did you know kind of where you stood?
I sort of knew where I was. The pace just wasn't quite there, really. I knew I wasn't going to be able to come out of the pit in first, but third's not too bad.
Excellent. So is this your first BRKC? I know. Your third BRKC. Excellent. So what's your hopes now? Finishing third, where do you think you can end up?
Well, I was hoping I was going to win that one, but consistent top 2s, top 3s will be all right.
Awesome. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Take care. And then we head over to our race winner, Mr. Navarro. So that was really interesting. Did your team tell you to pit to cover Ed, or was that your decision and you saw it?
My team told me to pit because Bobby and Max were actually defending, so it was really holding us back. So I think getting the overcut was a lot more helpful.
And at what point during that race did you think you actually had a shot at winning it?
Sorry, what?
During that race, at what point do you think you had a shot at actually taking the win?
I think when I was coming across the line and I could see Bobby and Matthias Matzis like just in my peripheral vision coming around the Snell, I think that was the time when I saw the window that I was going to get ahead.
Excellent, well done, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Take care. Back to you guys in the pit box.
Yeah, it was a great win there by Frederick Navarro. We're still on the first round. We're on race number 8 of 10 of the first round of heats. So we're still seeing drivers who are in competition for the first time this weekend. In this next heat race, it's going to be quite an interesting one because we've got Ryan Taylor, Conrad Bielak, Ivan Jana, Gabriel Kinter, Ashley Mason-King, Bram van der Ende, Carol Nimchek, Jenny Tompkins, Jacob Equal and Aaron Bell in this. Now, Brad, just want to look at some of the names on here. Bram van der Ende, definitely. Carol Nimchek, definitely. Ivan Shana, definitely. Conrad Bielak, probably. Gabriel Kinter, possibly. Jacob Equal, possibly, because he has definitely come on. And you know, it's going to be, and Gabriel Kinter is sort of, well, I don't know what would you describe him as, absolutely multinational. He's listed as Portugal here, but he's sort of British, sort of something. I've got it written down, but there's about 6 nationalities he can claim.
I'll tell you what there definitely is in this race. There's a bunch of orange. There's a lot of BSR drivers out there.
Yeah.
And if you're a BSR driver...
Of which Kinter is one, isn't he?
Yeah, you tend to be quite a serious indoor kart driver. So yeah. I think they're going to be competitive. They can also work together with the team strategy. Kinter see who gets first blood here with the qualifying laps as they come in. They're almost all on their flying lap now.
Now, Kinter being a kart, you know, a semi-finalist KWC qualifier. We've also got Bram van der Ende, who's actually been a World Championship finalist before. Karol Nimchek has been very busy, definitely in the Polish Championships. He's definitely a front runner over there. And Jacob Equal is someone we've seen really come on, done an awful lot of karting last year. Kind of a wild year for Jacob generally in life, but he certainly did great in the karting sense, and he's certainly one that we need to keep an eye on. So we've got the checker out, the times are in. Bram van der Ende predictably is on pole, but it's Ryan Taylor. Jacob Equal there is in 3rd place. Conrad Bielak is in 4th. Carol Nimchek 5th. Ivan Shana, a little bit of a surprise in 6th. Jenny Tompkins 7th. Gabriel Kinter is in 8th. Aaron Bell is 9th, and Ashley Mason-King is in 10th place. Brad, I'm struggling to look beyond Bram van der Ende here, because if I was looking beyond Bram van der Ende, I would have looked at Nimchek and Shana, who are well out of the order. So this could be great news for Taylor, Equal. Maybe they can do something here.
Well, Taylor, Equal and Bilak have all qualified within half a tenth of van der Ende on pole there. So they've clearly got some pace. But yeah, you've got a few drivers there that probably would have expected to be a couple of places higher. Shana being maybe the key one.
Yeah, I think so. Down in 6th place, I'm a bit surprised. Shana, one thing he has got now on his side is experience. You know, again, a bit like we talked about the Americans earlier on, a bunch of Hungarians have come out into the world scene. Now, Shana was one of those leading the way. Shana's also been an absolute multiple champion of any form of karting in Hungary before he took on like an international role. Obviously, he's find it a little bit harder to win the titles in the international side, but he's still up there doing it. So they're going to get the race underway now. It's Bram van der Ende. Now, the big thing is, Bram van der Ende, I absolutely trust for consistent top race pace. What those can do behind is the question mark. Van der Ende quite defensive into the snail, as we can see, he was in the middle of the road there. It's getting a bit busy behind. There's a change of position. Someone's moved up. Was that Jenny Tompkins? But certainly it's Bram van der Ende leading. There he is in the white helmet and black suit. And he's followed by Ryan Taylor and then Jacob Equal. So Jacob Equal getting pretty racy down the bottom end there. Fourth is Conrad Bilak, who really can't be discounted either. And then Karol Niemczek, who's been around forever, despite being relatively young at 17. So they continue around again defensive. The only one non-defensive was the 4th place of Bilak going into the snail there. They were trying to just cancel each other out. Bilak felt he had enough gap behind so that he could then run the outside. That gives him the run down around the final corners and down here. So the driver we're talking about there, Bilak, is in 4th place, the dark suited one with the yellow on his helmet. And there, 2nd place, Taylor. There is Jacob Equal. So leading the way, it's still Bram van der Ende. Now, no pit stops yet. No one's jumped to the pit, so everyone feels they're kind of where they need to be on pace. There is like a kart gap developing within the whole field. So although they are kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right down to 10th, there is a bit of an even gap and no one's bumper to bumper. So no one really, I would say, strategically want to come in maybe a bit in the mid-pack there. There's a bit of a passing going on, is there?
Yeah, I was just about to say the only move looking likely is the 2 BSR drivers of Tompkins and Kinter, and Kinter went for it and actually ended up in some kind of almighty fight here with the 2 KBR drivers at the back of Bell and King. But yeah, I think Kinter was getting a little bit impatient, went for the move, had a little bit of clip on the back of Tompkins going into the hairpin.
Yeah, and
shaken out. Okay.
Yeah, Ashley Mason King has moved up a place by the looks of it as well, at the expense of Aaron Bell, as it's still Bram van der Ende who's leading the way. And now Ryan Taylor, Jacob Equal look pretty content. So there's Ryan Taylor in 2nd in that blue helmet. Is that one in the pits? No, I thought there was someone diving in there, but Bilak stayed out, Alex. Alex from...
We do have someone in the pack. It's another BSR kart. Orange is definitely the new black at the moment. As they come in, and Quinta, it's a good stop. Sometimes the red light seems a bit slow. Maybe it's just me, but that was a nice clean stop from Quinta, and he's going to have plenty of time to catch up with the pack.
And Brad, he also got a contact warning for that little moment with Tompkins at the end of the straight. So I think he just wanted to get out of the way, have some clear air. He's now done that for himself, and to see whether he can make up any ground, just lapping as fast as he possibly can.
Kind of a settle down pit stop, yeah?
Exactly. He wasn't going anywhere in his position before the stop.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's very interesting. We can see a lot of BSR team drive. There's more than one BSR team. They are the same group, if you like, but they've entered a number of teams. They're scoring points on teams as well, although it is an individual drivers' championship. Yeah, Bradley Shepherd Racing, with the McLaren-inspired colours on the karts, the BSR team fit right in with that, with their orange and black. In fact, they've been orange and black for a long time, so I'm sure Bradley Shepherd himself will deem that McLaren have actually copied his colours, and probably rightly so, because he's even though they won the Formula 1 Championship this year, Bradley Shepherd Racing is such a strong kart team in motorsport, they're probably more successful than McLaren. So BSR definitely, it's their colours, shall we say. Their colours happen to be running 2nd and 3rd at the moment in the form of Ryan Taylor and Jacob Equal, with Conrad Bilak dropping back a little bit in 4th now. Bram van der Ende is up at the front still, a known quality of speed, but I have to say I'm actually slightly surprised, and this says a lot for Ryan Taylor and Jacob Equal, that they were able to so comparatively easily stay with Brand van der Ende. We know the karts are very equal on performance. They've had the same driver and do the same lap times, near as damn it.
We've had a move into the hairpin. Number 20 has taken the position from number 8, and that is a move for the lead.
It's Taylor has passed Brand van der Ende, so the lead has changed out of our view there. As there's Taylor. Ryan Taylor has taken the lead from Brand van der Ende. So far be it from doing well to stay with him. He's done even better than that, and Ryan Taylor's gone straight through into the lead at the most predictable passing points. Now, will Brand van der Ende get him back? He's trying to get the momentum down there. And what about Ryan Taylor? Ryan Taylor knows nothing's coming because he stayed to the left as we see it on our screen. There's Taylor in the lead. There's Brand van der Ende in second at 20 there. Anyone coming in the pits? Not by the looks of it. The pace is good. So Taylor has taken the lead. Can he pull any kind of advantage? Well, he's got a kart and a half, although it closes in under the concertina effect going into the Snell section. Brad, I want to bring you in onto this one. Obviously, we know that BSR are going to be on it in terms of strategy, but Ryan Taylor, he's, I don't want to speak too soon, but he's looking good for the win here.
Well, the best strategy is to get into the lead and pull away, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
because it buys options. You can pit when you want them.
Definitely in the position he wants to be in. He will want to not be attacked, though, by van der Ende, because then that gives the guys behind this little group some thoughts about whether or not they want to pit. We saw what happened in the last race when Bobby McGeer had to start going defensive. He was then jumped by a couple of other karts. That exact same thing could easily happen here if Taylor starts defending from van der Ende, so let's keep an eye on it.
Absolutely, and the kind of decision maker there is going to be van der Ende himself, because it's whether he starts. There was a nudge there, definite nudge. There. Yeah, because that forced Ryan Taylor out wide. In fact, looks like he hit the wall, but in comes out van der Ende.
Van der Ende is in, gets a good stop right on his marks and gets a really nice clean green as he goes through there. Another slide as he just about touches the barrier, but gets a green and comes out just behind Ashley King.
Not sure quite how sensible that was. If he can make light work of Ashley Mason King, then he can get on his way and keep going. But this is now going to rely on what happens to the driver in the lead. That was kind of protecting himself against other people pitting behind him and jumping him. He just took himself out of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, Brand van der Ende obviously reacted to what he considered the incident being caused by a slow Ryan Taylor. So as far as Brand van der Ende, because he didn't actually even try and pass him, he just ran in the back of him going into the hairpin there.
And Ashley King has made the decision to pit out of the way as he comes through to do his first live BRKC pit stop, as he gets a nice green, as he stops nice and early, rolls slowly, and then we get out there. Probably not the best pit stop, but he's now clear on his own at the back of the track.
So, back out into the race then, and that's Ashley Mason King, who's back in the race, having completed his pit stop. Now, that's great news for Brand van der Ende, because he does not need to think about any overtaking. What Brand van der Ende now has to do is focus on those fast laps. Can he leapfrog Ryan Taylor at the front? Ryan Taylor will know this is exactly going to be van der Ende's idea, so he's going to have to be equally quick and cancel that thing out. So Ryan Taylor, when he comes into the pits, he'll be exiting the pit lane, knowing that van der Ende's got actually momentum on him, which could be a factor going to the Snell. We've seen it so many times. Now, from our point of view, we're going to be keeping a bit of an eye on lap times relative to those two. We've got Jacob Equal, who's now into second place. Can Equal inch down that gap to Ryan Taylor? Because from his point of view, if Taylor does manage to leapfrog van der Ende, if Jacob Equal's on his tail, he might find he's also leapfrogging van der Ende by definition.
Yeah, exactly. Van der Ende, by making that pit stop, he's kind of released Equal behind him. Equal now doing 30.5s. Van der Ende a tenth or so slower, tenth and a half slower. So he might have pitted himself into a worse position here. His idea will have obviously been to go faster than the two guys at the front there, but at the moment he's not doing that.
Guess who's just set the fastest lap time, Brad?
It's Jacob Equal.
Jacob Equal, just gone quickest. And so there's the second place driver, Jacob Equal, who's now the fastest on the track. There he is, Jacob Equal. So it's a very fine margin, but as we've seen, these margins make a difference when it comes to leapfrogging people coming out the pits. As there is the leader, that's Ryan Taylor. He's still staying out. All the leaders are still staying out, including Nimchek there, who's actually running fifth. Ivan Shana up to fourth place. We haven't mentioned him yet. Could this be the start of some kind of move from the Hungarian champ?
So he's obviously still yet to pit. He's going to be jumped by van der Ende, obviously. So it's going to be fifth place maximum there. I mean, he's not going to be happy with that regardless. His pace looks good, though. He's in the fives, like the guys at the very front, but the qualifying's what's caused him some problems. Just a little update on Gabriel Quinta, who had that early stop to take himself out of trouble. He's lapping quicker than several of the karts in front of him and is probably moved himself up to a net 6th place. So that looked like a good decision.
Yeah, that's interesting as well. Talking of lap times, though, Bram van der Ende, far from actually setting quicker laps, is slower than those who were around him in that top 5,
including Bielak, who is in 3rd place at the moment. He's just got the fastest lap. So has van der Ende kind of sacrificed a solid 2nd place and moved himself down to a 4th place?
He could well have done, I mean, Bram van der Ende, we were thinking he was going to win this race, and it could be that the top 5 is going to be the best that happens. So we'll see what happens when the main leaders will only get that result when they come in. But certainly, he's not faster. Let's see, with each passing lap, can he pick up the pace? Well, he's into the 30.5 now, but Jacob Equal's just gone quick. He's 30.4.
Exactly. These front bunch, in fact, the top 3, well, the leader hasn't quite done a 4 yet, but they're all capable of it. And van der Ende really needed the opposite of that. He needed to be making inroads in that little into that little group. But there's still lots more of the race to play out. We've got 10 minutes to go, so the guys at the front could start battling. They could have a slightly slow pit stop. I don't know how to call it among that top 4.
Well, definitely Bram van der Ende has got on the kind of wrong ender of what he was planning for that pit stop. He was obviously hoping to leapfrog those in front. He felt he had the speed. He ran at the back of Ryan Taylor coming down the end of the straight there. And talking the end of the straight, it's Jacob Equal who's closed in completely now. He's well within the car, almost on the bumper of Ryan Taylor. And could it be that Ryan Taylor's weak area of the track is actually that hairpin at the bottom, because the race leader Ryan Taylor
we have one of the orange carts in again, another one of those the Bradley Shepherd team. Tompkins is in, and he has a nice clean pit start, and they are out onto the track.
So Jenny Tompkins in and out of the pits, resumes in 9th place behind Gabriel Kinter. As we look at the 2 leaders there, and it is definitely Jacob Equal. Remember, he's made up an enormous gap. There was not only Bram van der Ende in that gap, but there was about another car to 2 lengths as well. So let's have a look at the lap times. Well, Jacob Equal is fastest. It's still fractions, but it's those little fractions adding up lap by lap that's got him right on the tail of Ryan Taylor. Now, the question is it that, down the inside he comes, and surely that's going to be clean. A great move by Jacob Equal to take the lead. It's Jacob Equal who's now in the lead as they cross the line. Another lap, he's waving acknowledgement to the crew on the pit wall there as Jacob Equal. Well, here comes Ryan Taylor. Can he make a move at this snail? No, he can't, although he's on the bumper of. Now, this is when he needs to build up the momentum, Ryan Taylor. We don't think that, or I don't think that Ryan Taylor's strong spot is that hairpin at the end. So this could be good news for Jacob Equal. He's already edged out a little bit of a gap there, as he's coming out the snail ahead, so he's able to get on the power first and so on. But it's Jacob Equal who's looking quite firmly in the lead now, although just 1 kart length back to Ryan Taylor, Conrad Bielak. Potentially good news for Bram van der Ende, Brad, a battle at the front?
Well, yeah, that has certainly given him a few tenths back, but I still think he's just outside the time gap he needs to move into the lead. But those guys at the front cannot afford any more fighting like that, because they will just hand the win back to van der Ende. So at the moment, I mean, talk about a way to go out and grab the race win for yourself. Jacob Equal just making the move on track on one of his BSR stablemates. But
absolutely, the 3rd driver to lead the race, and all the changes have been actually pass on track.
And he's gone, we know he's already the fastest driver with the best lap in the race too, so he's clearly got the pace. Now can he just pull away and cement this as the win?
Now, team-wise, obviously BSR there on the front 2, Bradley Shepherd Racing. Talent Factory driver is Bram van der Ende. That's like an offshoot of the famous Blue Star Racing from Belgium. And with the Talent Factory, they are among the best strategists in the business. And so Bram van der Ende will have available the best information. It's what he can do with it that's going to count. Although there's no kart to pit radio, there's certainly a lot of intelligently organised communication between the pits and the drivers. There are some very good viewing points as well, normally out of our view, hint hint, so we can't really tell what they might be saying to each other. Brad?
When van der Ende actually pits, he's going to come out somewhere in that group, isn't he?
You mean Equal? Van der Ende's been in.
Sorry. When the front group pits,
Yeah.
when they all come back together, I should say. They're going to be all mixed together in this little group of 4.
So the group of 4 is going to become a much bigger group because of where they come out.
Which is then going to turn into a fight, and it's the relative position. So Van der Ende will be the one on track, and that means he's going to be forced to the outside of turn 1, and that's really not where you want to be. It's very hard to make progress there, and he'll be trying to get across to the inside, ready for snail part 1, and then into the main snail. So he could end up right at the back of this group, because he's going to be on the left-hand side, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, well,
as each of these guys exit the pits, they'll be on the ideal line.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying, Brad, is that although Van der Ende will have momentum, he will also constantly be getting shoved out. And if he gets passed by one, he could get passed by more.
It could be the biggest.
There's nowhere to go in. There's no gap to get into. You know?
And so if these guys can all just stick as close as they are now, as you can see them on screen here, if they don't get split up as they lap Ashley Mason-King shortly, then Van der Ende could find himself bundled down the order.
He certainly could. And of course, Van der Ende would be pretty shocked by that because he started in pole and was leading. Although, if you remember, in the early stages, they were pretty much matching each other for speed, no clear gaps, not much going on in terms of actual combat. Pretty much how it is now at the front. It's very, very close there. So they're catching a tail ender. That looks like Ashley Mason-King. So Mason-King will need to either get out of the way or be moved out of the way. He's coming to the snail now.
We have somebody in the pit stops. Number 17 is in. I was too busy watching the fight and watching them lap Ashley, but it's a nice clean pit stop for them out there as he comes out ahead of the little group that are behind him with 5 minutes to go.
And potentially a masterstroke by the Hungarian champion Shana there, because he's come in the pits just while everybody else was getting held up a little bit by Mason-King.
And
so
he is in front of Van der Ende. So
he is.
Shana was at the back of that group. He's jumped Van der Ende. So Van der Ende is bundled all the way down to the back. So from the lead, he's going to be 4th or 5th position here.
Yeah,
and we have number 13 in the pit stops, and he gets a good first one on the green, and a second one, nice, aggressive stop. No, he went too quick. He dropped it too soon, and it is a yellow as he feeds into the middle of the pack ahead of Bell.
And in any case, he's definitely lost a position to Shana. So that tells us that Shana, by my reckoning, given where Niemczek, who you saw make a bit of a blunder in the pits there, was relative to the leaders, Shana potentially is in that fight. So the 3 leaders cross the line now. They're on the screen, the 9 and the 20 and the 21. That's Equal, Taylor, Bilak. Potentially, Shana is going to be part of that group now.
And he's straight back into the pits to serve his actual pit stop, because obviously the first one was invalid. It's green on the first, keep it nice and calm to get another green, and that is now his official pit stop completed. So but race ruined.
Yes, Niemczek's going to just try and grab whatever he can from this. He's resumed in 8th place. It's probably going to be as good as it gets.
And we have number 21 into the pits. It's a good first stop as he aggressively attacks the pit line, and he's through, and it's green, and Belak is going to come out clearly ahead of number 17, Stana.
Crucially in front of Ivan Shana there, and definitely with enough distance to turn into the snail as he chooses. He's not having to defend. Now here comes Jacob Equal. So we can take from that Shana's not going to be contesting the lead here. And into the pits now, Ryan Taylor.
Very aggressive round the corner into the pit lane, gets a good green. This is a really, really nice stop, as again he stops, being coached by Sam Slater through that pit stop. Really, really good stop.
And that's the beauty of being part of the BSR team. You not only got the help, but you're expecting to get that help as well.
39.6 second pit stop lap is very, very fast. So you can tell that pit stop was on the limit.
Yeah, that's about as good as you're going to see around here. As Jacob Equal continues with the lead, we'll see where Ryan Taylor sort of cycles into. Well, we think it's going to be second, because the only there's Aaron Belter yet to make a pit stop, but it's the race leader we're looking for. Is he going to be in this time? No, because he's still out on the track there. We're looking at a very lonely run there.
And we have number 8 in. I think he's serving a penalty. I saw a black flag. I'm not sure what that's about. And then number 10, Bell from the KBR team, has also come in.
I don't know what it was for, but it's gone from bad to worse for Van der Ende.
Yeah, the 8 is Bram Van der Ende. So that is an absolute disaster for Bram.
And the leader is in. The leader is in, as he has quite a slow initial stop, I think. I think he came quite slow to the stop there. But he's coming through. He's going. And how is it going to be compared to the incredible pit stop from behind?
Here comes Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor trying to do him around the outside. And Ryan Taylor, is he going to make it? He's on the outside. Can he do it? No, he can't, is the answer. It's Jacob Equal who continues in the lead from Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor had a lot of momentum there, and there he is. The dark helmet is Ryan Taylor, and on the screen Jacob Equal with a minute and 40 before we get the last lap board. As he's trying on the outside there at the end of the hairpin. as Jacob Equal continues round. He's still in the lead, but he's already defending into both of those hairpins there. So Jacob Equal is onto the snail. This could be a place for Ryan Taylor to attack. Jacob Equal surely is going to be in the middle of the road. Yes, he is, no doubt about that. And he makes a good exit to that part as well to try and deny Ryan Taylor the momentum through this fast corner and down the back stretch. Ryan Taylor, I was saying earlier on, I don't think he's too good down in the hairpin here. He clearly is, though, because he's trying to make a move around the outside. So Ryan Taylor's found pace everywhere. Taps the back of Jacob Equal. Nothing malicious there, just a karting tap. Sometimes it can't be helped.
So Van den Ende, despite his black flag, has only lost one additional place. The race had gone so badly for him with the strategy that having to do an extra pit stop, and I still don't actually know what that was for. I'm getting updates from race control as we speak. But that extra pit stop for the black flag has only cost him one position. So damage limitation, although I'm sure he won't be very happy with the position anyway.
Well, all things considered, yeah, he'll be distraught. Talent Factory won't be very happy with it either. But Bram van der Ende, to be fair, that's a pretty good result considering what's happened.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the being bundled down was purely as a result of just not having enough pace whilst the top drivers were out there flat out in the middle part of the race. But the black flag still, ignored the bad pass flag. So he must have made a pass somewhere. We out of our eye shot and yeah, didn't give the place back. So
yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. Of course, with where he came out and the slower traffic, lap traffic, things like this, it could have been a bit confusing from his point of view as to what the realities of the situation was. Anyway, with just a lap to go now, they're on the last lap. It's Jacob Equal who could take a mighty victory here from Ryan Taylor. Jacob Equal, he's getting a lot of sort of gentle nudge down into the snail there, but here he comes. He's on the fast section now. The corners just get faster and faster. They're onto the backstretch for the final time. This is Ryan Taylor's last shot. Equal's got it covered though, and I was going to say Ryan Taylor's equal to equal, but that's just too much of a stupid thing to say. So Jacob Equal's going to come through and he's going to win the race. It's a great victory there for Jacob Equal. It's a Bradley Shepherd Racing 1-2 with Jacob Equal winning from Ryan Taylor. Conrad Bielak's done very well to come at third. Ivan Shan will probably be pretty happy with that fourth given the starting position, and then it's Gabriel Kinter, and the net loser in all that probably Bram van der Ende. Karel Niemczek, normally we'd see a bit further up the order there, but 7th place given what's going on is fine, and Jenny Tompkins, Aaron Bell, and then Ashley Mason King. Alex, they're going to be coming to you now, but what a win there by Jacob Equal. Outstanding.
It really was fantastic. He was more than equal to everybody else in the race. But before I go and talk to those guys, I want to try and talk to Bram van der Ende. He's probably not going to want to talk to me, but
he's probably going to want to punch.
He's already shaking. He's already shaking his head. Yeah, I'm going to have a. He's saying no.
That's all the reason.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have a choice because he's sat in the go-kart. So that race didn't go fantastically for you. Where did it start to go wrong?
No, I qualified on pole with a good lap, and yeah, unfortunately I couldn't break away, so I was a little bit defending, and Ryan overtook me, and I was trying to work together, but it didn't work out quite well because I was trapped a bit with the BSR, so I went to pit. Pit stop was great, then I was gaining a little bit, secure on P3, and do a very normal overtake, very good, in the limits, and yeah. I'm shocked, but you know, we still got 3 races left, so.
Exactly. Good luck for the rest of the weekend, and you've got plenty of pace, so go and use it. So that was brave, but I thought I'd take that. So now,
interview, to be fair, for someone still wearing his helmet sitting in the car.
Well, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't get away from me. So let's.
No, he could have told you to disappear.
He could have told me to disappear. Right. Who am I talking to?
Anyone.
Where are the winners? Can I have a winner?
If it's in orange, grab it.
Not one of the marshals.
Who's this? Balak.
They're in black.
Excellent. How was that race for you? Where were you? A P3 on that one. Excellent.
Yeah, pretty good, I think. Quali was good, but not perfect. I could easily be second, but yeah, race was pretty nice. We were working together for the whole race, and yeah, everything went good on pit stops, so it ended up in P3, so it was pretty nice.
Nice stress-free race for you.
Yeah, it was pretty stressful when I had Ivan behind me, so I've been defending for like 3 or 4 laps, and yeah, it's finished nicely.
Awesome. Well, good luck. Well done for a podium. Good luck for the rest of the season, rest of the weekend. Mr. Equal, Jacob, our race winner, well done, congratulations. So that looked like quite an exciting racing from our point of view. Tell us about your move to take the lead.
Well, initially I was a bit disappointed because of my super pole. You know, I clipped the barrier, so I thought I'd be a lot further down than I was. And then obviously Ryan went for a move on Bran, and then Bran pitted, so I was like, okay, we're in clear air. And then I started reeling in Ryan a bit, and I tried to, you know, give him a few laps and maybe find the pace, but I just had to go for the move, and it was good. So I just went, drove off, and then, yeah, just a pit stop. And it was a good pit stop, thankfully. I was a bit nervous. But yeah, and then after that, I just had to defend my position, so yeah.
Awesome. Well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
We want to take a little look at that move for the lead.
I want to try and get Ryan, because Ryan's pit stop was rather incredible. Ryan, that looked like a fun race for you, but I want to talk about your pit stop. That was incredible. You did a 39 on your pit stop.
39. Yeah, I didn't really practice it too much on the Friday either. I was more or less trying to get more inconsistent out there. So I'm quite happy with that, to be fair. Yeah.
It was a really good performance. You BSR boys are doing very, very well this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Back to you guys.
Great stuff. So we're going to go over to the Brad pad for a quick analysis.
Just whilst the guys are on their out lap for the next race, just thought I'd show you a really good move for the lead there from Equal. So here it is. It's in the typical place that you see a lot of moves, down into the hairpin at the end of the straight. And what you're going to notice is, as he gets alongside for the lead, there's really no significant contact. He just slips through in a gap which is exactly the right size for a Formula Fast Sodi kart there. So I'll just show you it one more time without me dragging my finger along. Maybe helped slightly by his teammate not turning in on him. Slips through, both of them get through the corner, and nice clean move for the win.
Yeah, that is how to do it. And do we give some credit to Ryan Taylor there for not allowing this situation to develop that could have developed?
Yeah, you can make a pass look more bad than it is, can't you, if you choose to?
And no professional foul there by Ryan Taylor. Turning in on him, he'd have got him busted, I think.
And really, when you see that move, it's so similar to moves we've seen that have actually been penalised, but it's those little subtle nuances, the amount of contact, exactly where they touch each other in the corner. Is the driver being overtaken, getting pushed wide at the apex? So that looked like a clean one to me.
It certainly did look very clean. Okay, so moving on to the next race, we've got the checker flag is out and all the times are in. So we've got the incredible Dennis Holler. Keeps being brilliant. He's a German and he's won an awful lot of things out on the continent. Dennis Holler has been here a number of times, but the incredible Lee Hackett making a comeback. Double BRKC champion from when BRKC was in its previous state, where it's a multi-venue format. And Lee Hackett, what a comeback, is straight up into second place. Joe Peters, a fantastic third. Well, I was looking at him earlier on thinking he could pull something out of the bag here. Adam Sheargold, Jack Langford, Sven Hendrickson, Cameron Das, Anthony Wippish, and then Lewis Manley. For so long, the big hope in the BRKC from a British point of view. Formula Fast regular and top contender year in, year out. Nearly won the thing way back in 2014. And here every year bar one, he is actually in 9th place. Ross Sandwell there is in 10th. But what can we say about Lewis Manley? Totally surprised. Will we see an early pit stop?
I don't think I've ever seen Lewis qualify that far down. Now, this is a very strong field. All the races at BRKC 2026 are strong. There are some particularly good drivers here, but still, Lewis would have been one of my picks for the top 3 or 4.
Well, he's one of your picks for the top 3 or 4 of the final.
You've also got Anthony Whippich, who's very recently been crowned one of the British Indoor Kart Champions. Ross Samwell, who's been winning every rental kart race imaginable in the last year. Unbelievable grid.
And Dennis Holler leads the way at the start, so Holler has converted pole position into the race lead, as you'd expect, and he's been pursued, though, by Lee Hackett. Now, Lee Hackett, very much rejuvenated. Obviously, years ago, he's been in and around karting forever. He's taken a bit of time out, but now he's coming back. And with Lee Hackett this year, Brad, I mean, it sounds obvious to say, but he's almost like he's got the impression of someone with nothing to lose. It's not about, oh yeah, I'm just here for a laugh, because he clearly isn't. You're not going to run second place if you are just treating it as a laugh. But he doesn't have that kind of weight of any expectation or whatever. He still has the skill, and that's why he's running up there with Dennis Holler in second place. Joe Peters, though. Now, Joe Peters is a name who's been moving. He was absolutely knocking on the door of a semi-final place last time. The top 30-point scorers make it through to the semi-final, and Joe Peters was 32nd. So he was pretty distraught last year to not make the semi-finals, and he's doing everything he needs to. He's been moving progressively forward every time out in the BRKC. We've seen him for a number of years now, and
we have an early stopper. Kart number 9 dives in, obviously doesn't want to be involved in that fight, as he gets a good first stop and has another stop on his marks, gets it through, and then has, obviously being the first person to pit, has lots of clean air.
So Anthony Whippich is the first one in and first one out. He's again another one with, he's a British Indoor Kart Championship finalist many times, but he's also well known around here for being an outdoor karter as well, so a bit of an all-rounder there. So Whippich, if he's a finalist in the BIKC...
He's the reigning champion.
Oh, he's a reigning champion, sorry. In that case, that's even better. Obviously, BIKC, it's a national championship, whereas the BRKC is like an international one. But Lewis Manley, by the looks of things, has lost a place in the snail.
Yeah,
there was a move down the inside, so Ross Samwell has taken an almighty lunge on Lewis Manley and take position. Alex?
He was very rattled. He came through the last corner here and hit the barrier quite hard. So I think that cost him a lot of speed up into that section, which might be why he ended up getting done into the snail.
Absolutely right there, Alex. It's momentum. So very important in indoor karting. And the momentum starts as they come past the pit lane, which is where Alex saw Lewis Manley rattle the wall. That will have killed the momentum and given Samwell the shot he then took. So leading, though, is the German, Dennis Holler. Dennis Holler is very comfortable leading races. He's comfortable under pressure, and he's got a vast amount of experience. He's 37 years of age now, is Dennis Holler, and he seems to have been around for absolutely donkeys.
We have number 12 into the stop, has a very good first stop, doing the whole typical thing of lifting himself out of the seat to get going, has 2 greens and is coming out in nice clean air ahead of Anthony Whippich.
Lee Hackett is giving Dennis Holler a run for his money here. Lee had previously set the fastest lap. Holler's just taken it back. But they're very, very close together. Dennis isn't pulling away here.
No, and the real question is, let's have a look at those lap times. It's not as if Dennis is sort of steadying any pace. I think he's on it on a 30.5 lap time. Lee Hackett's on a 30.6.
And number 17, Cameron Dass, is into the pits as he nails his first pit stop, slams on the brakes, very aggressive into the stop, and nails the second stop. Cameron Dass, big YouTube star, has managed to come out ahead of Anthony Whippich.
He'll be happy with that, and he's defending now as they head on into the snail. Anthony will not be happy with that. Anthony Whippich, not remotely accustomed to being at the tail end of the field like this.
And Cameron Dass, of course, very interesting character, car racer. Normally, he's won in British Formula 3.
Yeah,
Cameron Dass has incredible pedigree these days with cars, making a return to karts, and clearly looking at trying to move forward. Oh, a bit of a punt in the final corner there.
And this is slowing them both down. So it's a bit of a tricky situation here. This is Cameron's debut race in BRKC. And he had a very fast Anthony Whippich up behind him down the back straight. Now, he chose to defend. We still have 16 minutes plus a lap of this race left. It's far too early to be defending in BRKC terms. You're essentially guaranteeing yourself to move back down the order if you start defending this early on.
And risking penalties.
And Anthony was getting frustrated, went for a move into the last corner. They came together and lost more time. So I'm not quite sure what the answer is here, but Anthony needs to get back, needs to get past Cameron.
And he's just hit him again. Anthony is getting very frustrated, giving Cameron a lot of taps. He just punted him around the last corner. I think Anthony is desperate to get past, but you're right. I think that shows the inexperience in this BRKC competition, which is you kind of can't spend too much fighting because it just costs you so much time.
And a change of position just in the lower part of the front runners there, with Adam Sheargold losing a place to Sven Hendrickson. That was a fair but fairly solid move. He made it work, Hendrickson, and he's now up to 4th place at the expense of Adam Sheargold. But here comes the 16, Dennis Holler, and he's gapped a little bit Lee Hackett. Lee Hackett's a bit further back. Then Dennis Holler. Dennis Holler's got his bit between his teeth. He's currently fastest on the track, and that's probably why he's pulling away. He's consistently managing that probably crucial.
We have somebody into the pits. It is kart number 13. Has a really nice stop. He's got the double tap throttle strategy that lots of people go for, and he comes out of the pits in a little bit of clean air ahead of Anthony Whippich.
question of trying to keep those revs running, I suppose, with the tapping of the throttle in the pit. So meantime, we're looking, there's Lee Hackett in the dark blue suit, and there behind him is Joe Peters. Now, Joe Peters is all over the back of the double BRKC champion, so Joe Peters showing really well in this race. He's onto the Snell. Now, is he going to force Hackett into defensive moves? That's just going to cost Hackett time and, by definition, Joe Peters time on Dennis Holler. So, Brad, from a strategic point of view, sometimes attacking isn't the best way to win the race.
Yeah, sometimes you need to deliberately hold back from the kart in front, even if you're actually quicker than them, to avoid them going defensive. It's kind of the time. That's sort of what happened to me and Johnny Elliott, my teammate, in our last race. Had a moment where I thought about maybe not attacking him, because being close behind means that kart's going to start defending and lose you both time. Yeah, at this point, this is a slightly trickier situation for Lee Hackett, isn't it? He was a lot happier when he was tucked up behind Holler. There was one lap where he lost 3 or 4 tenths of a second. He hasn't seemed to be able to recover from that.
And those at home, as we're watching the Lee Hackett-Joe Peters battle over second place, keep a little eye out during the competition for signals from the drivers. And very often they're signalling to each other. There is an understanding, especially in the rental karting, where you are dealing with tight situations, karts that require momentum, etc., where the drivers will actually work together. And in a situation here, I'm not suggesting it's about to happen, but it wouldn't be a surprise to see a certain flick of the thumb and first finger from Lee Hackett to Joe Peters, not as an insult, but to say, listen, run with me, and we'll catch Dennis Holler. In other words, don't attack me, and we'll actually make up some ground on the leader, then all bets are off.
They're not really under threat from anyone here. So looking at the gaps, either of them could pit, and I doubt Lee Hackett's going to choose to pit out of that second position, but they could pit. Peters could have a stop and still have several seconds of clear air before he was to catch up with another kart. So it's an option, but he obviously also knows that if he pits and then Lee Hackett pits on the very next lap, he's probably lost that position and will have to make it stick on track. So.
And Brad, you know, you were driving and won the races earlier. We saw you in this exact situation with Johnny Elliott in front of you. In this case, somebody like Lee Hackett would absolutely... He's got no reason to pit unless somebody is in front of him that's causing him to lose time. Someone who's been in the pits come down almost a lap down.
Yeah.
If anyone's going to pit here, it's Joe Peters, who's in the brightly coloured with the yellow gloves there, but that will be solely to leapfrog Lee Hackett. However, having said that, from what I see from here, both of them look to be on the limit of what they can do. They just happen to be close to each other on the track. So Joe Peters is probably benefiting from running behind Hackett, although he's really closed in there. I think Peters just got an almighty... well, he was late on the brakes, probably outbraked himself, to be fair, because the car was hopping sideways. So Peters himself probably slightly overdid it, albeit to his net gain, because he's now all over the bumper. And now he's touching, now he's making the move, but he's on the outside, and Hackett gets it back.
Right, I'm interested to see how much time this little tussle's lost them, because...
Yeah, well, it's visual.
They're not under threat from anyone. It wouldn't take much fighting before they did start to come under threat from some of the guys that are currently out of their view. So I'm going to keep an eye on those gaps, and I'll come back to you.
So, in other words, if Peters wants to do well in this race, the smart move here would be to pit rather than fight, because they just keep losing time on Dennis Holler. As Holler continues to be the fastest, and as they cross the line, we'll see the times updated. Well, they haven't lost as... Yeah, they've lost quite a bit of time. They've lost over a second to Holler on that lap alone through that instant, Brad, if you look at the last lap.
Yeah, I think Holler's out of their universe now. He's gone. They're really only under threat from anyone who's already made a stop and is within range. And at the moment, there isn't anyone. It's 15 seconds back to the first of the stoppers, which is Jack Langford. And Joe Peters is 3 seconds behind the lead. So they're still within the pit stop window where they can safely make a nice calm stop and come out in front. But with a couple more laps of battling, if they have any kind of move which stops them at a hairpin, something like that, suddenly Langford comes into the picture.
Could the smart move be for Peters to come in maybe now?
Yes, I would say so. Rather than go for a move which then loses them potentially more places, I would certainly be thinking about coming in.
This contact here shows more speed.
And he's in now.
Yeah.
And Peters is into the pits. I've been calling this for a few laps, thinking he needs to come in. It's a nice calm pit stop. He's not going too aggressive. Well, he does for the second one as he gets a green and goes out. And he comes out in nice clear air, front and behind, so he can now go pumping some lap times. If I was Lee Hackett, I would be pitting straight away.
Yeah, he's going to pit to cover that if he's working to what anyone else would do. That looked a very slick stop there, Alex, for Joe Peters. That looked very quick in and out.
Yes, it absolutely was. I'm watching Lee. Lee hasn't decided to go for the pit stop. He has gone round again. I think that might be an error because I think Joe's been quicker, so we will see what happens.
Lee Hackett has been a finalist in the indoor version of the BRKC when it first came here in 2014, but in 2012 and 2013, when it was a multi-round series, he was actually the champion. So Lee Hackett has outdoor expertise, and with Formula TKM. Indoor, he's been a finalist here, but he's been out of the game for a while, and it may well be he's just not up to the same speed in terms of strategy as the others. He's got the speed on the track, but it could be, I mean, if he's got speed now, he might stay ahead of Peters, but it could be a bit iffy.
That was a bad lap as well from Hackett. I was looking to see if he could match Peters' times. He's just done a lap that's 0.3 off, and there was no one around him, so I don't know what quite happened there, but he can't afford any of those. He either needs to pit immediately or find some pace from somewhere if he wants to keep that position.
And one interesting thing for karters of a certain age, looking at Lee Hackett there, he's wearing a Red Bull kart fight suit, which means he made the finals, but an awful long time ago, because that's best part of 10 years at least.
That suit's from 2012, James, because I have one myself. I remember doing that race.
Absolutely, the Red Bull kart fight was something that people were aiming at, and you got into the finals, and you got the suit, didn't you?
Yep.
So Lee Hackett, well, and the second impressive thing is he can still fit in it.
That is true, actually, yeah, well over a decade later.
Yeah.
He has kind of got back on the wagon slightly there. He's into the 30.6s. Joe Peters, that lap was a 30.7, so maybe he's just kind of stemmed the bleeding slightly, but he could just pit and, bank the track position. Yeah. I guess the worry then is that the karts that haven't pitted, if they start having a fight, Hackett and Peters, when he comes out of the pits, maybe they could give away some positions to them. But I think I would have covered it. I would have done the thing we called. I would have immediately pitted.
I think the modern thinking would be to do that, which is hence my point that Lee being away from it for a while, he's not up to speed with that. Somebody who seems to be struggling to find speed in this race, and I cannot believe we haven't mentioned him at all because we've had no reason to, is Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley is yet to come in the pits. He's in 5th place, but he's the last of the people who've yet to pit. So if you're a follower of Lewis Manley, yeah, he's having a bit of a struggle on this one.
Yeah, I've noticed he's been a little bit erratic. I've seen him hitting a lot of barriers, which is very unlike him. So maybe he's not happy in that kart. Maybe it's not handling quite to his style of racing. But it's a very un-Lewis Manley type drive today.
Yeah, I think as well, if he comes over to you after the race, he's going to have quite a lot to say, I think. So meantime, though, we are looking a little bit sort of in the mid pack there. Is that the what is it, the 12? Yeah, it's Jack Langford and Sven Hendrickson. So the cameras are on the 7th and 8th place. They've both been in the pits, and they are quite tightly positioned together, although I don't believe they're going to be a factor once the leaders come into the pits. Certainly, Brad, do we have a feel of where the leaders would, the leader Dennis Holler would come out if he came in now, and maybe even Hackett, who's 5 seconds behind?
Yeah, so if Holler came out now, he'd actually come out in about 5th position, around that kind of area. He's got no need to yet. It's still 6.5 minutes to go. There's still quite a lot of laps remaining.
Yeah.
The gap I'm still fascinated by is Lee Hackett to Joe Peters. Joe Peters just did his fastest lap of the race on that last one, 30.5. Lee is a good 1/10 of a second slower. Doesn't sound like a lot, but if you do 10 laps at a 1/10 of a second slower, then
that's a whole second.
There's a lot more than 10 laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
It could be a second, and that's how tight these guys are. I really do think Lee Hackett should be thinking about coming into the pits here and using that track position advantage that you get as you come out of the pits on the inside line for turn 1.
Absolutely, brother, and you're right. And I think a lot of this, without being disparaging to Lee, is because of the timeout. I think it's a simple case of we're seeing a driver who's got the speed, who's got the credentials, but hasn't got the current way of thinking in terms of the strategy.
He has just done a couple of 30.5s in a row, though.
Is that enough to tackle Peters?
And if my maths is right, he's about 10.4 seconds ahead, which is like they're going to come out the pits next to each other.
Exactly that.
Right.
It might prove to be a masterstroke.
Which is arguably where they were to begin with. But I'm still going with this idea that Lee, he needed to pit then.
I just think maybe he's bought himself 10 minutes or so of not fighting with someone.
Yeah.
Whereas had he immediately pitted and come out in front of him, maybe there would have been some defending and battling. So if he manages to pull it off, great job, fair play to him, and it would have been the correct decision. But if he manages to pull it off, maybe there would have been some defending and battling. So if he manages to pull it off, great job, fair play to him, and it would have been the correct decision. But if he manages to pull it off, great job, fair play to him, and it would have been the correct decision. But if he doesn't, then he should have done what we said.
It's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, far be it from me to criticise a double BRKC champion. However, I still think the pit stop would have been key. However, we're going to be eating those words if he does in fact come out in front, which is entirely possible. The question really, can Joe Peters keep the lap time pressure? Because his last lap was 30.6. So Peters, you know, he lost a fraction.
And Lewis Manley is into the pits, and as you'd expect, an absolutely perfect first part of the pit stop, a really nice stop for the second, and he is away nice and clear and comes out behind Anthony Whippich.
9th position for Lewis.
And Lewis Manley is not a driver we associate with that kind of position. Even if he's not feeling well, he can run right at the front. He's a semi-finalist and for many years was the British hope. So Lewis Manley, of course, he races kind of exclusively here. He's not known in any of the other championships. He certainly doesn't go abroad. He's strictly a Formula Fast Milton Keynes man. He's a multiple track champion here and has been a BRKC finalist more times than not. So we kind of associate Lewis Manley with a spot in the final, and certainly not a 9th place in the opening heat race.
Yeah, I'm seeing him shake his head a lot. It's very, very un-Lewis. Normally you just see him effortlessly somewhere out the front. Maybe just being, you know, having a slightly dodgy qualifying, being at the back, out of position of where you would normally expect to be. He's just he's not dealing with it as he would probably like to.
Yeah, this is not the Lewis that we're used to, is it?
I mean, it could be that he has a genuine kart problem, but I doubt it, having seen how close they've all been.
Yeah, he's probably the sort of driver who would actually make a point and probably come in if there was a kart problem, especially if he's 9th. He won't care because it's low points. So
I mean, I don't know how much practice he's been doing for this year, but for this particular season, but with the new karts that Formula Fast have brought, maybe they don't suit him as well as the old karts used to.
That's true. Yeah,
you could be right, but even so, I think this is. I'm still actually quite staggered factoring that in, but I'm sure he's going to let us know what the script is. So it'll be interesting to actually hear what he says. Talking of.
So still 10.5 seconds this gap. Hackett to Joe Peters.
So it's kart number 16 is on his way into the pits with a nice simple stop. Oh, it's Dennis Holler. So our race leader has decided to pit. I mean, he could do whatever he wants because he had such a massive clear lead. However, he is only a few kart lengths behind the kart in front of him, so he might get held up a little bit by a back marker.
I was going to say Adam Sheargold managed to come out ahead. Now there's a comfortable distance that Sheargold will be coming in potentially out of the way of Holler, because Adam Sheargold does have to make a pit stop himself. To be fair to Adam Sheargold, he's not the sort of driver who's going to pointlessly hold up race leader.
And Hackett is in. Hackett is in. He dives onto the pits, gets a really good stop on the first one. Really nice stop onto the second, and we are away. And let's see where he comes out. And they are going to come out side by side.
As predicted.
On the outside. And as long as Lee can hold the
Joe
inside.
Peters, if I can cut in, Alex, Joe Peters got the momentum. He's side by side into the snow, but Hackett has position. Hackett had the inside and made it stick. He was able to get that inside and turn in. Joe Peters waving there. And Joe Peters is back where he started, but my, that was a brave effort. A classic example of the driver on the inside having position. And the
we have number 19 in to make his pit stop, and number 8 in to make their pit stop as well. And we have had 2 really good stops, I think. I missed the second one, but it looks like it's all good, and everyone's out into clean air and having fun.
One of those was Adam Sheargold, and that releases Dennis Holler through back into his lead that he had before. And certainly there's no possibility of Holler being held up. But it's such a massive lead, he could have afforded some time. I mean, Holler's got a 7.8 second lead over Lee Hackett that we're looking at on screen. And so that's about the biggest lead we've seen so far this year.
And we're about to see, although there's only a minute or so remaining, we're about to see quite a big train going on here, because Lee Hackett's got no reason to do anything other than white line it for the rest of this race, and that means that little trio that's behind their battle is going to catch them up. I fully expect Lee to be driving on the inside of every corner now.
Well, you can see with Lee Hackett there, he was in the middle part of the track going into the Snell, the tighter part of the Snell. We're going to see him down the back straight, either on the inside or the middle.
Massive fight going on between Anthony Whippich and Ross Samwell. So resuming their battle from the Daytona D-Max Championship earlier this year. And actually Samwell managed to get back past after Whippich had passed him.
Yeah, that's a great little showing there, isn't it? As those two fight away. That's it's quite intense. In fact, there's 2 sort of major sort of group areas going on here, including actually Lewis Manley, albeit the tail there with Cameron Dass at the back. So there's Lee Hackett, the former double BRKC champion, making a comeback this year. He's holding off Joe Peters. Now, look at that. Hackett right to the inside there. That's a completely defensive move. He's clearly not looking to gain time on the leader. On the last lap, Holler's about to take the flag as he crosses the line any second. No, it's on the last lap still. So there's Lee Hackett. Holler's up.
And Holler just set the new fastest lap at 30.4, which is low 30.4, which is crazy.
Yeah, he's only one of 2 people in the race to be 30.4 at all. So to be 4.0 is comfortably ahead. Here he comes through to take the win. So there's Dennis Holler, the German. He takes the win. He opens his campaign this year with a victory. That's exactly what he'd be looking for. Absolutely a contender for not only a semi-final, but the final. He made it look easy, to be fair, because there goes Lee Hackett taking second place. An incredible comeback by the double BRKC champion when it was multi-venue. But on screen, that's the victorious German, Dennis Holler, completes his cooling down lap. Dennis Holler, been around for so long now. Brad, when we first raced in the World Championship, Dennis was in that event, wasn't he?
Probably. Oh, James,
Way
I don't
back.
remember that far back.
That was like 15 years.
It was
Yeah.
about 15 years.
Yeah, so obviously we've known about Dennis Holler for an awful long time. And they're coming into you now, Alex. Dennis Holler, then Lee Hackett and Joe Peters and the rest.
Yeah, Dennis Holler comes in, very stoic. Lee comes past. I'm going to go grab Cameron Dass. I want to see how a guy who's raced all around the world in every single type of kart possibly and in cars thought about his first BRKC experience, even though he's not going to want to talk to me too much. Cameron, so your first BRKC race, how does that feel?
Brutal is the word that I would use to describe that. Lots of lessons learned. But at least we're trying a new layout, so maybe I can utilize some of my track learning skill sets for that one, hopefully.
Excellent, well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Right, now I'm going to go try and find the leaders. Let's go find them. I'm going to bring the cameraman with me, and let's go find, we'll get Lee Hackett first, because I can see him. He's the first person I'm going to see. Lee, you had us all worried. We thought you were going to, we thought you should have pitted earlier, but you managed to hold it out and just about cling on to second place. How was that for your return to BRKC?
I'm absolutely buzzing. Really happy with the qualifying. I wasn't sure what to do in the race, and it's so hard to see the screen, so I thought, stay out as late as I can, go as fast as I can, and second place, so really happy.
Excellent, well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Alex, keep hold of him, keep hold of him.
Oh, hang on, Lee. James wants to ask a question.
Just how I'm impressed he can still fit in his Red Bull kart fight suit.
We're all very impressed at how you can still fit in a Red Bull kart fight suit.
It's really hanging on now. I'm not sure I'll get another year out of it.
Well done, man. Dennis, the machine Holler. That, sir, was a fantastic performance. Absolutely effortless. Did it feel as effortless as it looked from where we were standing?
Absolutely not. I felt like 20 minutes are quite long. So I wasn't sure after 2 or 3 laps if my pace is really good enough, because I thought they were pitting right behind me. And yeah, it took some time to get really the rhythm, but in the end it was okay, I think.
And I think, I might be corrected, but I think you also set the fastest lap of the weekend so far with a 30.402. Okay. So excellent lap, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Not the fastest of the weekend,
yeah, looking
but
forward
certainly the biggest
to the other
gap.
heats tonight.
Good luck, take care.
Thank you.
Where's Mr. Peters? That looked like a hard fight for you. You had to put in lap after lap after lap. That was epic. How'd you feel?
Well, knackered, mate. Absolutely knackered. I tried to keep him in as honest as I could, but yeah, he drove a good race. Lee, he done well. So yeah.
Excellent. Well done. You done yourself proud. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. All the best. Back to you guys.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Alex. Got some pretty good interviews down there. Joe Peters always brutally honest, isn't he? So anyway, we've got Heat 10 now, which is the last race of this first group of races. Every driver has to, there's 4 rounds of heat races. Every driver drives in each one, so drives 4 heat races. We're coming to the end of the first round. This is the final race of the first round. And then, so we're still seeing drivers for the first time this weekend. This is the last race in which that happens. In this one, we've got Tyler Mays expected to get a good result. He's been a semi-finalist here before. He's won races. We know what he can do. Charlie Ratford, another one I would put in that bracket there. He's very capable of doing something here. In the British Indoor Series, he's been a winner before 3 times. So, he knows how to pedal a car. Richie Clark there. Richie Clark's going to be interesting because he's He's had midfield results so far in this before. He's a known quantity. Thies Webberlink is certainly somebody who's worth keeping an eye on. He's second, as we speak, in the Dutch Rental Kart Championship, which I believe is multi-round, so we'll see what he can do here. Chris Ball, another one of these British drivers who's really taken the European scene to heart. Chris Ball is, you know, he does a lot of this, and he's more than capable of running at the front. Definitely capable of winning races and getting into the semi-final and possibly even the final itself. Put him up there with Seb Miller, although Seb Miller was second last year, so maybe you'd step with him one ahead. Ben Payne's another good one. We see him do well around here. Elliot Tuesley is not someone we really know, but he's vice champion in the BRKC, so we'll see what he has to offer. Dan Truman, there's another name that we've been talking about over the years. He was in the very first BRKC race 15 years ago, and that was in Birmingham multi-round format. But then when it came to Formula Fast in 2014, he was around and a front runner. We know he can do something here. He's been doing a lot with cars. He's got his own team in the mini championships. So a good one is Dan Truman. Sam Spinell, another one making a comeback. A good 5 years since we've seen him, and he was third in the championship final in 2017. And Kieran Kennis. So he's actually been a podium finisher at world level, but not somebody we really know around here. So we'll see how he takes on this circuit here at Formula Fast. So they're out to qualify now, and we're going to see them as they come through. And to start the qualifiers, so it's Webberlink who's going to set the initial pace. We'll see where he can hang on. Yeah, Kennis there. Tyler Mays is currently fastest, so Mays has gone quicker. He's been beaten by Elliot Tuesley. Elliot Tuesley up into the top spot. Charlie Ratford's completed, so is Truman, but it's still Tuesley. Out of nowhere, Spinell's qualified, and Chris Ball as well, but Chris Ball way down the order.
Yeah, they're only on their flying laps now.
Oh, sorry, yes.
That's just the out laps, although it does give you some indication. Generally, if you start further back in the pit lane, you'll get a faster out lap.
Getting so excited there, Brad. It was the out lap, wasn't it?
My prediction, based on the last race and based on their performance in practice, is going to be on Ratford, Charlie Ratford. Let's see, he's got purple in the first sector
May's
as well.
Fastest. May's currently quickest, though, and he's been beaten by Ratford, as you say. Ratford gone to first. Ratford in the top spot. Sam Spinell up to second. Payne's into fourth. Ball is still down in seventh, which is a surprise. I would expect in a top three for him. But it's Charlie Ratford. Now, Charlie Ratford definitely has the potential of winning this thing. He's going to want to do it from the front, Dennis Holler style.
Yeah, I saw that Sven Hendrickson in the previous race was in that kart number 13. And although he finished down in sixth position, he had a very, very fastest lap. And with Charlie Ratford in that kart, he will have seen that. He will have known that. That means he knows the kart's hot and capable of being fast.
The circuit driver managed to get them all within a tenth. So we'll see if Ratford's able to pull something out of that in the way that the previous driver did. So Ratford there is even more odds-on favourite to take this. They're forming up. Alex, you've got something down there.
Can I give you a little bit of news from the last race?
Yes,
we were wondering what was happening to the pace of Lewis Manley. I've just seen him walk past me really badly holding his ribs. So I think he might have a rib injury, which might have been part of the reason that he was quite un-Lewis Manley-y in that last race.
Yeah, was it him that rattled the wall coming past you? Could that have been something to do with it?
He definitely did, but I don't know whether how soon that happened, because it's quite easy to pop a rib in one of these karts, either a race car or even a rental car, and once you do, that's going to be a very, very long weekend for him.
Yes, it is, and one that he's, if he doesn't make the semi-final or the final, he'll probably be partly grateful in the sense that he won't have to kill himself trying to do it. So, meantime, though, we've got Charlie Ratford now bringing him around to take the start. Here comes Charlie Ratford. Well, it's looking very good. Charlie Ratford now is a pretty much known quantity here. We know what he can do. He's going to make a great start, which he does. He's got Sam Spinell with him, though.
On his tail.
Yeah, and Sam Spinell is a very aggressive driver. He's one of these funny guys who, out of the kart, he's one of the friendliest, nicest people, isn't he? Always smiling, chatty, jokey, in the kart, an absolute killer, Sam Spinell. Joint British and Belgian nationality, I believe.
Yep, absolutely.
So,
I'm old enough to remember when Sam was one of the absolute young guns, but he's a grizzled veteran now, having won every endurance race.
And he's a pro kart champion as well.
Yeah, and he coaches the young guns. He has a job as a karting coach, so he's one of the big ones in that game. And so Sam Spinell is he knows what to do. He knows how to do it. and he's trying to hang on to Ratford. But look at Ratford go. Charlie Ratford is actually trying to pull out. We've seen him. We've talked about him a lot in the BRKC, which means he's a front runner in BRKC. He's also done a fair bit with the international races. He's competed in the French Championship, the Belgian Championship as well, Charlie Ratford. So he's well used to this format, and that, I think, Brad, is worth a lot. It's one thing being quick, say, and a British thing, but this is very much a European-style event, and that's why all these Europeans are doing well at it. But Ratford has got the bit between his teeth, and he's pulling away from a Belgian.
You couldn't ask for a better start than that, could you? He went defensive initially because he saw that Spinell got a very, very good start. So Charlie was sensible, did a full defence into the snail on lap 1. But the moment they got out of that snail and the field started to just unwind a little bit, he found himself a bit of breathing room, and now he can pull the trigger and try and drive away from the pack.
Now, contentious. He's not going to thank me, nor is his dad, but Tyler Mays, third place. Tyler Mays, capable of winning. I would say, of anybody of the regular drivers, especially the Brits, Tyler Mays is the most Johnny Elliott-like, in the sense that, he could be anywhere in the race. You definitely know he can win, and when he wins, it's going to be brilliant. However, if it falls apart, it tends to really unravel. And so he's another driver who we really do need to keep an eye on. If he can have a good weekend this weekend, potentially, I would say Mays is capable of being in the final.
Sometimes I wish Johnny Elliott was a bit more Tyler Mays-like, if I'm honest. And maybe we get more points on our team. But anyway, they're all closing back up again now. You've got Sam, who seems to have just managed to close in, and Tyler Mays actually set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap.
And talking of Tyler Mays, there's now a bit of a gap between Mays and further back to Paynes, who's got Kennis and Wibberlink and Ball really trying to force him. So there's our top three. That'll be Ratford, Spinell and Mays. And then it's the Paynes, Kennis, Wibberlink and Ball battle going on behind that. That's a bit more of a four-way, that one. And then there's a gap to the drive behind them, which is Richie Clark. So Truman running down in 9th, but you know what? He's another one on the comeback trail, isn't he?
He certainly is. This is a great race, James. Look at this. I hope these guys all stay this close for the next 10 to 15 minutes, because we're not going to have a clue who's going to finish in any position. There's just that slight gap between the leading trio and the rest of the pack, but that basically means that we've got a fight for the win and a fight for 4th place, and as we know, a fight for anything causes everyone else to close up. So it could all be for the win in the end.
When you look at it, there's also no reason for anyone really to be coming in the pits now, visually from our point of view. Yeah, there may be some that feel have been held up, but no one's actually on someone's bumper, are they? So if they can stay out longer, that's going to be a real hectic finish to this race. I mean, Alex, the way he's looking, you've got time for a coffee and a cake at this rate.
I was just saying, I'm going to be sat here twiddling my thumbs until one of these decides to come in, because I don't see Tyler pitting away from these two, because he'll want to run with those guys, and everyone else is kind of just enough spaced away that they don't have to make a stop. So I think we're going to see lots of pit stops towards the end of this race, unless something chaotic happens.
Yeah, Tyler Mays is actually the fastest on track at the moment, but he's not making the inroads to Spinell that would actually send him in the pits to leapfrog Sam Spinell in 2nd place. On the screen there, you can see there's Charlie Ratford. Great close-up shots there with Charlie Ratford leading Sam Spinell, and there is Tyler Mays. Obviously, through the corners, it tends to concertina up a little bit, and that gap will then stretch out down the straight. So into the Snell. Ratford showing the first signs of a defensive line there.
Move for P4. We've just had a position swap there. So Kieran Kennis moving past Ben Paynes by the looks of it, and someone being freight trained. Did he decide it wasn't a fair move, and he's had to let him back through?
Well, it may well have been given. I mean, he'll get the board that we won't see. So Kennis could actually struggle here. He's got to let one kart through, but not all of them. And that could be a tricky situation, especially if Paynes loses more than one spot. It doesn't look as though he has, but we'll keep an eye on that one.
Ben Paynes is the one that's fallen down the order there. He went from 4th all the way down to 7th on that lap.
So. Yeah, so maybe he's obviously got passed and then done by all the others. They were in a tight group. But Charlie Ratford up at the front, he's now getting more effort. Yeah, that middle of the road position there you can see on your screen, that shows that Charlie Ratford's expecting an attack. He's waving, and that will be to somebody. I'm trying to see who's down there. That's across the pits.
Tyler Mays, should he think about pitting?
I think they might have been communicating with each other to like, oh, we have somebody in the pits. Number 19 is in the pits. We have a green on the first stop, and we look like we're going to have a green on the second stop. Nice and good from Rich. That's all I can see is Rich.
Yeah, that's Richie Clark, and he's got a lot of lap records at the various local tracks he frequents. He's been in the BRKC, the British Indoor Championship, which is different to this one, up in Warrington. He's been a finalist a number of times, so he's well known, Richie Clark, and we've seen him good, solid midfield runner here, clearly meaning to make his way to the front, and he's been in the pits, the only one.
What I was sorry to cut you off there, James. What I was trying to say before I got rudely interrupted by a pit stop was I don't think Sam wants to fight Charlie. I think Sam wants to just really nicely stay with him, no fighting, keep their lap times up because their lap times are very, very good, and then don't get caught by anyone behind.
Yeah, that could well be the case, because Sam Spinell, he does have a very good racing brain and a very experienced racing brain. So, Brad, we're looking at the new fastest being Tyler Mays.
Yeah.
Is that something we really want to be watchful of?
So I think if I was in Tyler Mays' shoes, I'd be quite frustrated, because he knows the top two are going to have an occasional moment battling. You know, you've got two fiery characters here of Ratford and Spinell. At some point, there's going to be some moves attempted. Mays has clearly got the pace, but he can't go through those guys in front. But he also can't pit because he's going to come out behind a bunch of traffic. So he'll be looking for a gap. He'll really want Dan Truman and Elliot Tousley to start pitting out of his way so that there's a gap for him to pit into and try and get an undercut on the top two. But at the moment, he's got no options.
Yeah, if he's going to be, shall we say, with people, he needs to be with the faster people, which would be exactly where he is now. We can see him there in third place. So there's Charlie Ratford up at the front, Sam Spinell, Tyler Mays.
And again, fastest lap for Mays.
Yeah. Fastest lap by Mays and defensive by Ratford. Are Ratford's lap times coming down, Brad? You've got the screen there. What's going on?
Okay, Mays has pulled the trigger. He's in the pit, so he's now going to find himself in some traffic.
He screeches to a halt, gets a good first stop. Oh, there's a wiggle of the steering wheel as he slams on the brakes. Very nicely done. Again, being coached by the team. Oh, someone just pulls up next to me. That is Paynes, who gets another good stop, and he is off and out and comes out ahead of Rich.
And this is exactly why I was saying Tyler was kind of stuck, and he probably shouldn't pit, because he's come out behind much, much slower traffic.
Yeah,
so he nearly got through on Tuesday, couldn't quite manage it. Now he's going to have to make a move on track.
That's Dan Truman in front. Oh, it's Tuesley, isn't it? Tuesley. Thought for a moment there was Dan Truman, but yeah. So either way, he's definitely come out behind people who are slower than him.
He's going to be so frustrated now. He's got a lot more pace than Tuesley.
Strategic error. However, he's going to have a look down into the Snell section there. You're looking at the two race leaders. We're looking at Snell, and Tyler Mays is through.
Crucial.
Yeah, he has. But equally, we've seen no one can afford any lap time loss at all these days, or this year. We've seen it hurt people straight away, and it could well have been that Tyler Mays could be under threat for his fourth place. Kieran Kennis, who we don't know, could well show us something. So
number 16 into the stop, has a nice clean one on the first bit. Nice smooth stop, really nicely done by I can't pronounce that surname, James. You're going to have to save me on that one again.
I'm going to have a go. Thies Vivelink.
Oh yeah, Thies Vivelink, yeah. Thies Vivelink is the driver you're talking about. He's currently in 8th place, but he's on pace with a 30.6.
I'm just taking a look at Tyler Mays' pace, which is crucial if he's going to fight for the win here. Currently not fast enough. That might have been the lap where he had to make a bit of a move. He is through on Tuesday. Now, next up is Dan Truman, as we were saying. He's got a bit of a gap, though, so there's plenty of time for Dan to have pitted before he reaches him. So Dan Truman might not be a problem for Tyler.
On that last lap, he was half a second faster than Dan Truman. But again, it's all very well as thinking, yeah, he catches him and all this kind of thing, but he's got to catch and pass him without losing the time.
And Sam Spinell's into the pits.
Sam's into the pits. Sam was quicker than the leader on that last lap. So he comes in, gets a very nice stop, and he's going to get another one, I think, as well. The pro that Sam is manages to nail that and comes out ahead of Tyler, but they're going to be fighting into the snail. Over to you guys. Oh, as we have number 8 actually, and sorry, number 8 has also come in just behind. That's Dan Truman, and a nice stop for Dan.
And yeah, and that was crucial. But do you know what? Tyler May's so close to Spinell. If he hadn't had that buffer up behind the other two carts, he definitely would have, I think, passed Spinell for position there.
Sorry to cover over you, James. We have the leader in. So the leader has decided he wants to cover Sam Spinell. He doesn't want any of that action. He has a very nice stop as he comes out. We have Sam and Tyler tied up back to each other.
Going to be close though. Spinell's got the speed. He's bumping. He's touched the back of Ratford, and again repeatedly. Spinell down the inside. Spinell's done it, and it looks clean. To be fair,
I can't see that standing. He bumped him all the way around the right-hander. He bumped, and then Ratford had his hand in the air before the braking zone. I would like to see a replay of that. It looked to me like Sam Spinell made a gap.
Well, obviously race control makes the call, but I would actually.
He's letting him go. He's letting him go.
Yeah, Sam knows.
Yeah, Ratford's trying to come through around the outside. He needs to go through on the inside here because Spinell's trying to defend against Tyler Mays, and Tyler Mays in the confusion. Tyler Mays to the outside, and Spinell's coming down the inside, and Spinell's got back to where he wanted to be, but he was trying to let Ratford through, and all the time he risked losing the position of Mays, but he got it back. Brad, you don't see better than that by Sam Spinell, do you?
So Sam knew what had happened, so he obviously also felt the bumping on the way into the snail, so he knew he was going to get a bad pass flag unless he already got the bad pass flag, but he had to try and let Ratford back through in a way which didn't lose him an additional place, and that's what we saw playing out into the final corner. Tyler Mays actually did get up to second place, but then was on the outside for the following two corners, and Sam managed to get everything back to status quo, so we're back where we started.
And what a run there by Tyler Mays, though. He came within an ace of taking the lead, and it would have stood because he wasn't part of the actual problem that you could deem to be Ratford, Spinell and the bad pass flag. So yeah, Tyler Mays, he almost took the whole race there in one go, but he's back to where he was, and so is Ratford, and so is Sam Spinell. They're listed as third, fourth, fifth, obviously waiting for Kieran Kennis and Chris Ball to come into the pits. Chris Ball, one of the highly rated BSR drivers, I still believe he's on that team, but we'll double check. We'll just look for anyone in orange.
I just noticed Kieran Kennis and Chris Ball Kieran Kennis has a gap big enough to pit and come out in the lead. Because of all of that, the top three just lost so much time. Kieran Kennis has 11.5 seconds. If he pits now, he takes the lead and he wins the race.
And welcome, fans, to the BRKC. You can't give anything away at all. And Kieran Kennis, a name that we don't know really anything about. He's been a finalist in the Danish Championship, but yeah, there you go. And
himself to himself in this race, out of our view, silently going about getting the quick enough lap times to be in contention. And then when the leaders fought, they had no idea he was there. And as long as he does a clean pit stop, I'm predicting Kieran Kennis wins this race.
And that's how you win races at this international level. It takes a lot of thinking. It takes maintenance of exceptional lap times. And that is exactly what Kieran Kennis has done. Now, we're looking at what we considered to be the race lead at the moment, but as Brad said, there's a big gap there. Kieran Kennis Kennis is still technically up at the front in first place simply because he's yet to pit. Those watching at home, we are looking at the third, fourth and fifth battle, which is technically what we're considering the lead battle now, with Kennis and Ball yet to come in the pits. They're not really fighting anymore. They've done enough damage to their lap times during that it's actually given Kennis the possibility to challenge for that lead. Literally, we are waiting for that pit stop by Kieran Kennis in the number 10, and when he comes down pit road and comes out of it, I think he's going to be right with this lot. He may come out in the lead, he may come out in second, it may be he could get freight train completely, there could be a bad pass into the snail. It's going to be very contentious.
And let's not forget about Christopher Ball, because Christopher Ball is currently setting the fastest laps of the race, and he's putting himself in the middle at the moment between Sam and Tyler, so the fireworks are not over yet.
Absolutely, because Chris Ball is 2.5 seconds behind Kieran Kennis. So if Kieran Kennis came out in front of this group, Chris Ball could definitely be at the back. With Tyler Mays down the inside. There he is, and Mays has done it. Mays is through to second place, so Tyler Mays makes through. But look at that. See that gap that has been created there to Charlie Ratford? That plays in the hands of Kennis and Ball even more. So although Mays has done the right thing of passing, it could have actually given space to others. Mays needs to close this gap now. He's under a lot of pressure to close into Ratford. Not for the just simple case of closing on Ratford and maybe passing him, but also to fill that gap so it can't be filled by Kennis or Ball when they come out the pits. A great move there by Tyler Mays, and it does look like he's closing it in. Mays does seem, it may well be the concertina effect, but Mays is amazing there. Look at that Euro lean, he's leaning outwards in that cart, loosen the grip of the inside rear wheel so it doesn't understeer. They'll give him speed as Ratford turns in. Now what's happening in the pit? There's still no pit visitor. We've got 5.5 minutes to go, so tons of time. No no reason for Kennis to come in at all unless he starts catching people.
Chris Ball, this is the thing that I'm looking at here. Chris Ball is going to come out right in this melee. I can't wait to see this.
It's going to be a five-way fight.
A little bit earlier. What a race this is.
This is going to brew up to something, isn't it?
We were saying earlier about this whole 4D chess. A decision you make early in the race, a strategic decision, can then be impacted by loads of other people's decisions along the way. And what happened was Tyler Mays tried to do the undercut. Sam Spinell then tried to cover him off, and then Charlie Ratford covered them both off. They then all ended up back on the same part of the track, battling like crazy, and that's allowed someone on the entire opposite side of the track to come and steal the win from all of them.
That's why these pit stops are important. That's why BRKC runs this European format, for that very reason. And another really important thing, of course, is to do with people coming out of the pits. And this is where Tyler Mays needs to get on terms with Charlie Ratford. So Charlie Ratford, if Tyler Mays is right on his bumper when those other two, Kennis and Ball, come out of the pits, that means Charlie Ratford has a better chance of staying. Sorry, not Ratford. Tyler Mays has a better chance of staying with Ratford and elbowing the others aside as they exit the pits. So Mays needs to close in a little bit more on Ratford to make the situation relatively safe. But what are we looking at on the gap, Brad? Is Kennis actually clear up ahead? He's not quite, is he?
I think Kennis is clearer of Ratford, yes. So the gaps you're looking at on the screen,
seconds,
it's 11.
Driver, yeah.
But it's Chris Ball. I bet the BSR pit wall are going absolutely mad, telling him to just keep going. He keeps setting fastest laps of the race. He's on a low 5 on that one, which is still quicker than all the karts around him. But he's been pumping in the low 30.4 second laps for the last couple. He might just sneak into a really strong podium place here from absolutely nowhere.
Is Bradley Shepherd actually here, or is he doing the sensible thing of watching at home on the live stream?
Brad will be here somewhere.
He will be here. He normally is there lurking about. We'll probably see him right out in the open, giving it all the way to Chris Ball to give him some information.
What Chris Ball really needs is those other three, the Ratford, Mays and Spinell trio. He needs them to fight, and I think they are sensible enough now to know they shouldn't, although the closer Tyler Mays gets to Charlie Ratford, the more likely it is Charlie's going to go defensive into all of these corners. Tyler's pace could be his undoing. The fact that he's fast enough to be right on the bumper of Charlie could mean, and we're about to find out whether this is the case into the next hairpin, it could mean Charlie starts defending, slows them all down, and opens the door to Chris Ball. No defence this time, though. Tyler
Mays is saying, go, go, go. He's suggesting to Ratford they need to get a move on. He obviously knows what the situation is. I suppose this is a shining example of forcing a fight loses the race at this stage. Save your fight for the end when you know where everyone's at. Tyler Mays there, that signal there generally would be taken by most karters to say, go, go, go. I'm just going to run with you because we need the time. We need the speed. We can't. He's saying, go, go, go. He's literally suggesting to not only Ratford but the crew on the wall that he's not going to go into the attack, so do not defend, keep being
Number
fast.
17, Charlie Ball is into the pits. We have a nice smooth stop. He's not getting overexcited. Really nice good stop, and he's going to come out right in the middle of this pack.
He's right in the middle, and Spinell's been blocked out. Chris Ball has got the position from Spinell, so Chris Ball has leapfrogged up. He's defensive to the inside of the snail, and Chris Ball has done it. He's got into the mix of that pack. Now, can he get settled in and take the fight to Tyler Mays? Mays was right to signal to Ratford to keep going. If they'd been fighting...
The leader's in. He's decided to come in now. It's his last chance to pit. He nails the first stop. He's looking over his shoulder. Should probably look at the lights. Just about gets it right. Comes out cleanly in the lead. Absolutely fantastic.
Textbook performance by Kieran Kennis. He came in from nowhere. They weren't looking at him. We weren't considering, and now he's in the lead of the race, and comfortably so in terms of the BRKC. So there's Charlie Ratford, but he's in second place. The one in front of him has just come out into the... There's Kennis. Kennis is up front, so we'll see on the backstretch. We'll see Kennis first. Kieran Kennis, the newcomer, is actually leading. He's turning in, and there's Ratford second. There's Mays third. So they've done enough to cover Ball, but they haven't done enough to cover Kennis. And so Kieran Kennis with 1.5 minutes just under and the lap to go is going to take the win potentially as we look at Charlie Ratford and Tyler Mays. And well, it's got to be all guns blazing now from Ratford. I think already there's not enough time to cover that gap. They're not gaining on him. They're not doing anything that would suggest the race will be won or lost by anyone except for Kieran Kennis. So Kieran Kennis is the one ahead of Charlie Ratford there that we see on the screen. So there goes Kennis turning in. There's Ratford, there's Mays. They're right together now, those two.
There's also an enormous battle going on for P4 at the moment. So Chris Ball heading Sam Spinell, who's found himself from a very strong second place all the way down in 5th place. Now the pit stops have shaken out. Chris Ball's doing a massive defensive task here with 4 karts right up behind him.
Literally half the field.
And another couple of laps left to go.
Yeah, it's Ball, Spinell, Webberlink, Paynes and Richie Clark in that group there. So Richie Clark actually, from what seemed to be a bit of an out of sorts position, is, okay, he's in, 8th place, but he's in a very competitive 8th place because he's battling with the group that's battling over 4th. So as the 3 leaders go through, Kieran Kennis definitely has the lead. There's that Ratford-Mays battle that we were talking about. Now they're about to come up to get this time through. They'll be getting the last lap ball because there's 4 seconds, 3 seconds, and there's Kieran Kennis, the leader, turning in now. Defensive there is Charlie Ratford, so he's obviously clearly given up any ideas of winning this race and wants to hang on to second place. He knows that Tyler Mays, all bets are off now with Mays. It's the last lap. Mays is going to attack when he can and how he can and where he can, as there's another defensive move by Ratford in the middle there, and they'll be dropping time now to Kieran Kennis, as you can see. There's Ratford just blocking the inside. He's intent on keeping second more than he is gaining first, because it's just not going to happen for first place, but he can keep saying, there you go, right up against the barrier on the inside. That blocks the move. Mays the outside, but no, Ratford shuts him off, and Ratford has just got 2 corners to be second, but it's an amazing win there by Kieran Kennis, taking the win. There's Kieran Kennis, an absolutely incredible win. From nowhere, the Belgian has come through to win this race. He's a relative unknown to us here in the UK, but gosh, we're not going to forget him now. Kieran Kennis, and he slaps the glad hands the pit wall there as a delighted Kieran Kennis. As I say, relatively unknown in the UK, but he's just come through and won. So cracking result. Brad.
I love BRKC races like that. Those kind of strategic slow burners where someone's doing a stealthy job that the lead fight don't really notice, or if they do notice, can't do anything about, because ultimately you can't fight everyone. If you've got a battle on your doorstep, you have to kind of deal with that at the time. If that's losing your time to someone who's on the other side of the track, then sometimes that is just what happens.
Absolutely. Now, arguably the second time we've seen that already this year. It's the thing that doesn't often happen, but when it does, by heck, it's good. Down to you in the pits there, Alex.
Well, that was absolutely one of my favourite races of the entire weekend. Actually, my favourite race of the weekend, and you made that excellent. Charlie, tell me about that race.
My name's Christopher, not Charlie.
Sorry, Christopher, sorry.
Yeah. Do you want to speak to Charlie? He's over there. No, speak to me. No, yeah, I messed the qualifying up a little bit, but, you know, it's a very tight pack. Made 2 overtakes on track and 1 more through the pit lane. Maybe I could have got Tyler. Looking back on it, I'll have to look back at the footage, but I think he got the position. Hopefully 4th is my worst result this weekend. That's what I'm looking for.
To be fair, you seem disappointed, but that's 7th to 4th. That's a really impressive performance, and we thoroughly enjoyed watching that race, so don't be disappointed about that result. That was fantastic, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
No worries. And we'll do more of me getting names wrong once everyone's finished weighing. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to grab Dan Truman while he's waiting in the queue to be weighed. Dan, that looked like a tough race for you.
It was. It's a bit of a wake-up call. Yeah, coming out of retirement isn't easy. So, yeah, tough one. I just haven't got the pace, to be honest. I didn't get the best out of myself nor the car. That's the result, you know.
No worries, buddy. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Tyler! Tyler, come over here, my friend. That was brilliant, mate. Absolutely well done. You were the fastest man on track for the majority of that race. It was only because you lot fought so much that you ended up not winning it. How did it all feel from your point of view?
It was difficult. Probably one of the hardest races I've had to do. Consistency was key. But I could string the lap together, but the quali lap's what matters. And if you don't put it on pole, you get stuck in a scenario like that, unfortunately. So.
Excellent. I think this is a really great performance from you, and I really hope you do well for the rest of the weekend. I think you'll be excellent.
Good start.
Take care, buddy.
Thank you.
Right, who are we going to have next? I can't see. Okay,
Kennis, because we don't know him.
Winner, the ghost of this race, who I'm telling everyone this is my favourite race of the weekend so far. None of us even knew where you were, and then all of a sudden you were in contention for the win. How did you see all that playing out, and did you just bide your time? Tell me about your strategy for this one.
I just bought my time. I just have no words for it. I didn't expect to have a win for it, the chance for the win. When I overtook Ben Paynes, I saw the top 3. They all pitted, and I was like, I just keep it pushing forward. And then the luck came, I guess, because car 9 had a bad pass in, and they lost like quite a lot of seconds. That gave me the chance for the win, but I didn't expect it for it, so I have absolutely no words.
Excellent. That should be mega confidence for the rest of that weekend. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Take care. And now we're going to actually have Charlie come over and have a quick conversation before we let go off for our break. Charlie, that looked like chaos, but did you enjoy the chaos?
I don't know if I enjoyed it. I would have enjoyed it if I won. But nah, it was a good race, to be fair. And first just caught all of us. To be fair to him, he done a really good job.
The thing that we found crazy was you guys weren't fighting that much, and your pace was just rapid. So were you looking at the timing screens? Could you see that he was closing and there was nothing you could do, or did it catch you by surprise?
Well, I didn't notice him at first, to be honest, and then I came out of the pits, had a bit of contact, lost probably about 2.5 seconds, and then I saw on the timings he was about 11 ahead of me, and I knew pit stop's about 10, so I knew he had us. So I was just trying to come out in front of Chris, and I managed it, and then I had to just park the bus for the last 3 laps.
Well, you gave us an absolute spectacle and really enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. All the best. Take care.
So I'd quite like to take a look at the incident which really gave Kenneth the chance to go and grab that win, and that was the bad pass from Sam Spinell. So that's why Kenneth had that extra little bit of a gap to jump the leading group. So what we're seeing here is going round the fast right-hander before the snail. Well, if we have a little bit of a look down here, there's some contact between the front bumper of Sam Spinell, and if we now, I'm going to use a different tool here, if we now look at Charlie Ratford's head, and I slow this right down, bump, there we go. You see his head move backwards. That then opens the gap, and you're going to see, we all know that there's no way Charlie wanted to be any wider than right up to the inside, but he was kind of positioned wider. If we just wind it back slightly, I'll show you in normal slow-mo without me pressing the buttons. That just kind of walked him wider. It was a light tap, but when you're on the limit through that flat-out right-hander, that's enough to open your own gap. I think Sam knew that, which is why he then had to try and strategically allow Charlie back through without letting Tyler through. And all of that mess gave a couple of seconds to Kieran Kennis, who just said thank you very much and took the win.
Absolutely. You could see Tyler Mays was trying to take advantage of that for almost an entire lap until they got sorted out, including when they were sorting out. So but a great win by a relative unknown here in the UK, Kieran Kennis. Now that concludes the first round of heat races. We've seen everybody out for the first time. We've now got the second round of heat races, and this time it's going to be on the alternate layout. Now, one of the features of the British Rental Kart Championship is that it's not just on one layout of track. The alternate layout is always a mystery track, and we're going to be going to that for round 2 and 3 before returning to this layout as we've been running on for round 4 and the semi-finals and the final itself. So it's always a bit of a mystery. We've got no idea what's coming up yet, have we, Brad? We've just got to see it as they do it. In fact, some even do suggest that Formula Fast don't know what they're going to do till they do it.
They're making it up right now. James, I'm competing in the event, and I forgot this was what was happening. I was fully in my mindset of, okay, repeating that same track we've just done. So here we go.
Despite being the originator of the BRKC and having looked after it for all these years, you forgot that.
This crucial piece of the format, yeah.
So we'll just remember you're not turning into the snail, mate.
Yes. Well, you know what? We've seen it before, haven't we? I think he won't be watching, I'm sure, but Arno Tine, among other people, maybe even Alex Van Geen,
didn't he go the wrong way?
Years gone by, went straight on, forgetting that a corner had been changed. So easily done.
Yeah. So we're going to have them adjusting that, and then we'll be back, and we're going to be back in action around about, we believe, 2 o'clock. But do keep periodically checking if you're enjoying the action at home. Get involved in the conversation if you need to. That's on the live stream, and we'll be back with more. We've seen some amazing action so far. So as I said, we're aiming to be around 2 o'clock on the revised layout, and please join us for that. Thank you.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from Lidmods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better, to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.